So there is no. Good afternoon. Today is November 12, 2025, and the time now is 4:12. I would like to open the closed session meeting for the City of Westminster. So a meeting call to order, please.
Thank you. For roll call, Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
I'm here.
District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, District 3, Councilmember Nguyen,
Here.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen, Mayor, you have a quorum with District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, and District 4, Councilmember Nguyen absent.
Thank you. This time I open up for oral communication for closed session. Do we have any speakers signed up for it?
We do not, Mayor.
All right, so we can go ahead and, before we recess for closed session, would you please go ahead and read the item that we are going to discuss in the closed session?
Thank you. The City Council recessed to a closed session for the following purposes: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D4, number of potential cases 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, number of potential cases 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, name of case Ashkan Agassi versus City of Westminster et al., OC Superior Court Case 30-2024-0143676-CU-PO-WJC. And final, conference with real property negotiations, property 13761 Golden West Street, Westminster, California, 92683. Agency negotiators, City Manager Christine Cordone, Assistant City Manager Adolfo Zeta, and Senior Management Analyst Ryan Sauls. Negotiating parties, United States Postal Service, under negotiation, price and terms of payment.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, the city council will recess for closed session. We'll come back at 6 o'clock. 2025. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. The meeting is now called to order. So, Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll call?
Mayor Nguyen?
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Monzo?
I am here.
District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West here.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
All right, thank you very much. Salute to the flag today is going to be District 4, Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen, and then invocation, Councilmember Amy Fan West. Please stand.
Ready? Begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing as we pray. Lord, we just thank you so much for this opportunity to gather together, to just come to do city business and to hear the concerns or grievances of the community, but also to make sure we move our city forward. And I pray that you bless this time and that we will be productive. But also I want to bring up a friend of ours, the resident in the city of Westminster, Mike Martin, and his family right now. He just passed. And I am just heartbroken to hear of his death. And I just pray that you comfort the family right now. And you have promised that you give us the spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. And so I pray for the family right now that you take a hold of their hearts. And I know losing a loved one is really hard. And I just pray, Lord, that you comfort people in our city, those who hear us tonight, those who are going through a hard time, Lord, and losing a loved one. I pray, Lord, that you give them comfort, that you give them peace, and that you speak to their heart. And I pray that you give them peace that surpasses their understanding and guard their mind and heart during this hard and difficult time. And I pray that you just bless our meeting tonight and just bless their family, the Martins. And we thank you in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you much to Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen and also Councilmember West for the salute to the flag and invocation. Next is City Attorney, closed session report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did discuss all 4 items in closed session. 3 of them did not have reportable action. The first one, the City Council voted to authorize the City Attorney to do 2 things in response to an appellate court decision in New Commune DTLA LLC versus the City of Redondo Beach. Number 1, to file a letter of support in support of the City of Redondo Beach's request that the California Supreme Court grant review of the court decision. And number 2, that if such review is granted, to file a friend of the court brief, an amicus brief, in favor of the City of Redondo Beach's position. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you, City Attorney. Next is exportee communication, including SB 1439, report when required. Is there anything from the council?
No.
Seeing none, hearing none, so moving on to the city clerk report, please.
I have no report tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to city manager report, please.
Thank you, Mayor, member of the City Council, and everyone in attendance tonight. First, the City of Westminster invites you to a special event to address concerns and provide resources related to trespassing and homelessness in our community. We've been doing a couple of these workshops out in the front of City Hall for a few months now, and we'd like to invite you to join us. If you have questions about homelessness in Westminster, this is your opportunity to get answers directly from our homeless liaison officers, our code enforcement team, and our Family Resource Center. Again, it's a great opportunity to meet the experts in the field, ask questions about resources available, city initiatives, and how we're working to address this issue. Our next one is tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's going to be over at the Westminster, well, it says the Westminster Police Department, but it's really at the City Hall parking lot. So for more information, give them a call at 714-548-3833. Next, I know everyone's excited for this. We've been getting a lot of inquiries, but the Bolsa Chica Park Playground ribbon cutting is finally happening. So we're thrilled to invite you to the ribbon cutting ceremony for this brand new ocean adventure themed playground featuring sea loving dreams. The event will be on Tuesday at 2:30 p.m. Come check out the playground. From tall towers to swings, this ocean adventure themed playground has something for all ages. Next Wednesday, for all you pickleball lovers out there, or not, join us for a community outreach meeting to learn more and share your thoughts about potential pickleball courts over at Tony Lamb Park. Wednesday the 19th, it's in person at 3 p.m., or if you can't make it, join us on Zoom at 6 p.m. The link's available on the website. And the Winter 2026 brochure will be in mailboxes this week, so check it out for a listing of classes and activities held from January through March of 2026, as well as upcoming holiday events. The brochure is available for viewing online as well, and registration is now open for those classes. And of course, holiday season means we have a lot going on. It's just around the corner, so our annual events are back, so mark your calendars for these traditional events. First, our annual tree lighting ceremony, which has gotten bigger and bigger over the last few years. It's going to be on Monday, December 1st at 5:30 p.m. Over here at the Civic Center. The tree lighting ceremony will feature various entertainment performances, photos with Santa, activities, food for purchase, and the lighting of our tree. And the ceremony this year is going to be it's going to be extra special, but I'm going to save that one for later. Next, we have Breakfast with Santa. On Saturday, December 6th, 9 a.m. at the Community Services Building. Our annual breakfast includes a traditional breakfast, crafts, and a stocking for each child. Tickets are $15. Registration is open now, and if you're interested, please purchase your tickets before it sells out, because it does sell out every year. Next, we have our Santa on the Go events. We are proud to celebrate 5 years of Santa on the Go pop-ups. Santa will be making special appearances at these at parks for some festive holiday fun, crafts, treats, and photo opportunities. For those of you who are not familiar with the Santa pop-ups, we rotate the parks that we go to every year I don't see a flyer. That's okay. So we go to different parks every year just to engage the community and highlight, some of the many parks that we do have in the city. So on Saturday, December 6, 2025, we'll be at Bowling Green from 10 to 11:30 a.m. And then we'll be at Blakey Park from 1 to 2:30 p.m. And Saturday, December 13th, we'll be at College Park from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. And then over at Bolsa Chica from 1 to 2:30 p.m. So for more information, you can call Community Services at 714-895-2860. The Senior Center will be hosting their Thanksgiving lunch Tuesday, November 25th from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. So join our Senior Center for a Thanksgiving celebration with lunch and live entertainment. Tickets are $5, and you can contact the Senior Center for that. And then the Senior Center will be celebrating their Christmas party or their holiday party on Wednesday, December 17th from 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's going to be a festive afternoon filled with cheer, community, and holiday magic. Lunch and live entertainment will be provided. Tickets are also $5 for that event. Senior Center phone number is 714-895-2878. And then, of course, just around the corner is our annual Tet Parade. The Year of the Horse is galloping into Westminster, so mark your calendars. It's happening right here on Saturday, February 21st, 2026. Information is available on the city's website. Follow us on social media for updates on how to participate in the parade and how to be a sponsor. And last but not least, just want to announce that our lovely city clerk, Ashna Rocho, today is her last day with us at the city, so we just want to wish her a fond farewell and wish her luck in her next endeavor. And that's all I have for tonight.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your detailed report. And next is, before we have the fun part, which is a special presentation, I just want to, on behalf of the City Council and city staff, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to the City Council meeting tonight. So once again, thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule this evening and be here. I know that you care for the city, that's why you are here. So again, thank you very much, and let's welcome each one of us. So put our hands together, we'll welcome you here. And we are very pleased. We are very pleased to welcome the members. We have plenty of them. I think I have a few of them today. From members of the Westminster Dead Parade Foundation. So we have the update today. I would like to invite all members of the Westminster Dead Parade Foundation. Please come up and provide your update. So please, whoever you are, the members of the Dead Parade Foundation. Monique, I believe that you are there too. All right. So go ahead.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Johnny Nguyen, and I'm a member of the Westminster Debt Parade Foundation Board of Directors. You guys want to introduce yourself?
Go ahead and introduce yourself. This is the first time that
I'm sorry?
this is the first time that you're here, so you go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Quinn Pham, and I'm also a board member of the Westminster Dead Parade Foundation.
Hi, my name's Andy Lack. I'm also a member. Thank you.
Hi, this is Monique Nguyen, the board member of the Westminster City
Dead Foundation. All right.
you.
Dead Parade. All right. So go ahead and give us your update where you are right now.
Yeah, so I'm glad that the board was able to join us here today, but we also want to give an update on our fundraising efforts so far because, as you know, debt is around the corner, and fundraising has been moving along. So lately, we've been walking around to different businesses in Westminster and the surrounding area, and also reaching out to community members, community leaders, business leaders in and around Westminster to assist with the fundraising efforts. So that's been happening. And also we want to introduce the fundraising gala that's going to be happening this Sunday, November 16th at 5:30 p.m. We encourage City of Westminster and the mayor and city council to attend that as well, and to also spread the word.
Anything else for anyone?
Hello. I do want to add that, again, we are inviting everyone to the fundraising that we will be hosting this Sunday at Golden Sea Restaurant. And we have been collecting donations, contributions for the event. And I just like to, we would like to thank you, Mayor and his family, for the contribution of $1,000 for the donation. That's very helpful. And anyone else who's willing to help out. And it's all for the Dead Parade. Thank you.
I understand from the dais here, I know that Councilmember Mark Wayne also sponsored one table, right, for $1,000.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Since you put me on the spot, I will sponsor one table for $1,000.
I also sent out the email or the text to council members and asked if the council member can also sponsor a table for us. We appreciate it. Until now, we have probably over 300 people going to be there on that night, so it's going to be a fun night. Yeah. So.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member Mark.
So, anything else from any one of you, or else? Well, we, on behalf of the City Council and city staff, would like to thank you for all the hard work that you put in. And hopefully that we have a very, 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 very exciting night this coming Sunday night. The invitations to extend out to every one of you. So if you can join us on that night, contact any one of them or contact me at the end of the meeting. We love to have you join us at the event. Again, thank you very much. Let's put our hand together for the hard work they put in, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I wanted to thank the Vice Mayor and City Attorney for helping us putting together the group. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, next, before I open up for oral communication for non-concerning agenda items only, I would like to suggest to move some of the items because we have our council members, including me. I think we have our flu or we need to, I don't know, they want to excuse that they have to leave early. So I would like to make sure that, I want to make sure that we take care of the items. And so I will I recommend the council to move 5.1 and 5.2 after the oral communication for non-agenda item, and from 9.1 to 9.4 after 6.1. That's my motion. Is there a second to that?
Second. No.
No, 5.1 and 5.2 after oral communication for non-agenda item, which is going to be last. All right? Yes. And
I thought I wanted to move item 5.3, which is the Rose Center study.
the 5.3 is still there. It's going to be right after the public hearing. So that's what we want, right? So it's going to be a first item to be discussed,
The 5.3.
Is that what you want, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
5.3.
So 5.3 is going to be a first item that we are going to discuss. That's why 5.1 and 5.2 is moving at the end. All right, so I have,
No, we need to, so what exactly are we doing?
okay, exactly what we're doing, 5.1 and 5.2, move to the end after oral communication for non-agenda item. That's the first thing.
Okay.
Second thing is 9.1 to 9.4 after 6.1. So the 5.3 still continue to be the first item.
Okay.
All right, so we have motion and second on the floor.
Okay. Just one moment, please. Okay, so I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo, to move agenda item numbers 5.1 and 5.2 to be heard after oral communications, non-agenda items, and move agenda item number 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4 to come immediately following 6.1.
Correct.
And I want to make a substitute motion to that.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that we have to do city business. I believe that 5.2 and 5.3 is city business. 9.1 and 9.3 is just not city business. So I think that should be after, because I know the people for the theaters here and also the development billboards here. So I think to be considerate for the city business, I think we should keep as is.
If 9.1 and 9.3 are not the item for city business, what about item 9.2?
We keep the same order because
No.
the urgency is that the billboard
All right,
people here
okay, go
and the
ahead, go
Rose
ahead and
Garden.
make the substitute motion.
Here.
Is there a second to that?
Hold on, let's just rethink this real quick. So Mayor, you're suggesting that after consent calendar, you wanted to move up after consent calendar, you wanted to move up the items in 9 point?
You're talking to me or you're talking to her?
To you.
Okay, 5.3 is still the same. After consent calendar, it's going to be 5.3. That's the first item,
After consent calendar, 5.3?
right? Because that's what you want too, right?
Yeah, and then after that?
And after that, it's going to be 6.1, 9.1 to 9.4. And then oral communication for non-agenda items, and then after that, it will be 5.1 and 5.2.
I'm going to have to agree with the Councilmember West. I think the public hearings need to come before the items of the 9.1 items.
The public hearings is already come before the 5.3. Just leave the agenda. It's still there.
Yeah, leave it.
We are not moving for public hearing items. I don't know why there's a confusion.
Substitute motion is just to leave as is.
No, your substitute motion is different than what he thought it is.
Yes,
He thought that we are moving the public hearings item to the last. We are not. It's going to be, public hearings will be right after consent calendar. And then after public hearing, there will be on 5.3, which is the first item for regular business.
think let's just, yeah, that's fine. Let's just stick with that. As long as we hear the public hearing items before,
It is before.
then I'm fine.
Okay. All right, so is there a second to the substitute motion? Hearing none. So substitute motion fell. Go ahead and take a roll call.
So I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo to move agenda item numbers 5.1 and 5.2 after oral communications non-agenda items, and move agenda item numbers 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4 to be heard following agenda item number 6.1. I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes?
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, at this time, I will open for oral communication concerning the agenda item only. So would you please go ahead and read the instruction into the record?
Thank you. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda except public hearing items. Members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip, which are provided at the entrance to the council chambers, and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Jessica Losanu, followed by Kathleen Iversion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jessica Lostanow, and I'm a resident of Westminster. I'm here tonight to respectfully oppose the proposal to rename All-American Way to Charlie Kirk Way. First, let me say that Mr. Kirk's death is a tragedy. No one should lose their life to political violence. And I think we all share sadness about what happened to him. My opposition to this renaming is not about diminishing that tragedy or his life. However, I believe we need to think carefully about what our street names should represent and whether this particular renaming serves our community well into the future. Street names are part of shared public space. They're part of how we identify our city for ourselves and to visitors. Traditionally reserved street names for figures that unite us. Charlie Kirk was a prominent political activist who was deeply involved in partisan debates. Whatever you think of his work, it's undeniable that he was divisive. Half the country appreciated his advocacy, and the other half strongly opposed it. By naming a street after him, we are essentially taking sides in an ongoing political controversy. That's not what our street names should do. I'm also concerned about the timing. While Mr. Kirk's death was recent and emotions are understandably high, street naming decisions should be made with some perspective and distance. We need time to assess someone's full legacy, separate from the immediate reaction to a tragic event. Decisions made in the heat of the moment can have consequences that we regret later. Additionally, if this renaming is primarily a response to political violence, we should ask ourselves, is a street name the right way to address it? There may be other more meaningful ways to condemn violence and honor victims that don't involve permanently marking our public infrastructure with political symbolism. Let me be clear, if Mr. Kirk had meaningful ties to our community, beyond his national political profile, that's worth discussing. But a street name is permanent, public, and affects everyone who lives here. It should be something that brings us together, not something that divides us along political lines for generations to come. I urge the council to take time with this decision and consider whether naming this street truly serves the whole community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Iversion, followed by Michael Varengia.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kathleen Sterling Iverson. I reside at 8441 Sterling Way in Westminster. I've lived in Westminster my entire 75 years, and at the October 15th meeting, I tried to provide the history of and the insight into the importance of the Rose Center to the community. In the late 800s, how about take this right? How about late 1980s? I'll get it out. It was like 87 or 88. The City Council recognized the importance of a theater. On a 4-to-1 vote, they promised to keep the 17th Street Auditorium to serve the needs and to pay for the cost of keeping the auditorium functioning. When the opportunity to sell the auditorium arose, the council promised to replace it with the Rose Center, and it would serve the same function. The council recognized that a theater can be inexpensive, and in addition of the ballroom was an excellent way to serve meeting needs and generate revenue to the support of the theater side, which was to be run by a nonprofit organization. Your own study showed that most cities contribute over $500,000 for their theater operations. But in Westminster, the Rose Center nonprofit raised between $300,000 and $400,000 to cover the cost. The citizens of Westminster deserve a facility in which to hold meetings, concerts, plays, and the city needs to support the arts as well as sports and recreation. The city has a park and recreation department. This is a service to the community. You do not and should not expect to make a profit from these programs. It is the cost of doing business. Citizens need recreation and facilities, and it is the role of the city to provide them. The school districts do not charge the City of Westminster any maintenance fees when residents use Huntington Beach Union High School District or Westminster School District fields, even though the City of Westminster pays no money for them, but takes credit for them in the open space designation calculations. Previous councils promised to support the arts. They created a 2-tier system where the ballroom would help defer the cost of the theater. It is not the fault of the theater side of the operations that the ballroom side of the operation is not functioning at its capacity. But even so, the benefit of the Rose Center has been to the community greatly outweighs the $60,000 the city spends for utilities and maintenance. I urge you to fix the ballroom side, but leave the theater side alone. Thank you. Oh, I have copies of the presentation too.
Our next speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Diana Carey.
Thank you. I specifically want to talk about 91, 92, and 93. It's nice you could sit and listen. First of all, I'm a conservative Republican. I liked Charlie Kirk. I liked the fact that he would engage anybody in debate. He didn't care what your point of view was. He felt that open communication is what we need in this country. And regardless of whether you're on the right, the left, the center, the top, the bottom, didn't make any difference. He would be willing to talk to anybody. Unfortunately, we had a far left crazy who decided that he didn't particularly like Charlie and decided to kill him, which is where we're at now. But I am against spending tax dollars to name the street after Charlie. As much as I like him, he didn't live in Westminster. He didn't do anything for Westminster. We have a room full of people that have been in Westminster a lot more years than he did. So why are we going to spend tax dollars? You've already done that stuff over in Little Saigon, putting dual language signs up in your shopping area. You've taken a park over here that's named after a Jewish hero of World War II and erected Vietnamese language monuments over there that anybody who doesn't speak Vietnamese has absolutely no idea what they're doing. So why do we do this stuff? Declaring October 14th Charlie Kirk Day, same thing. Charlie's not from Westminster. He never lived here, he never shopped here, nothing. There's no reason to name October 14th in this city Charlie Kirk Day. Now, if they want to do it for the state, let the state do it. Let the country do it. It has nothing to do with Westminster, and neither does Charlie. 9.3, denounce communism. How long is that war going to go on? I got out of the military in '73. It lasted 2 more years after that. Well, apparently it's lasted a lot longer because we still have people worried about communists coming in this country. If this is a concern with this city, I've seen, I believe it's correct information of one of your own council members meeting with a representative of the communist government in Vietnam. If they're allowed to come in this country, there's not a whole lot you can do with it except shun them, ignore them. You don't have to meet with them, drink tea, shake hands, yak it up, talk about the latest baseball scores, or whatever you do when you sit with these clowns. They murdered millions of your fellow countrymen. So why would you want to have anything to do with them anyway? And then you're going to sit up here on our city council.
Our next speaker is Diana Carey, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Good evening, Council. I'm Diana Carey. I'm the Vice President of the Friends of the Rose Center Theater. I want to thank the staff and the Theater DNA for the comprehensive theater report, which covered the theater from 2018 to present. Last time the question was asked, how does the theater build and maintain their clientele? It has taken diligence over 20 years to attract and maintain our relationships with our rental organizations and our theater patrons. This is ongoing and possible because we maintain excellent sound, lighting, and technology in a very professional space. Please realize if patrons and organizations do not have a positive experience, they will not return, and they will tell others about their negative experiences. Our rental fees are below the county, and they are appropriate for our community. The report missed the fact that we have a full-time employee dedicated to outreach, publicity, and advertising, and the Friends continually are advertising. Cost is really important. The cost to the Friends to run the theater is $300,000 per year, approximately, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little bit less. You pay $50,000 for the building. We pay $300,000 to run the side of the theater management. So a little history again, the catering side was supposed to help defray theater costs. The council did away with that plan and put all the revenue into the general fund. The Friends at the time were given the theater and the existing equipment. That was it. The theater has the city has never given the theater or the Friends any additional funding for any equipment or any other costs to run the theater. We own all the equipment, the technology, the musical instruments that are in the theater, all of which are very expensive. Now, this next part is personal and difficult for me. There are 2 plaques in the theater. One is to Margie Rice, who built it, and the other one is to me, who kept it going during all those lean years. I have given this city over $150,000. I've given to the Tet Parade because it was important to the Vietnamese community. I fought the OCTA and Caltrans freeway expansion, saving 300 homes and businesses along the freeway. And Adolfo Ozeda and I negotiated with the OCTA to get the Westminster residents who backed up to the theater 20% more than they were supposed to get. I've purchased all your police dogs because it's important to have an extra level of safety for our police department. And I've purchased upwards of close to $100,000 worth of equipment for the Rose Center Theater. I have never asked for anything. Tonight is the first time anybody ever knows what I just told you. So what I am
Your
asking
time is
for,
over, ma'am.
what I am asking for you
Thank
to
you.
do
Your time
tonight,
is over.
Charlie, is
Please.
for you to
Your
please
time-
pass,
Your time is over.
then cut off my microphone, because I'm
Your time is over. It's first warning for you.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by Donald Link.
Good evening, Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident, District 1. There she goes. She's very picky about who she wants to listen to. And this was actually for her, but If she's going to keep on doing the invocation, I would like to remind her to follow all of her Bible, not just the part she wants to use to manipulate. And there's an interesting passage I think kind of speaks directly to her. Let a woman learn quietly with all submissiveness. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet. If only she took that advice, especially at meetings. My other comments are on pretty much the whole 9.0 section. This is clearly campaigning from the dais. You guys are putting this stuff on there to get the word out to your party leaders. Look what we're doing. So my question is for the city attorney. Are you advising them that this is not okay? I asked Christian the same question either earlier this year or last year, and he said he was advising, so either he was lying or they're not listening. This is going to bring more lawsuits to the city because they are, in effect, stealing our tax dollars to campaign from the dais. They are using their city positions to campaign in other videos. They are using the logo. Are you advising them that they should not be doing that? You can't tell me that you think any of these 9.1, 9.2, 9.3 has anything to do with the city. They need to be told, they need to be stopped. Maybe in a meeting you need to tell them, you know, this isn't city related. Maybe you shouldn't be putting these things on the agenda and using taxpayer dollars. You should be talking about the Rose Center, parks, those kind of things. That's what this city should be spending all their time on. Like 9.4. That's something that the city should be doing. That's the only thing in that section that this city should be doing. And the fact that we knew she was going to do it, but the fact that you're now doing it, Charlie, it's highly disappointing. Because we had, yeah, thank you for shaking your head that you agree. It's disappointing. You need to stop doing that. We voted for those tax increases, and I didn't want to. A lot of people did not want to vote for those tax increases because we wanted to save our city from bankruptcy twice. The fact that you are using our tax dollars for your pet projects, for your partisan politics, is bullshit. And you need to stop it. And that, to me, is more profane than any language that you don't like that people use up here. Stop stealing our time and money with your crap, which is one of your favorite words. Get back to all city business and not your partisan business. If you want to do that, you guys can leave. Leave the council. We will find other people to do it. Go run for whatever office you want. Stop taking our money.
Our next speaker is Donald Link, followed by Bryant Horace.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, all except for one. I rise to speak respectfully, but firmly in opposition to agenda items 9.1 through 9.3, which propose renaming streets on All-American Way and declaring October 14th as Charlie Kirk Day. And also, it is legally dubious to think item 9.3 is enforceable. These items are nothing more than partisan campaigning from the dais. Before anything else, let me say I recognize the tragic loss for Mr. Kirk's life. Regardless of political views, the assassination of any public figure is a deeply troubling event and a reminder of how important civility and respect are in our public discourse. No one ever should be harmed for their opinions or their affiliations. But mourning death is not the same as memorializing a legacy, and that distinction matters here. While we can express sympathy for Mr. Kirk's family and supporters, official city honors should reflect Westminster's collective values, inclusion, unity, and service to others. Mr. Kirk's records, even in retrospect, remains highly polarizing. He was a national commentator whose speeches and writings often divide Americans along political and cultural lines. Designating a street or a holiday in his name risks opening wounds at a time when our city needs healing and togetherness. Traditionally, Westminster reserves such distinctions for individuals who have made direct positive contributions to our community, those who lived, worked, and volunteered here. Mr. Kirk had no personal or civic ties to Westminster. To place his name on All-American Way, a route that meant to symbolize unity and shared national ideas, would set a politicized precedent that future councils may find difficult to undo. Even symbolic actions have costs, replacing signs, updating records, and the time staff entails in it. But the greater cost is symbolic. The appearance that Westminster endorses a particular ideology or national movement rather than standing above partisanship. In a city as diverse as ours, neutrality is a civic virtue. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the council to decline adopting 9-1 to 93. Let us remember Mr. Kirk's passing with sympathy, but let us reserve Westminster's official honors for those who have served and unified this city directly. We acknowledge tragedy without enshrining controversy. Please keep All-American Way the name that belongs to all Americans, regardless of political belief. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Juarez, followed by Tim Nelson.
Good afternoon, City Council members, and to everyone in attendance. My name is Bryant Fernando Juarez, and today I want to voice my strong concerns about 9.1. I strongly oppose the renaming of the street Charlie Kirk Way. Street names mean more than just another sign. It represents what our community stands for, and picking someone like Mr. Kirk, whose public statements were made in order to divide and oppress minorities. My question to you all is, what exact message do you want to send out to our communities? That we support someone with these core beliefs and values? If we are going to put a name on a street, let it be of someone who inspires our future generation, not one who divides them. A name that truly represents equality, progress, community pride. Those are the values we as a city should highlight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Nelson, followed by Vincent Aniceto.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Nguyen, Vice Mayor Manzo, and all the honorable members of our City Council. As you know, I'm here on behalf of the Rose Center Theater, and I just want to express our appreciation to you, the Council, for your vision and commitment in commissioning that recent report and the feasibility report. We're grateful that our council on this matter is strong and has a commitment to fostering quality arts in our Westminster community. We're also appreciative for Theater DNA and for their detailed research and analysis of our operations, as well as our value within the scope of our community. And the recommendation which supports the continuation of our role as the management company for the Rose Center Theater. Now, we're eager to continue this partnership and to work closely with the city to implement their recommendations. We're also prepared to assume some financial responsibilities to help alleviate any financial pressures, as I know was brought up in the report. It's been our privilege to serve Westminster for 2 decades, and we're honored to continue that service as we start into our 20th anniversary season. So looking ahead, we're planning our 20th celebration. We've already received a number of exciting program requests from clients, and both of them are old and some new, that want to take place in this milestone event. Just a little bit of history as well. When we opened the doors in 2006, our first performance was actually a community performance that we did. We brought together a cross-section from Westminster's cultural richness. In 2026, we are hoping to recreate that same spirit and the unity and artistic collaboration. And we have so many different groups that have become with us, and we have so many new groups that want to join with us as well. We have the Vietnamese American Philharmonic Orchestra, the Clifton Dance Project, the Luc Hong Dancers, Nichols and Pipes and Drums, and of course our Rose Center Theater Troupe. And we continue to foster our student relations and our student performances as we work with the Westminster School District and we work with the Huntington Beach Union High School District, of which, as we all know, Westminster High School is a part of. We also work closely with California state universities and all of their cultural groups. We've had their Vietnamese Student Association, their Chinese Student Association, and their Filipino student organizations, and they're all looking to come back for this big celebration. As a teacher myself, and looking around the room, I actually taught several, if not a handful of people that are in the room today, teaching in the Westminster School District for 25 years, and then in the Huntington Beach Union School District. I'm just excited to keep fostering the collaboration between school, community, and the arts. And as always, our team, which is comprised of industry professionals, local educational professionals, and community members, continues to work diligently to accommodate as many requests as we receive and to ensure that the Rose Center remains a vibrant cultural, artistic hub. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent, followed by Myra.
Hello, my name is Vincent Aniceto, and I would like to add some comments on the Rose Center Theater and its place in the community, as well as the company that operates it. What sets this management team apart is their deep-rooted commitment to community access. They go out of their way to be available and accommodating to local organizations, student groups, and outside renters. Their inclusive approach makes the Rose Center a resource for everyone. Under this group's leadership, the Rose Center has become a second home for hundreds, even thousands of actors, musicians, theater technicians, and students. This is not just a performance venue, it is a living, breathing training ground and launchpad for careers, education, and a lifelong passion for the arts. The Rose Center, under this management, has actively embraced diversity. They work across communities and cultures to make sure the Rose Center stage reflects the rich, varied voices of our city. On that stage, the community can see a Golden Age Broadway musical, the next day, The Nutcracker from the local ballet school, then a Shakespearean play performed by high school students, the next, the comedian Tyrus, and even a Star Wars dance concert. This inclusive spirit strengthens our cultural fabric and builds bridges. For my own family, the Rose Center has been a cornerstone. My family and I have participated in performances, attended events, and created lasting memories here. It has played a vital role in our cultural and our artistic lives. So my family and I are hoping that you will see the valuable and worthwhile work that the current company has been doing at the Rose Center for the community and allow them to continue its operation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Myra, followed by Kyle Peters.
Good afternoon, council members and members of the community. My name is Mayra Kaina Baena, and I'm a resident of Westminster, California. I'm actually right down the street, so in the intersection of 15th Street and All-American Way. And I'm here today to express my disappointment and disapproval of the proposed resolution of changing All-American Way into Charlie Kirk Way and making October 14th a holiday to honor Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is not an individual who represents the youth of Westminster. He has spread constant misinformation and perpetuated harmful rhetoric involving minority groups across our nation. I urge all of you to pay attention to the youth of Westminster. Take a look at the intersection of All-American Way and 15th Street. I invite you to ask the youth of 15th Street if we felt inspired by Charlie Kirk. We should not be spending $3,000 honoring his name, who had no impact on my community. This funding should be allocated towards expanding programs for our youth, providing leadership opportunities for them to be proud of their city. Charlie Kirk does not represent the pride we have in this city. We should be celebrating individuals who have made a direct impact to our community. The Mendes family who fought for educational freedom and rights, a member of the community who has continued to expand cultural pride and awareness, and our teachers in our districts who often play the dual role of parent and educator. These are the people we should be honoring. These are the people that represent my city. Thank you.
Kyle Peters, followed by Gigi Vo.
Hi, I'll try to keep this concise. So I'm here to speak out against measures 9.1 and 9.2. So when we try to, so when we build statues of people or we rename streets after people, or we name public holidays after people, it's because we're trying to remember those people, and those people did something, really good for the community at large. And Charlie Kirk did neither of those things. He was not a resident of the city of Westminster. He was not a resident of Orange County. To my knowledge, I don't even think he's ever even been to the city of Westminster. And the things, and I don't know if any of you guys ever actually listened to his podcast, but I have, because that's the kind of free time that I have. And he very much spoke out against things that what the people of Westminster are for. He was very much misogynistic, bigoted, racist, and he spoke so he was very much a gun advocate. Like, he spoke for more guns at schools to solve gun violence as opposed to having fewer guns in schools, as novel of an idea that is. I'm speaking out against this because Charlie Kirk did nothing for the city of Westminster. And also, just one final point, I found out about this this measure that you guys are voting on just a couple hours ago on Reddit, which is a online social network. And there were literally hundreds of people that were talking about this. And so I might be the only person from that community here tonight, but I think I speak on their behalf for the couple hundred other people from the city of Westminster, saying that we're all very much against this, and this is not something that we're going to forget about when it comes time to vote for your re-election. So please vote no against measures 9.1 and 9.2. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo, followed by Monique Nguyen.
Kính thưa ông thị trưởng và các nghị viên, tôi tên là Gigi Vo. Tôi xin bày tỏ sự ủng hộ của mình đối với nghị trình 9.1. Cộng thêm tên Charlie Kirk vào đường All American Way. Anh đã truyền cảm hứng cho nhiều người trẻ trên khắp cả nước tham gia các hoạt động cộng đồng và góp phần xây dựng cho nước Mỹ. Việc vinh danh anh Charlie tại đây sẽ ghi nhận sự lãnh đạo sáng suốt và tầm quan trọng của đối thoại cởi mở trong đời sống cộng đồng. Dù bạn thuộc đảng phái chính trị nào, chúng ta cũng nên nói chuyện và chia sẻ ý tưởng để có thể hiểu được quan điểm của nhau. Nếu điều đó hợp lý thì thật là tốt. Nếu không, hãy đồng ý chúng ta bất đồng quan điểm. Việc vinh danh anh Charlie Kirk tại đây sẽ gửi đi một thông điệp tích cực rằng thành phố của chúng ta coi trọng tự do, niềm tin đạo đức và sự tham gia vào cộng đồng. Xin ông thị trưởng và hội đồng thành phố xem xét và đề xuất ý nghĩ này. Và tôi cũng xin trình bày nghị trình 9.4. 9.4. Cuộc thi trang trí nhà cửa vào những ngày lễ cuối năm. Cuộc thi nhằm mục đích khuyến khích người dân trang trí nhà cửa cho dịp lễ, tạo ra bầu không khí ấm áp và vui tươi thành phố. Sự kiện này chỉ tăng cường sự tham gia của người dân mà còn hỗ trợ du lịch địa phương và củng cố niềm tự hào của chúng ta. Tôi tin rằng chương trình này hoàn toàn phù hợp với sự cam kết của thành phố trong việc nuôi dưỡng tinh thần cộng đồng và các truyền thống thân thiện với gia đình, cũng giống như lễ hội mùa thu vừa qua mà thành phố đã tổ chức thành công cho cộng đồng chúng ta. Xin cảm ơn Hội đồng thành phố sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ sự sáng kiến và giúp gắn kết cư dân của chúng ta. Xin kính chào.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Gigi Vo. I would like to voice my support for Agenda 9.1, naming a street after Charlie Kirk. He has inspired many young people across the nation to become civically engaged and take part of shaping their communities. Honoring him here would recognize leadership, initiative, and the importance of open dialogue in public life. No matter what political party you are, but we should be able to communicate and share ideas so we can understand each other's point of view. If it makes sense, then it is great. If it's not, let's agree to disagree. Honoring him here would send a positive message that our city value freedom, conviction, and community involvement. Thank you for considering this meaningful dedication. Regarding item 9.4, Holiday Home Decor Contest, the contest aims to encourage residents to decorate their homes for the holiday, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere throughout the city. This event not only enhances community engagement, but also supports local tourism and strengthens civic pride. I believe this event aligns beautifully with the city commitment to fostering community spirit and family-friendly tradition. Just like the successful Phone Festival that the city organized for our community. Thank you for your consideration and continued support of initiatives that bring our residents together.
Our next speaker is Monique Nguyen, followed by Non Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and everyone tonight. I come here today to share my thoughts on a couple of agenda items. Regarding item 5.3, our city has a very valuable resource in the Road Center and its banquet facility. It should be an asset that generates income, not a drain on city resources. With the study of from theater DNA, I hope that whatever decision the council makes today will ensure that this resource continues to serve our community effectively and sustainably. Become an asset, not a liability, through careful management and strategic vision. And regarding item 9.1, the proposal to dedicate a street in honor of Charlie Kirk, I want to express my sincere support for this idea. Charlie Kirk has inspired millions of young people across the country to love their nation, to get involved, and to take responsibility and as active citizens. As the founder of Turning Point USA at just 18 years old, he has encouraged young Americans to recognize that their voice matters, that one person truly can make a difference. Naming a street in his honors would acknowledge his leadership, courage, and lifelong commitment to civic engagement. Even though people may hold different positions, this dedication represents something greater, a shared respect for freedom, faith, and service to the community. I respectfully ask Council to support this proposal so that future generations will be reminded of the power of courage, conviction, and participation. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Non Nguyen, followed by Sendo.
Good evening, Mayor Nguyen and council members. My name is Ngan Nguyen. I'm here tonight to speak about agenda item 9.1, to support naming a street after Charlie Kirk. Charlie has touched the life of so many young people across our nation. He reminded us to love our country, to have courage, and to never be afraid to stand up for whatever religion we believe in. This isn't just about a street sign. It's about honoring the spirit of leadership and service that inspires others to get involved and give back. When people see that name, they will be reminded that one person's voice can make a difference and that caring for our community still matters. I also want to mention about Agenda 9.3, and I support this agenda. As communist refugee, I oppose communism and those who support communism. Our refugee community does not welcome communists or those who are pro-communists, but coming here and provoking and disturbing the peace of our life. Thank you for listening, and thank you for giving thoughtful and consideration to this special recognition. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sun Do, followed by Lap Hua.
Good evening, Mayor Charlie Chi, Proton Mayor Manzo, Nam Quang, also Member Nguyen and city and officer. Thank you so much for opportunity. My name is Sando. I live in Westminster. I'm totally agree with the two ladies, one in black and one just left, for item about the theater and also the item section 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4. I'm used to be a soldier and fought for freedom in Vietnam for 7 years. So I know the value of the freedom. Freedom is not free. We have to fight for it. We have to protect. So Charlie Kirk, that's the symbol of the protect and promote the freedom and fight for freedom. I really admire him. So because I love freedom and the price he paid, that's very, very high for him. So he deserves to be respected and to be honored and to be a good symbol for young generation, because in now and future, we need the freedom in this country. We need someone to fight, to stand for it, to protect. So that's my concern I would like to express to you. So would you take a serious consideration? Thank you, and have a good evening.
Our next speaker is Lap, followed by Camilla. Lap, L-A-P, last name H-W-A. Seeing no one, I'm going to move over to Camilla, followed by Dukno.
Good evening, Council. Oh, how I wish I could come here and talk to you about actual city business. Like, who decided to plant the trees on the Mendez Trail? And speaking of Mendez, I would like to remind the city council, specifically you, Charlie, Mendez v. Westminster School District, 1947, gave way for the Brown v. Board of Education. It took us until, I believe, 2020 to actually even honor the Mendez family in this city. And you, all of a sudden, want to honor Charlie Kirk, a man who never even set foot in this city. And as far as immigration goes and how he felt about you, let me go ahead and quote some things because I want it on the record of what you're trying to honor. America was at its peak when we halted immigration for 40 years and we dropped our foreign-born percentage to its lowest level ever. We should be unafraid to do that. The Charlie Kirk Show, August 22nd, 2025. I would like for you to understand that he is referencing the 1924 Immigration Act, and if he had it his way, you wouldn't be here. Keep that in mind. He also said the American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America becomes less white. The Charlie Kirk Show, March 20th, 2024. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the only person on this dais that fits that, what he believed to be superior, is the city attorney, and I would argue against that. So I ask you, what is it that you're trying to honor? Because you're basically spitting in the face of Sylvia Mendez, who I know you personally gave an award to as you sat on this council. All America Way was named that after the city received an award in 1995. Have you thought about the fiscal impact to businesses, to the Coastline Community College District, and all of the reprinting that they're gonna have to do? What about the cost to the Rose Center? Have you thought of any of this, or did you only think about your political aspirations? And furthermore, you want to honor a gun violence victim when this city has been touched by gun violence. Lest we forget that Orange County, Seal Beach, as a matter of fact, October 12th, 2011, the worst mass shooting, the deadliest mass shooting in Orange County's history. They didn't get honored. There's no street for them. How about the city's own city clerk, Amanda Jensen, July 16th, 2017, shot and killed by police captain from Los Alamitos? What about them, Charlie?
Ms. Oud.
Our next speaker is Duke No, followed by, I don't have a name, it's the chair of the Democratic Club of Westminster. I'll start with Duke No. All right, I'll move over to the chair.
Good evening. The other one? Good evening. The two items that I would like to address on the
Can you
agenda
closer
are
to the mic?
9.1 and 9.2. And I am Louise Larson, the chair of the Democratic Club of Westminster. I could speak to you as a resident of Westminster and tell you how offended I am that you would use bipartisan and nonpartisan tax dollars for a pet partisan project such as honoring Charlie Kirk. But I will talk to you as chair of the Democratic Club and of Westminster. And as the chair of the Democratic Club, I'm going to tell you that this is against our beliefs in America and the Democratic Party, that people should not be judged for who they are. People should be treated with respect and humanity. People should feel like they are included in society, and Charlie Kirk did not make people feel that way. I also do not believe we should take students out of school on a regular school day to honor a person that was so hateful to others. While we are very sorry and mourn his loss, and we would not want anything tragic like that to happen to him or anyone else, we don't feel that we should have to pay money for you to honor somebody who represented these values. I would also like to mention the other agenda item I had, which was that I'm in opposition of having the Ammo Brothers store be so close to a mosque and the Westminster High School. This links into the Charlie Kirk situation. He died from gun violence, and now we have a store that you can see on the 405 that says Ammo Brothers. And this city has allowed it to be within walking distance of a mosque and a high school, our high school, which I believe is dangerous. And I would hate for anybody to have to suffer what people who loved Charlie Kirk have gone through. Therefore, I don't think this is a well-placed store at all. And I sincerely hope you rethink approving it being so close to these populations. As the chair of the Democratic Club of Westminster, I also want to say that we support free speech, but not when it it does not honor inclusion of others and respect for others. And Charlie Kirk did not have any respect for people that were not just like him. So there's a real cognitive disconnect that you would want to use our city's taxpayer dollars for something that clearly is a right-wing pet project and does not speak for all of us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Garcia, followed by Roger Mindrum.
Buenas noches, council people. My name is Daniel Garcia, and I am a lifelong resident of Westminster, residing in the 2nd District right near Liberty Skate Park. I am here today because I believe deeply in civil rights, and I am concerned for the direction of our community. I'm speaking today to respectfully but firmly voice my strong opposition to the proposed resolutions 9.1, 9.2. to rename a portion of All-American Way to Charlie Kirk Way and to designate October 14th as Charlie Kirk Day. While I recognize the intention behind honoring the recently deceased, this council has a profound responsibility to ensure that public honors are reserved for individuals who have made demonstrable, nonpartisan, and unifying contributions to our city. Westminster's history is rich with authentic local heroes, figures who have direct and lasting impact, such as the families involved in the landmark Mendez versus Westminster case, which is foundational to our city's role in civil rights. The Civil Rights Act, which grew from that very struggle, protected many of our immigrant communities from discrimination in workplace, education, and our right to vote. Mr. Kirk, however, is a national figure whose connection to our city is at best nominal. Chiquito, little, none. He did not reside here, build his organization here, or lead any significant long-term civic projects in Westminster. The renaming of All-American Way is especially concerning because the current name is a unifying statement. All-American Way is a universally positive, inclusive, and patriotic designation. It perfectly encompasses the diverse, successful immigrant story of our city, particularly that of Little Saigon, and speaks to our core identity. Replacing this universally appreciated name with that of a partisan figure diminishes the original unifying message and politicizes a public aspect. I was a kid, nearly a teen, when Liberty Park and Freedom Park were built. I know what local commitment looks like. I urge City Council to reject these proposed resolutions, and instead I ask Council to establish a clear nonpartisan policy for public honors, a policy that prioritizes direct measurable contribution to the City of Westminster and unifying figures who can be celebrated by our entire community, not just one side. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Roger Mindrum, followed by Kimberly Ho.
Good evening, Roger Mindrum, resident of Westminster. I didn't get a packet because it looks like there wasn't enough printed for everyone, so just starting out with the subject of the Rose Center. I really appreciate everything that everyone does within the Rose Center. I've attended quite a few shows there, and I plan on going to more because they're just so incredible on their talent and quality, and you can just see the joy in everyone that is either on stage or support. So Mr. Tim Nelson and Mr. Aniceto, who's one of the actors, big fan of now since I've seen him in the last couple of shows, and he's going to be in the next one also. Ms. Diana Carey, thank you for everything you've done for the city and the community. I think it's quite disrespectful, Mr. Mayor, of how you've treated her tonight. Let people finish their sentence. That's just such a horrible look on you, but that's who you are. Regarding the renaming of the street signs, I'm not going to say anything negative about Charlie Kirk. I've actually been a fan of his since probably when he was in his early 20s and he first got started. I've been following him. But I understand that a lot of people don't, whether they take things out of context, like so many people have done since his untimely death. But even if the people do understand everything that he had to say and his beliefs and what he did, it is still divisive. Not only that it's divisive, and you can hear the people tonight, that I have to respect even the people that I don't agree with, some of the people I know, some of the people I consider friends that are on the opposite side of politics, but I respect them and I respect their point of view, and I think you should too. And as much of, it really just, not only that, but the cost of it is just irresponsible to the community and the finances of the city. And even what money was already spent on preparing for this and any money that would be spent, it's just a really bad look all around. And I'll urge you to vote no on that whole subject. And then on the subject of I don't have a packet here, but whatever you're doing on communism, you think you're going to keep people out of the city because they're communists? You can't keep anybody out of the city. What are you going to do? I'm curious on what your conversation of this is going to be, because it's just ridiculous. This is America. Everyone is entitled to be here no matter what your political views are. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kimberly Ho, followed by Nat Lynn.
Good evening. Maybe I should take my heels off. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, fellow residents and friends. My name is Kimberly Ho. As a proud longtime resident and former member of this council, I'm truly grateful to stand before you tonight. It's wonderful to see so many familiar faces. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the important issue. The proposed redesignation of the street name signs honoring Charlie Kirk on All-American Way between Westminster Boulevard and 13th Street. Before we consider any changes, I want to reflect on the meaning of All-American Way. I remember the excitement of 1996, when Westminster received the All-American City Award from National Civic League. The council then named the street in that spirit because it winds through the Civic Center toward Vietnam War Memorial at Sid Goldstein Freedom Park, where sacrifices is honored. The All-American Way isn't just a directional marker. It's a symbol of who we are. It reflects Westminster American story, one shaped by resilience, diversity, and quiet triumphs. Tonight, I speak with a heavy heart in urging the council to reconsider the change. In a city where more than 40% of residents share Vietnamese heritage, where the legacy of Mendez versus Westminster, as I heard someone mention earlier, still guides our pursuit of equity, renaming or overlaying the street risks diminishing a piece of our collective history. Adding a second street name beneath All-American Way also creates practical concerns, confusion for residents, visitors alike. But what's more important is that we should preserve the symbolic power of a single name. A standalone name carries more weight, clarity, and dignity than a layered name. Adding a second name simply dilutes that power and keeping that consistency with our civic identity and branding. Furthermore, our shared legacy matters. To alter it now, especially at a moment when local outlets like the Orange County Tribune have already amplified this debate, could unintentionally send a message that our history is negotiable, when it should remain our foundation.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Unfortunately,
Your time is
thank
up.
you. I ran out of time. Thank you very
Our next speaker is Nat Lynn, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Lấy cái phone này. Thôi được rồi. Được rồi. Xin chào thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và các đồng viện trong thành phố. Tôi tên là Nhật Linh, là một cư dân của thành phố. Thường thì tôi rất ít khi đến các cuộc họp của hội đồng. Tôi đặt niềm tin ở các vị dân cử và các chuyên viên, nhân viên của thành phố. Tôi tin các vị sẽ có lương tâm của một dân cử, một viên chức chính phủ. Chỉ có những trường hợp cụ thể cần có tiếng nói của cư dân thì tôi mới đến phát biểu ý kiến, làm phiền quý vị. Hôm nay tôi xin bày tỏ ý kiến các mục sau. Xin các vị hãy đồng thuận đặt tên đường All American Charlie Kirk Way. Xin hãy gạt ra ngoài ý niệm đảng phái. Hãy nhìn vào cái chết oan uổng của một người trẻ, một tinh thần yêu nước nồng nàn, một con người biết sống thuận theo ý Chúa, kính Chúa, yêu cha mẹ, vợ con rất mực, nhận thức rõ vai trò công dân, dũng cảm dấn thân, xông pha thẳng thắn góp ý kiến và phản biện lớp trẻ để cùng nhau đưa ra một lý tưởng sống cho Tổ quốc. Có thể nói vì những kẻ làm chính trị dơ bẩn đã dẫn đến cái chết đau thương của Charlie Kirk. Với tình thương yêu và nỗi tiếc thương của bao nhiêu người dành cho ông, Charlie Kirk xứng đáng có tên trên bảng tên đường như một sự tưởng nhớ và làm mẫu cho cách sống vì Tổ quốc của lớp trẻ. Rồi. Dạ. Mời chị đọc cái này đi. Chị đọc cái phần Charlie Kirk thôi. Đây này, qua đây này, qua đây này. Đọc cái phần Charlie Kirk thôi nha.
Phần Charlie Kirk thôi à?
Này, ok, rồi đó.
Hello, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and colleague. Hello, everyone. I am Yat Ling, a resident of the city. Normally, I rarely attend meeting in the city council. I put my trust in the elected official, expert, and city staff. I believe you will have the conscience of an elected citizen, a government official. Only in specific cases, when the voice of the people is needed, will I come to express my opinion. Bothering you. Today, I would like to present my opinion on the following item. I would like you to agree to name the street on American Charlie Kirk Way. Please put aside the notions of party affiliation. Look at the unjust death of a young man with a passionate, patriotic spirit, a man who knew how to live according to God's will, respected God, loved his parents, wife, and children very much, clearly understood the role of a citizen, bravely committed, rushed forward, contribute opinion and criticism to the young generation, to together come up with an ideal life for the fatherland. It can be said that because of the painful politician, it led to the painful death of Charlie Kirk. With the love and regret of so many people for him, Charlie Kirk deserved to have his name on the street board as a memorial and model for the way of living for the fatherland, for the young generation.
Xin cảm ơn.
Our final speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, items 3.1 and 3.2. I sent emails with corrections and questions. 3.3 and 3.4, I did my best to get these ordinances corrected. You're welcome. 3.5, congrats on the $256,000 grant to help reduce gun violence and enhance public safety. 3.7, crime is down. Rape and arson is up only due to reporting and classification changes. 3.8, if only more unhoused people would accept help. Just 28 referrals from 473 outreach visits. 3.9, the Public Works Right-of-Way Program replaces the now defunct Community Preservation Unit, but they're still cleaning up our city. 3.10, congrats on the last $2.8 million from OCTA, bringing the final total to $7.3 million. Let's hope this gets the punch list items done. 3.12, listen up. It's not uncommon for municipalities to subsidize local theaters to foster access to the arts for their residents, enhancing their quality of life. The city shouldn't try to profit directly from the theater by nickeling and diming them to death. 3.13, how much of the substantial delay in the RFP process caused by an initial lowballed estimate and too wide of a project scope by the city engineer cost the city due to increased project costs now? 3.14, a utility easement quitclaim deed is on the consent calendar is okay, but the sale of parcel of public parkland, Liberty Park, is not. The city recently paid for an appraisal of the Liberty Park parcel. For what purpose? 5.1, staff deserves a big round of applause for another successful fall festival event. Even with attendance down, revenues covered expenses except for about $41,000 in staff time versus $34,500 last year. 5.2, approve this operating agreement which will pour $13.1 million into our city coffers over the next 30 years. 5.3, this is a formality to receive and file the Theater DNA's Rose Center study and recommendations already presented and discussed at the October 15th study session that Council Member West arrived an hour late for and just showed up now. 6.1, this is unnecessary. Whose idea is this? The staff report states that staff research other cities, how they handle similar requests, but there includes nothing from that research except Huntington Beach's Mayor Spotlight program. Where's the rest? We sure as hell aren't Huntington Beach, thank God, and they have a rotational mayor, so apples to oranges. The mayor's exception is still in our policy, so vote no. Section 9, the bullshit items from council members. Yes to 9.4, but hell no to 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. Charlie Kirk was a right-wing religious activist who did nothing to benefit our city. Read the handouts I gave you with Kirk's racist and discriminatory remarks. Honoring him just further divides our community along race, partisan, and religious lines, so just stop. You're adjourned a meeting in his honor already. That's enough. I'm a nonpartisan, non-religious activist in Westminster. I work hard every single day to benefit our city and its residents. Where are my street signs? How about my birthday, July 14th, is Terry Raines Day? I'm joking, of course, but it would make more sense to rename streets and honor someone who actually contributed to our city and all its residents versus the divisive Kirk or random historical figures from Vietnam. It's time to add street name signs to the 2009 street naming facilities name. Stop the campaign bullshit.
Your time is up.
Mayor, we have no further speakers.
All right, thank you very much. I know that, we hear you. We hear your opinions. I mean, you are entitled to your opinions, but there are people, they have their own opinions too. So we have to respect each other in terms of, related to the issues that we are having in front of us. So with that, I will close the items right now. I will close the oral communication for the concerning agenda items, and we'll move on with the consent calendar. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific item be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussions. So this time, I would like to pull item 3.7, 3.8, and 3.12 for further discussion. Anything else from the council?
Yes, Mayor. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I would like to pull item 3.9,
3.9,
3.10, and 3.13.
3.13. Anything else? Okay, is there a motion to approve the rest of the items?
Motion to approve.
Point 12.
I'm not sure, did we point
you have 3.12?
12 already removed.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
Not remove, but approve. Okay, so is there a motion? I believe that we have the motion, right, from Councilmember Nam Quang Nguyen?
I
Did you
second.
move?
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have motion and the second to approve the rest of the item. So it will be except for 3.8, 3.7, 3.8, 3.12, including 3.9, 3.10, and 3.13.
I'm sorry, and the second was, I have a motion by Nam Kwan and second.
And seconded by Vice Mayor Manzo.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion made by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to approve the consent calendar with agenda item numbers 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.12, and 3.13, pulled for separate discussion. I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
3.7, City of Westminster crime statistic, a comparison between 2024 and 2025 third quarter reports. For the reason that I pull this item is because I want to make sure that our public safety always inform the residents as well as the city council and staff of the condition of our city where we are in terms of crime or in terms of public safety. So at this time, I would like to ask for a staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. While the city clerk pulls up a relevant slide, I'll go ahead and get started. These are the crime statistics for the third quarter. We compared the third quarter of this year with the third quarter of last year. I'm happy to report there's been a decrease in crime at approximately 18%. That does follow national trends right now, so we're not unique in that decrease in crime. We did have a few categories, luckily not overall, but a few categories that on the chart when it's up there, you'll see does seem to be a spike. As discussed in prior meetings with the council on our crime statistics and the nationally us moving over to a different reporting system, there will be these spikes. So the two red areas you see on both arson and rape are due to our reporting systems. And the reasons are specified in the staff report. I open myself up to any questions you might have.
I can see significant reduction in terms of the crime statistic, but except for the rape and also arson, that, you know, we can see that it doubled 100%. So did you have any chance to find out why it is? And do you have any, have you considered any measure to take care of it?
Yes, so under the former way that we kept records, and again, this is dictated to us by the federal government, it was called UCR, the Uniform Crime Reporting, and that would take an incident, and only one stat would come from that incident. For example, if you had, in this case, a rape, and there was also subsequent crimes to it, like maybe they robbed the person as well, maybe they committed a different type of an assault and then stole something, that incident, we would just take, with these guidelines under UCR, we would take the most serious crime, and that's the only stat it would get. Under the new reporting system, which is called NIBRS, we stat each and every crime. So instead of that incident having one statistic for the most serious crime, we have to count all the lesser crimes too. And that messes up our statistics when we compare them with 2024 to 2025. Now, the nice thing is these statistics will fix themselves as time goes on, and we're comparing NIBRS with NIBRS instead of NIBRS with UCR. I hope that makes sense, and if it doesn't, we have our crime analyst here that can actually take technical questions on that.
Yeah, it makes sense, and thank you very much for considering that. Is there anything else from the council here?
Yes, Mr.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Excuse me. So Chief, thank you for reporting, that there's decrease in many other areas except for two. Guess my question is, for those last two spike in the reporting, is it due to the reduced police presence in the city? Is that what it is, the cause for the spike on those two areas?
No, it is not.
Okay. And then are there certain demographic or socioeconomic factors that contribute to this spike?
To our knowledge, there's no correlation that we know of.
Okay. And how has recent laws or reform, you mentioned briefly on it, such as early release program or no cash bail, affect the crime rates that's shown here?
I can't say it's tied to any specific events. I think on that question, I might have to defer that one to the crime analyst, who's much more of an expert in this field than I am. I'd like to introduce our crime analyst, who is a resident expert in this field,
That's awesome. Thank you.
to the podium.
Good evening. Could you please repeat the question, Councilwoman Van West?
Yeah, absolutely. So how is the recent laws or reforms such as early release programs or no cash bail affect these crime rates that we see?
So the increases with the rapes and the arsons, I read every one of those reports, and there's no indication that those have affected the crimes. The only change in laws is the arson, which includes, incorporates even the flicking of a cigarette that incites a fire in the garbage can. Now that is counted. Before it was intentional setting of fires. So that explains the increase in the arsons.
I see. So basically what I'm hearing is that the data you guys are collecting versus the actual crime, right? That's intentional. So it's just a data that you guys collecting on this database
It's
of
more
anything that's
inclusive now.
arsenal. Yeah.
Yes, for the arsons.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Chief, I really appreciate your department, keeping our cities safe and your basically speed light in getting to the destination of the crime or an incident under 4, I believe, or under 5. So it's phenomenal, and we really appreciate your guys' effort in that and delivering that for the city.
Thank you, and thank you to our crime analyst for answering those questions as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I have
Okay.
one
Yes,
question.
please.
Chief, thank you for your report and all your hard work, and thank you for the analyst. Is it next year when we're going to start being able to compare numbers with numbers, or is it longer than that? Or next year?
We think it'll be next year.
Next year?
I know there's some carryovers. Many cities and many police chiefs that I speak to are struggling with comparing apples to oranges right now, and this is coming up at many city councils because it's not a clean comparison. So we're hoping next year we should be past this.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right. With that, I move to approve the item.
Second it?
Motion and second on the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to receive and file. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
3.8, City of Westminster Homeless Outreach 2025 third quarter report. I know that you've been working hard, and I've been visiting different sites, and we have the positive result on that. So I appreciate that, but I would like to hear from you, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I have to agree with you. Our HLO, Homeless Liaison Officer staff, are working very, very diligently on homeless-related issues throughout our community. Very, very hard-working unit for our city. In this quarter, and I want to emphasize quarter, they conducted 473, actually over 473 outreach visits to known encampments and high-need areas. That's a lot. And I want to remind the council that this is a 5-officer unit with 2 dedicated caseworkers and 1 sergeant. So it's not like 50 officers working this. And in that quarter, that was their workload. That's a tremendous amount. In fact, the CM comments to council, there's an outreach program, I'll remind everyone, tomorrow morning, right out here in the parking lot, that they're meeting with the public and business owners and whatnot to educate them on that. Some statistics for, again, just this quarter, they did 28 referrals where they're getting people into housing or drug treatment, alcohol treatment programs, and really trying to solve those issues other than incarceration. Proud of them for doing that, proud of them for thinking out of the box, proud of them to get that many people into those programs in just 1 quarter. There were 116 arrests made. I want to emphasize that that was after services are offered. They try to get them into programs. If they just won't go, we use arrests as a last resort, and unfortunately, they do have to use that frequently. They also wrote 70 citations. They contacted 28 businesses, and they cleared 34 encampments, which do pose a public health issue for us. In fact, they were out there, was it today or yesterday, in one of the drainage canals that we often get complaints on, and I know practically every member of council has contacted me on at one time or another on what we can do with those areas. Most are county, but we do get involved in some of those, and they did a tremendous effort this week on one of them. And items of interest was sent out today to council with pictures on before and after in that area. Going to our facility where we house the CCNC, our bed count, we currently have 20 homeless residents, if you will, in beds at our navigation facility. There's a total of 22 beds, so we have 2 open beds. Our sergeant at arms happens to be the sergeant in charge of the HLO unit. He's assured me those beds will probably get filled this week, probably after tomorrow's event. So we're at maximum capacity, so it's good that we have that navigation center. And with that, I'm open to any questions you might have on this matter.
Yeah, looking at the third quarter statistic 2025 report with the numbers right there, I can tell you that you've been working hard, your department working really hard to get that you'll clean up or help with the homeless people. So, you know, on behalf of the city council and city staff, I want to thank you for take charge in getting that done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would like to, you know, if we're throwing thank yous out there, I would like to add that, especially with the homeless situation, we get tremendous support from not only the city manager's office, but also the Public Works Department and the Community Development Department.
All right, thank you. Is there anything from the council here?
I have a question for the chief.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, again for your report. On the 28 businesses contacted, did those folks sign on to the letter that allows our PD to, you know, enforce no trespassing on their property?
That's a good question. So the business signing up for trespass letters, which authorize police to enforce trespassing and other laws on their property, was recently changed. We had a tremendous amount of trespass letters on file with us, allowing us to take police action on private property. However, the state recently did change the law regarding that to where those trespass letters have to be notarized, and we police can't be the ones notarizing them. So it made it very difficult on the business owner.
How do you go about doing that?
It makes it difficult, but we do. And for that question, I'm going to call our very own Sergeant at Arms, Sergeant Kent, who runs our HLO unit, who has that information. Right, Sergeant Kent?
Welcome.
Good evening. So as for the business context, that's specifically referring to businesses receiving and filing trespass authorization forms with the police department. So those are the completed forms where our homeless liaison officers have gone out, made contact, provided these forms to these business owners. They complete it and have it notarized, and they turn it back into us. We file that form, and we keep it on file for up to 1 year.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything else from the council?
Yes,
Okay,
thank
go ahead.
you. So Chief, which metric improve the most and which area decline as a quarter, the third quarter and the second quarter that you notice?
Councilwoman, can you just, what metric, which category are you speaking of?
Basically, with this third quarter, which metric improved the most that you notice? And then which area decline that may be opportunity for improvement in the next quarter?
So I'm going to have to say most stayed the same. We do have 2 openings in our beds at the Navigation Center. I believe the last quarter we didn't have any. So I would say, I don't know if I'd look at that as an improvement or which way to go on that. But we do have 2 beds that, again, will probably get filled here pretty quickly. And last time we did the quarterly updates, we didn't have any available beds.
Okay. And how long can they stay there for? Are there a time frame?
As far as the shelter goes, I don't know the exact time limit. Usually the shelter is a temporary placement until we can get them more of a official long-term housing, apartment, condo, etc. Most people that go in there receive help with rehabilitation from drugs and other things. It's a temporary position, but there have been times where people have been there for up to close to a year before they can receive housing.
Okay. Thank you. And then for 70 citation that I saw on the record here, 70 citation to the homeless or to criminals or?
Yeah, those are actually criminal citations, and there's a wide variety of them, from trespass to possession of narcotics and nuisance crimes as well.
And how successful are those citations? Do they come and pay for it, or do they show up?
Most of those citations are issued, and to be frank, a lot of them go to what's called a warrant, where people fail to pay for it, fail to show up to court, and then later they'll have to be placed under arrest for that warrant, which actually correlates with the arrests. Most of the arrests that are shown on our third quarter stats are related to warrants, where people fail to adhere to the law.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate that.
All right, move to approve the item 3.8.
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West. This is to receive and file. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
3.9, update on City of Westminster Public Works Department right-of-way program. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight, staff would like to provide an overview of the newly created program. We call it Right-of-Way Program, short for ROW. With this program, Public Works Department can effectively and proactively to address the issue with abandoned bulky items and debris in the public right-of-way. With me tonight, I have Vinny Huante. He is the Public Works Supervisor in charge of Parks Divisions, and he will go over the program. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
It's not on.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Vincent Huante. I am Public Works Supervisor, Parks Division. Public Works tonight would like to update you, the City Council, on how we are providing services for bulky and abandoned items in public right-of-way areas. A little bit of background on how we got this program established. with this group as we brought them over into Public Works, the right-of-way, or as we like to call them, the road crew, which was formerly known as Community Preservation Unit, CPU, was streamlined to Public Works as of July of this year. The crew consists of 7 employees. Their duties are related to CPU's efforts that were absorbed by the Public Works Department and Code Enforcement Division. Most staff members from the dissolved CPU division were reassigned to the Public Works Department, which is my Parks Division. We provide 7-day coverage throughout the city, and the row program, like I said, consists of 7-day-a-week coverage with 7 employees. Some of the job duties that row does. The row program's primary focus is to eliminate blight by removing abandoned items in the public right-of-way and properly addressing homeless encampments. We remove and clean discarded or illegally dumped items and debris in the public right-of-ways, alleys, and hotspots. We regularly inspect residential streets in each council district for discarded trash and abandoned items, and we work closely with PD's homeless outreach, cleaning up homeless encampments. Some of the results. Since we implemented logging and generating work orders in the field, we have reduced the number of reports from residents through the city app and direct calls to Public Works. As of July, during the kickoff to our row program, we completed 109 work orders that were given through either the city app or direct phone calls to Public Works. In August, this is when we started generating proactive work orders in the field. So this is the row crew actually taking a tablet out there, and we go out there and we take pictures of everything, and then we create the work order right then and there. So that number has jumped significantly to 238 work orders completed. In September, we completed 145 work orders, and in October, we did 129. So you're seeing a pattern of it going real high in August because we started that program to now we're being on top of it. So you're seeing the pattern of the numbers dropping. We see a drop in these work orders since row staff are continually patrolling and generating work orders themselves. Since we are constantly patrolling and picking up items, our numbers are lower than when we first started. As of today, 68% of work orders are generated by the row staff, which leaves 32% reported by the public. During a 4-month period, row has picked up approximately 29 tons of abandoned and discarded items. As of October, row staff has collected the following bulky items, and these are just the bigger bulky items that I'm giving you today. We picked up 61 couches that include sectionals, love seats, and full size, 51 desks and cabinets, 21 refrigerators, which were single or double door, 80 chairs, which were dining or reclining, 40 shopping carts, 18 tables, 90 mattresses, which were twin, full, queen, or king, 24 TVs, 8 washers, 3 dryers, and 5 toilets. These figures exclude other items located on private property that have been cleared by the property owners while collaborating with the row team. Here are some of the items that have been collected and how the trucks look. The subject report provides an update of row's program activities as a result, highlighting its overall effectiveness. We recommend tonight that recommend action is to receive and file the report, and staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your hard work there, but would you please take us back to slide number 5?
Yes.
All right. What I see is right there in front of, probably in front of the house in the alley, not the back alley, but the front here. What I'm saying is that I believe that there is also a share workload with the Midway City Sanitary District. For the items that on the back island alley, then we are responsible for that, or the item that you're laying around. But for the front here, we can always talk to the residents and have them call Midway City Sanitary District, and and then deliver it out on the day that they are, trash day, their trash day. then the city of, I mean, the Midway City Sanitary District, they are going to take it away then we don't have to do that. I'm not trying to, give the, the workload to the Midway City, but I understand they are responsible for part of their, the workload, and then we can, leverage that. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a good point. We, for a long time, we've been doing that. We've been contacting the property owners adjacent or in, the items in front of those properties. Majority of the time, they refuse it's not theirs. They claim it's illegal dumping right in front of their property. So that's the reason why, if they've not been scheduled with Midway City Sand District for pickup, we have to pick them up.
And tomorrow we'll be educating them too as well, Mayor. We were asked to join the HOL team to help, we got Midway City gave us some flyers to pass out too, so we'll be passing those out as well.
All right, thank you very much. Now I can understand why. Okay.
I have a couple of questions.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, on that topic, a while back ago, I had contacted members of the Midway City Sand District, and then also one of the previous manager, and was asking because I see residents, according to them, they don't know, so they put bulky items out at the trash day, and Midway, they can't take them. So I had asked them, Midway, if they can tag them and put some sort of tag on the item saying with instructions of, the phone number and all that, but I was told that takes too long, it takes 12 seconds, and we can't afford 12 seconds. That's what I was told. So that had a big problem with that, because then we're responsible for it. Questions on patrolling, or I guess let me go back. So you mentioned that you take a work order. So you take a work order, and then somebody else comes back later to address that work order, or is it picked up that same?
So how it works now in the field, we've issued tablets to our row guys. So they'll go to a site, they'll take pictures of what it is, they'll generate the work order, they'll pick it up and take it away.
Okay.
So we're on site right now, so we cut the middleman out.
Yeah.
So it's actually beneficial for all of us, and then it goes back to me, and I get all the emails that come through. So it's kind of a chain.
We don't do a work order, then somebody else comes back a different day and picks it up.
You can if it's through the website.
No, like your team, like the 7 team members, they don't generate the work order, then come back a different day.
No, they got to do it right then and there. That's how they're trained.
Okay.
Right then and there.
Good. And they're also, what about patrolling? Are they constantly
Yeah,
patrolling?
so how it works is each week we try to focus on one district because there's so many spots. Hot spots are alleyways. We try to really get the alleyways or there's normal spots where we see illegal dumping. That's what we try to patrol every single day because no matter what, every day something gets done.
All right. What other questions I have? Work orders. Oh, you said hotspots, and I've seen some of these are, I personally seen a lot on the same property, and typically it's like a multifamily building. Do we make sure that we contact the property owner and put some pressure on the property owner to make sure that he's instructing their tenants not to be putting those items on do we do that?
Yeah, so we work really closely with code enforcement as well and taking photos. So if it becomes a habit spot that we like to call a hotspot, we take photos of it and then we'll send an email back, and we're all on this email chain between each other to let us know, and then code enforcement keeps an eye on it.
Yeah, because I think sometimes they would think, oh, that's just what you do, just put it out there and that's the process. But no, we had to contact them, say to let their tenants know not to keep doing that, to call the phone number and do it that way.
That's what.
Okay. All right, that's all I got. Thank you very much for your hard work, and I think so. Tell me the things that you're in charge of, because it seems like it's too many to me.
It's good.
You want a motion?
All right, I'll make a motion to receive and file. Thank you.
Second.
I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What specific outcome is the right-of-way cleanup program intended to achieve, and how are those measured?
So the CPU before would help with cleaning up encampments and cleaning up bulky items, right? So what we're really focused on is all the abandoned items that are throughout the city. We like to keep the city clean. We got 7 guys who go around and they do a really great job of keeping the city clean. I mean, the numbers speak for itself. So we have seen those numbers significantly drop. So as long as we keep that up, I think the community will be happy and council will be happy so that we don't have discarded items out there.
Exactly. I appreciate that. And what baseline data do we have on current conditions to compare against future improvements?
Could you repeat that again one more time?
So what baseline data do we have on current conditions to compare against the future improvements?
So so this is probably the baseline data for this quarter. So in quarterly, I would like to present you guys quarterly each an update on how our staff is doing. In theory, the numbers should be dropping lower because we're on top of it more, right? So I think this is a good base. As you can see, how many tons. So you'll get a quarterly update about how much tonnage we pick up in those 3 months. Does that make that help?
Okay, and then you take it to the waste.
Well, we do
area.
all that. We get everything, the pictures, the tonnage, and then we take care of that on our end, and then it goes out. It gets shipped
Got
out.
it. Okay. And then how will we know if the program is actually reducing the blight, improving safety, or increasing community satisfaction? I know that you're talking about all of this thing that you want to reduce blight, but how is the program that you have right now in place help reducing that?
I think it's keeping the streets cleaner for us. We're allowing in certain specific locations where street sweeping was having an issue. We're actually have a lot of our hot spots that are being cleared out now continually. And it's cutting down the bulky items within the city. And I think that's the main focus, is that nobody wants an eyesore on their property, right? So that's what we're there for, is to get that out.
Yeah, and I think you guys are doing a great job in District 1
Thank you.
because we don't have much of the complaint, but here and there we have, a complaint, but besides that, it's pretty good. I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have another question, or a request, I should say, maybe for your next time. Can you, along with your data in a map version, because I've seen them maybe, put dots on maybe hotspots where this is happening, so we know, or for you guys as well,
Yeah.
So, but can we bring that to council to show us as well?
Absolutely. We'll create a hotspot map for you, and then we'll even do a comparison of data where you can see it in a tablet.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay?
Yes, Councilmember Mark Nguyen.
Yeah, I just want to ask, thanks for the update, but is there a plan to expand the scope of the road program in the future to include, for example, cleaning up some of the streets in terms of trash on some of the main streets that I often see?
So what's really awesome lately is in a high wind, if you guys noticed, sometimes when the palm fronds go down or is trash in the street somewhere, our guys have actually been doing that. We've actually been picking up, like before sweep day or like that, going into each district. We have actually the guys have took it upon themselves to get all that stuff before street sweeping day. And we actually do some sidewalk blowing, which we're starting to incorporate in that as well. So we're slowly but surely getting there, but we're getting there. So that will be something in the future that we present to you as well.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I have to say this. This is my 7th year here. But recent years, I can see that a lot of effort put into, getting the workforce, them for the city. And I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate of the leadership and each department that they actually step up and do a lot of work for the cities. I don't have to say this. You probably, if you are around, you will see that, and the report from today, the statistic that from each department that they, from Public Works, from PDs, we can see that, and from the homeless. I, again, appreciate for your work, for your hard work, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so is there a motion? I think we have the motion and second on the floor, right?
Yes, I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by Mayor Nguyen. This is to receive and file the report. I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
3.12, continue from the September 10, 2025 meeting. First amendment for the theater operation and cultural programming of the Rose Center with the Friends of RB Center, DBA Friends of the Rose Center Theater, a California nonprofit 501c3 corporation. I was the one who pulled up this item.
Mayor, I think we skipped item 3.10.
Yes, we pulled item 3.10.
Did we talk about, well, I check market, so that's why I skipped that, sorry about that. So let's go back to 3.10. Well, for some reason, I checked that, marked that. Amendment number 9 to cooperative agreement number C-3-3615 between Orange County Transportation Authority, OCTA, and the City of Westminster for the I-405 improvement projects. So stop, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize for the delay. My name is Adolfo Zayda. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and it's my pleasure to present the final, and I stress final, because this has been a 20-year endeavor. It's the final cooperative agreement for the 405 improvement project. A lot of key features to talk about. It was a $2 billion project. At one point, it was the largest infrastructure project in the state of California. And we in Westminster were the most impacted city along the corridor, followed by Fountain Valley. But if we really look back to 2005, we were under construction with the 22. Shortly thereafter, we were under construction with the West County Connectors Project, which was on the west side of town. And then we began construction on the 405. So District 1 folks have been under construction for 20 years. So it's not lost to me personally that they have gone through a lot, and I just want to thank them for their patience. But we have a lot of exciting things to talk about in this presentation. 18 bridges were replaced. 12 of those bridges are in Westminster. Interchanges, ramp configurations with the ramps, and the interchanges came new traffic signals. We had one of probably the last off-ramps that was stop controlled in the county, so we were able to clean that up. And then property impacts, we had construction happening in the backyard of residents. We had people that lost tiny little slivers of their backyards, but were compensated for that impact. And we also had tremendous utility relocations. Originally, the project was not going to relocate water lines along the freeway. Those are going to be the responsibility of the different agencies. That would have been millions of dollars, and we were able to negotiate all of those utility relocations to be done as part of the project. It's one of the reasons the project went from $1.2 billion to $2 billion by the time we were completed with the project. Here's the corridor. We're all very familiar with that. The original freeway project did not allow us to widen the freeway without demolishing the bridges, which is why we had to demolish so many bridges as part of the project. Some key milestones, I won't talk about all of them, but I will go back to the first one. Mid-April of 2005 is the first time that OCTA came to the city of Westminster and presented us with 19 possible alternatives for the freeway project. One of them was a double-decker freeway. Another one had buses in the middle. Another one had a future light rail in the middle. And the most impactful alternative would have eliminated hundreds of homes, mainly in District 1, and many businesses along the corridor. So I do want to thank the current council, the council members, all the way back to 2005. I came before different council bodies over the years, and never did we have a different vote. Everybody was unanimous, supporting quality of life in the community, and that is what the staff was committed to do. So for me personally, I've been on this project since day one. My first day on the job, I attended the town hall meeting, and I came back for day two, right? So we completed the project December 1st of 2023. That's when all lanes and bridges opened. When you deal with milestone, big projects like this, mega projects, the main metric is, did we have worker safety? We were able to build this project, never close the freeway, never closed the street completely. We kept traffic moving, and we were proud that not a single worker there were no fatalities on this project. That's really the biggest metric for a successful project of this magnitude. This is the old Springdale Bridge. Later on, I'll show you a picture of the new and improved. The bridges needed to come down. They came down in the middle of the night. I did host different council members at these, we called them parties, as we were out there watching the demolition crew. Keep in mind that as these freeways were being demolished, all freeway traffic was diverted onto city streets. So we did have a lot of detour routes in the city, and that goes into the next topics related to compensation. Here's some more pictures that I took during some of those bridge demos. Our workers, our City of Westminster Public Works staff, not only did we have engineers that worked on the project, let me take a step back. Every single person in the city worked on this project. City Attorney's Office, planners, City Manager's Office, we had notaries, we had engineers, planners, and when it came to touching our precious utilities, our Public Works yard employees were out there, sometimes at night, as you can see here, when things went wrong or when the contractor got confused, we were out there to point them in the right direction, because the thing with local government is that if you do have a continuity of staff, nobody knows the infrastructure as well as your dedicated employees. So these folks in this slide are Public Works yard employees. Talked a little bit about the opportunity, so I won't spend too much time on that. Just show some images. Widened freeways, new ramps, widened intersections, and everything underground got replaced. The freeways themselves were close to 60, 70 years old. They did not meet the latest seismic standards, so now we have wider bridges, seismically retrofitted, constructed to the newest standards, safer bridges, pedestrian walkways on both sides of the bridges. Some bridges, the old bridges only had sidewalk on one side. So we really took a more holistic approach, and we designed and worked on this freeway project to ensure that everybody is served, not just the motorists that are driving through town. Skip through these here, more locations where we got improvements. Margie Rice Park is a location where we were able to widen the park. So we actually increased park size in the city on this project, which most people would think a widening of a freeway project would eliminate park space. We actually were able to cover a drainage area and create more green space for the public. We acquired a park that had been leased to us. Cascade Park here on the bottom right was a Caltrans property, and during the course of the project, we negotiated a purchase of that property at a very, very good price. So again, we increased park space in the city as a part of a freeway project. That's never really happens on projects of this magnitude. Sound walls were not included originally on the project. We fought hard for sound walls. In the past, members, residents in District 1 in particular, could be in their community and see the top part of big rigs driving by. You could sometimes see the driver, right? Depending on where you were located in the community. These walls were built to the right, to the appropriate size to address sight intrusion and sound intrusion as well. So a lot of credit there. Some sound walls were not included as part of the project, and we fought with community members. We fought alongside community members and worked with OCTA to build walls that were never intended to be built in the first place. We were able to correct some of these oversights during the course of the project. So that's the new picture there of the Springdale Bridge that I mentioned earlier. The landscaping is nicer, it's easier to maintain, and it is a part of an overall landscaping plan for the entire corridor. 20 years ago, we started working on what art would look like along the corridor, what the walls would look like, and what the landscaping would look like. And we do have a uniform look along the corridor. That's something that all the corridor cities wanted. They wanted people to notice that they were driving through Orange County and, from point A to point B and enjoy the drive and be interested in understanding what streets they were going through. I had a big part in making sure that every bridge actually has the name of the street on it, so as you're driving by, you can do a mental note and understand what part of the county you're in. And here's really the summary of all expenses. The promise to the community was that it wasn't going to cost us anything. And I recall the council members in 2005 that really focused us on making sure that this project also bleeds into the community and not just focuses the money on the freeway, but also adjacent in our city. So the first bullet, approximately 9.4 million in city infrastructure. That's sidewalks and streets and infrastructure outside the freeway, but in Westminster. Utility relocations, water lines. A bunch of water lines were relocated. They exist in the bridge, the old bridge, and they were relocated into the new bridges. Preliminary engineering, $100,000. Other utility agreements, there was other utilities that need to be relocated. And then the cooperative agreements is what we've talked about. So we had 4.5 million. The last time I came to council, we were at about 4.5 million just on this topic. And the new infusion of money that closes out this project finally after 20 years is an additional 2.85 million. The bullets underneath that talk about engineering, traffic management, police services, consultant services, we were able mainly to support the project with our current staff. We did get outside inspectors, additional engineers to help us with the document control because it was a lot to review. Anytime a police officer was out there enforcing aggressive driving in a construction zone, the hours that they spent enforcing along the freeway were covered by this co-op. Their overtime covered by the co-op. And then when we were out there at night making sure that traffic control was working, we had to staff the traffic management center here at City Hall overnight with engineers sometimes to continue to run the signals as traffic was being detoured into town. All of that was compensated. City attorney hours, planners, all of it. It was all covered. Even city manager's office attending meetings at OCTA, all of that was covered. So with this final 2.85, we're mainly, when we first started, we told them, we're gonna need more pavement money. They said you wouldn't, we said you would. So we held their feet to the fire. They work really well with us. OCTA is an excellent organization to partner with on this. I have nothing but good things to say about all the colleagues there over the 20-year relationship. And we were right, we were gonna need more pavement mitigation. So part of this 2.85 is to bring additional pavement money to be spent on areas along the freeway that were impacted inevitably because of the construction. And then there were other construction on city streets that also will get addressed as part of this. So back when the freeway opened, there was hundreds of items that needed to be completed along the corridor. The contractor has pretty much completed all of that. And this 2.85 gives us money for pavement mainly, and also gives us an additional amount of money for finalizing some of these things. Like, before anybody brings it up, Margie Rice Park, there's an embankment. That work hasn't been done. We've had some very curious residents who like go off-roading maybe on that hillside, right? So the contractor is gonna touch that on the way out. They're gonna fix it, and then they're gonna go away, and then anything that happens after that's our problem. On Bolsa Chica, there's a complicated drainage area. They've essentially said, you know what, we don't want to touch it. We're just going to give you money so that you can hire somebody to do it to your specifications. So all in all, at the end of the project, all the promises delivered, we ended up with $28.5 million of either staffing coverage, infrastructure, in addition, obviously, to the $2 billion freeway project. So that concludes my presentation. Oh, one last thing, right? We also said that we were not going to allow anybody along the corridor, as much as there are partners, we wanted to make sure that OCTA negotiated in good faith with us. And they did with all the cities. It's not really an apples to apples comparison, but for what it's worth, these are the closeout amendments for each of the cities. We received 2.8, the closest is Fountain Valley. Like I said, they were the second most impacted, followed by Costa Mesa and Huntington Beach. So it is definitely something to be proud of, and we could not have done it without the members of the public, their patience, and without the support of our council. So thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you for the report. And I believe that just recently, Director of Public Works, Jake Ngo, and you as Assistant City Manager and me as Mayor, we attended the OCTA a meeting with the City of Huntington Beach, City of Fountain Valley, and us, the City of Westminster with the OCTA. Can you also update everyone here of the result?
Yeah, absolutely. Part of the good relationship with OCTA, and it starts from the top. Daryl Johnson, their CEO, had conducted a mayor's forum, is what it was called, and it was hosted by the first district. It was hosted in Garden Grove by the first district supervisor, who also sits on the OCTA board of directors, Supervisor Janet Wen. So OCTA brought us all together to inform us on the status of other projects related to the tax measure, which funds all of this, which is the Measure M effort. And at that meeting, we were lucky to have our mayors with us, and our mayor spoke very eloquently on some of the needs that we need to bring to the community with additional M2 funds. And then there was also a very good, I would just say, a very good sharing of information as it pertained to this project.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any question from
Yes,
the council?
I have questions, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you very much for your report, and more than anything else, your dedication to make sure that we were never shortchanged, that our residents were able to get, everything that they should have gotten, and you went above and beyond. And I also want to commend our former council member, Diane Carey, for her hard work and dedication. And I know back in those days, she attended a ton of meetings and fought hard for the residents and, make sure they didn't lose their homes.
Yeah, she was an ad hoc committee member first,
Yes.
then a traffic commissioner, and then went on to become a council member.
Yes,
and
I remember
led
her,
the charge.
and that, to me, those are, not to get personal here, but the kind of people that we should be, thanking for their passion, their love for their city, that takes time and dedication, and, not everybody's busy. Everybody's busy, so thank you very much. The questions I have is what everybody, the community's been asking about is the unfinished projects that it just seemed to be the forgotten ones, and that everybody sees, everybody seems to forget about all these other things that you just showed. So that's what my questions are, is a list of the punch list, what is done and what is not done, and also the timeline to finish those projects.
So I would say that the punch list is pretty much complete, right? This 2.85 million is going to give us an opportunity to finish out some of the areas that we do hear a lot from the members of the public, like off of Bolsa Chica and Old Bolsa Chica. That area is going to be funded by money that came into here. The Margie Rice Park embankment, that's not a part of the 2.85. That is a pending punch list item that the contractor has said to OCTA, we're afraid to build it because we put a fence up and some community members knocked it down. So we don't want to continue to put money on that site, which is unfortunate for us. They're going to fix it, and then they're going to leave town. And then at that point, it becomes our responsibility. But what I would say now is there is a learning curve for Caltrans. Caltrans has been absent from the corridor, not because they did a bad job. They handed over the freeway project to OCTA, and OCTA built the project. So it was part of the agreement that Caltrans needed to back off. And now that they're handing it back over to Caltrans, there is a learning curve. So if we see things that are unfinished on the freeway, as staff, as community members, that's a Caltrans request, and staff will always process those requests to Caltrans. We're not gonna direct residents to call Caltrans. We will take those requests in and call Caltrans. Just realize that there are certain parts of the project that look unfinished that belong to Caltrans. There's a lot of it that is now under the direction, under the control of our Public Works Department. So that goes back to the folks that you hear from here all the time, our director and his staff. But as far as punch list items, we're pretty much done. I have a phone call with OCTA next week. We're gonna talk about a few things, but it's not the things that you are hearing from the public.
Okay.
It's
because I liked your presentation. It was great. I did have an issue though with one of the slides.
The landscaping.
The landscape, that's not Westminster.
Yes, yes.
And that is one of my biggest issues with this project is that Huntington Beach, they got the nice stuff and we got weeds on our side. And that is the issue that I think a lot of the community has a problem with. That on our side, we got, in essence, on that part, along the embankments there, on the bridges that are on our side, they're unfinished, but, you know, Huntington Beach, they get the nice stuff. And that is my issue with that we're still on our side, especially on Beach Boulevard, the weeds are 6 foot tall and they claim they'll eventually get to it. And
Well, the weeds situation, like say adjacent to Infinity, that's our crew.
Okay.
The median, that's gonna be us moving forward. So if there's issues with that, we will work with our Public Works Department to make sure that our contractor, our staff address those. In this area, in the ramp area that you see here, that's not our property, that's Caltrans. So we have to start pushing hard on Caltrans to make sure that
can we make sure we push on us that we want it to look like Huntington Beach?
that is equitable, correct. That when they're coming out to an interchange, they're doing all 4 quadrants, not just one quadrant, or like you would say, the Huntington Beach quadrant.
Yeah.
And that's what our public works staff, we're also re-engaging.
Go ahead.
They're also re-engaging. Our public works staff has got to get better at understanding their new responsibilities with the freeway. Because we've also been hands-off, because it's been the contractor's project for the better part of, I forget the number of years and how long we've been under construction, 8 years maybe, 6 years.
The other thing, and this is something that you being a former traffic engineer, that maybe something that we need to look at is the traffic signal synchronization. I don't know when was the last time that was, looked into as far as, because it seems to me that on certain areas, especially during high peak times, which in the morning and the afternoon, it seems to be an issue. I don't know if our team can take a look at that because adjust that accordingly because there's some areas that are pretty bad and where it's really affecting the community.
We'll definitely look at that. One of the things that we discussed at the Mayor's Forum was actually the topic of signal synchronization. So part of Measure M, the tax measure collected for transportation, 80% of every expenditure for signal timing is covered by OCTA as a giant corridor, right? So there's corridor projects every 2 years. So we do maintain our signal timing every 2 years. Every corridor gets touched every 2 years, and it's not just in our city, it's from one end of the county to the other, and in some cases into LA County, if there's an opportunity. So the reason I bring this up is we've gotten to the point where all the synchronization that's been in place, now that the construction is completed, it needs to be relooked at. And one of the things they presented to us at the Mayor Forum, which we were happy to hear, is that OCTA is going to be doing a baseline retiming of signals for the region, and then kind of refreshing everything and then starting over, building on that, because there's been so much construction and changing configurations. But if there is a problem location that isn't working, it may not necessarily be bad timing, it may be that the equipment's not working. So our staff is always vigilant, but if anybody, members of the public, hear about that, call the Traffic Engineering Division. We have cameras at all our signals, we'll look. Sometimes it's equipment, it's not the timing, it's just that something's malfunctioning. It could be a dirty lens in the sensor, things like that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, move to approve.
Second it.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to approve Amendment Number 9 to Cooperative Agreement Number C53615 between Orange County Transportation Authority and the City of Westminster for the I-405 Improvement Project, and authorize the city manager to execute the amendment on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Yes, I will go ahead and read item 3.12 again. Continue from the September 10, 2025 meeting. First amendment for the theater operation and cultural programming of the Rose Center with the fans of the Abbey Center, DBA fans of the Rose Center Theater. a California nonprofit 501c3 corporation. I was the one who pulled this item. And basically, this item here is to enter into the First Amendment to the theater service agreement for the operation of the Rose Center Theater with Friends of Rose Center Theater for the term to conclude on June 30th, 2026, with one optional 3 months extension. My take on this is that I believe that staff helped me out. I believe that 6 months ago or a month ago or a year ago, we already extended the contract. And this is, am I right about that? I believe that we have, yes. Yes, we, right. And so we extend the contract to what?
Just to December 31st.
To December 31st, while we are recruiting the consultant to look into the study for us.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, all right. So from the study that presented by the consultant last time, I believe that they have concluded that using, we have the third party. This third party here, since its beginning from 2006, which is about 20 years until now. And within that 20 years, we operate, or we give it to the third party to run this this theater for us. And the result was reported back at the study and also from the staff report here that we are losing money every year. Instead of having the venues out to for the operator to run it for us, and we are the only responsibility that they are responsible for is to clean up after the event. Beside that, the city is paying for the utilities and everything, including maintenance. And with that, I believe that it's already 20 years. And at this point here, last time when we talked about whether we are going to extend the lease, the contract or not, then now I believe that this First Amendment term is to have 5% venue fees paid monthly on, this is the change for the First Amendment, which is they add another 5% on top of it, just because we are demanding that, we can't continue to operate with, with a loss. And so the 5% is to charge on top of the whoever's using that or contract with the third party. Am I correct about that?
Correct. It's a 5% venue fee on top of every ticket.
So right now it's $2,000 monthly for 6 months for the fiscal year of 2025 to 26 from January to June, which is total of $12,000. I would think that right now, as we already have the study presented to us, and they presented to us very clearly that it's supposed to be, we should have the $5,000 instead of the $2,000. Am I correct about it?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, with that, I don't think that we should continue to extend the contract with the third party. What we will do is we are going to discuss in 5.3. But for now, I don't think that we should extend the contract. This is, after you extend this contract here, it's going to be continue until June 30th of 2026.
Correct.
And then with that amount of time, we already give them their time that they, to the end of the year, so that they are not booking any others performance during the year. Now we extend the period, then it's allow them to go ahead and book more. And when they book more, and it's difficult for us to do any works accordingly if we need to. My understanding is from the consultant, there are a number of things that we need to do to correct or to improve the facility. So
the bulk of the improvements to the facility actually need to happen on the ballroom side.
I understand, but there's also, there is a portion of that is right here, begin to replace the theater audio and lighting equipment.
Correct.
Okay. If we continue to lease it out or to contract it, then we have no time of doing that while we are working on the banquet side. Why don't we take this time to do both, and so we can move on with what we want to do next? That's my suggestion. That's why I moved not to extend the lease. Is there a second to that?
I have a couple of things to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just want to make this point as far as the perception that we're losing money on this. I just want to ask, how much money do we invest, or did the city put out for all these park improvements that we have done in every single park with the playgrounds? Do we have a roundabout? I guess I don't need you to give me an answer. My point is, how much money do we make off of those parks? Do we charge a fee for that, for the use of those parks? I think not.
No, of course not.
Of course not. So what's the point of that? What's the point of having a park? Isn't it to provide a service to the community so that the community can enjoy the outdoors, the kids can enjoy the playground? I think that's a very negative way to think about us as a city. We're providing a service. The community, the theater is providing a community service, and that's why it was envisioned and that's why it was built in the first place. The Friends of the Rose Center is a nonprofit. Whatever agreement they signed into however many years ago, let me remind you that that was a council who came up with that agreement, and that they signed up to that. It wasn't like the Friends of the Rose Center said, we want everything for free. This is what the agreement was. It's not their fault. And as far as operations, I don't know if you're aware of this. I know somebody mentioned this to you earlier. They have to raise over $300,000 a year to operate this theater. So the theory that they're getting something for nothing, and it's totally false, okay? They're providing, I'm not finished. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, fine, no problem.
I didn't interrupt you.
I thought that you were done.
No, I'm not done.
So
When I'm done, I'll say
then
I'm
go
done.
ahead.
So that whole misconception that or maybe that's the kind of where you're trying to put out to the community that they're somehow taking advantage of us. To me, that's wrong, and that's a failure in leadership, because they're providing a service to the community. They're to bring the arts to our community. That theater is well used. Can there be improvements? Can we do better? Of course, there's always room for improvements. But to sit here and say that, and say that somehow they're taking advantage of us, that is totally wrong for anybody to say that, because they're not. They're providing a service, and as far as our consultant, we paid the consultant to do a research on this. They're our theater experts, hence the name Theater DNA, because this is what they do for a living. Their agenda is to make sure that the cities, their clients that they represent are successful, because our success is their success. And they're recommending, if you read the staff report, they're recommending for us to continue to collaborate with the Friends of the Rose Center, because they're the professionals. They've been doing a great job, and there's room for improvement and room to modify the agreement. So I don't understand why is this whole animosity towards them. They're not the enemy here. So to me, we need to continue this agreement for the 6 months for the fiscal year to give us time to work with them as far as what other arrangement, other agreement that we can come up with that better suits the city and better suits the recommendations of the consultant as far as with the items that you were speaking about, the increase of the ticket, fee and all that. So my view is it's a total disservice to have an empty theater because there's some sort of animosity towards the Friends of the Rose Center. They're providing a service, and we should be supporting them, not denouncing them. So my suggestion, and I want a motion to approve this item 3.12 that we're speaking about right now.
Okay, before I rebut,
My motion, there's a second.
I'd like to ask if there is any input from the council.
Mayor?
Yes, please.
What is your motion again?
My
Mayor?
motion is to not extend for the 6 months and the option with the 3 months, so that we can have that available while we are upgrading or improvement of the area for the banquet. We are doing the same thing over here for the audio and also the lighting system, which is a lot of time that needed to do the upgrade.
So basically, your motion is to not extend the contract, so it's gonna end
Correct.
at the end of December. Will they be out by the end of December, or what is the deal with?
We already extended the contract after the end of the contract last year. We already extended for them. This is the second extension that they are asking for.
Okay, I'm going to second the mayor's.
Thank you. Okay, so now you can do the substitution
I'm gonna
motion if
make
you
it-
want
I'm-
to.
Yes, my substitute motion is to approve this extension that runs through June of 2026. Wait, hold on. I lost my train of thought when Councilmember Nguyen was speaking, but so wait, I remember now. Sorry about that. So do you realize that the improvements that you're speaking about, exactly how are we going to get the funding for that? Do we have funding? Do we have the funding to replace all this lighting and audio, and where exactly we're going to come up with this money?
So yeah, if I can answer that really quickly. So as far as improvements go, that's really a discussion that we should be having in the next
Yes,
item per se.
correct, yeah.
This is really just about the extension, but just to remind everybody, the equipment that is currently in there at the theater is owned by the Friends of the Rose Center. So if you don't extend, there's going to be a move-out period, which is, for them to remove everything that's in there. But the council would, at some point, whether it's in the next item or in the future when we do analysis, you would have to consider replacement of all that equipment, and I couldn't tell you what that cost is. But it would, that wouldn't be part of what your action is for this particular item. This is whether you're going to extend it or not. And we can talk about, maintenance or improvements or whatever you want to do in the next item.
So we'd rather have an empty theater because they have it just to spite.
Well, it's not, because we are going to use that to do the improvement. That's number one. Number two, that I'm going to rebut your point earlier, that you said that you compare the parks, same thing as before, you compare the parks with the Blakey Park. And the Blakey Park is they only open 3 hours, and it's gated facility. How can you compare that with the open parks? Same thing for this one. This is controlled by an organization, and then open park is for everyone to go there and enjoy. It can't be that. And for the 20 years, the city of Westminster are paying. If I have the venues, if I have a house, I have whatever. If I give it to somebody else to run it, I want to make sure that if I give them for free, I don't have to pay out of my pocket. There's no way that the city of Westminster pay out of the pocket for the last 20 years, and we continue to do that. I think that if we have to find somebody else, or if the organization step up and then trying to cover the cost, then that's fine. But right now, I don't see that happen, because in this the First Amendment, there are no other terms, no other change to the term of the agreement during the term covered by the First Amendment. That means it's not going to change anything. So, we continue to pay for it. And I don't think that we need to pay for it, continue to pay for it, even a dam.
Well, my point that I was trying to make comparison with the parks is the point, maybe you didn't understand my point. My point is that those parks are providing a community service. Same thing with this theater. The 60,000, whatever is that the amount that you're speaking of, is the same as equivalent as providing a service to the community. That is my point. And obviously you don't understand my point. And here they want to increase it with 5% to cover some of the utility costs. This theater and what they've been doing is providing a community service. Us as a city supporting the theater is providing a community service. That's what we've been doing. This city has been doing for 20 years, is providing a community service. Just like the parks, just like a community center here, we're providing a community service. That's what we as a city are supposed to do, is provide a community service. We as a city aren't supposed to be making money providing a service. We do cost recovery, but we're providing a service. That's what all our fees are, is to recover a cost for planning, for example, is to provide a service. We're providing a service with that community theater is providing a service.
Vice Mayor, I don't disagree with you that we are providing community service, but we rather have the organization that run effectively, efficiently, so that we don't have to put out money out of our pocket. If you have a house, you have a venue, you are not giving to somebody else to do things, and then you keep paying out of your pocket for the utilities. All they do is just clean up after themselves, and that's it.
That's not what they do.
Okay.
They
If
raise
you are-
$300,000 a year to provide the
All right,
service.
right now, we are not going to, I think we have already gone to the second round. And
Mr.
this time-
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask a few questions. So first, I want to hear Councilmember Nam Quang, do you have any suggestion or thoughts on the theater? Just want to hear your perspective as well.
If you have something, you go ahead and say it, okay? Don't pass the ball to me right now.
No, I'm not passing the ball. I just want to hear your thoughts as well. I'm taking in.
When
into
I want to
everyone.
talk, I have to talk, okay?
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so then with that, I guess my question to staff is, how much money have the theater brought in for our city every year, about an estimate?
We, actually, in the next item, as our city manager was stating, I have more details about the revenue received. Well, the revenue that they
Just brief.
produce, but they don't pay the city any kind of rental fee at this point in this agreement.
But how much are they paying us right now, giving?
Nothing.
Nothing, zero.
Correct.
Now, with this extension to June, would they be giving us some funding, which would be?
Correct, around $2,000 a month, $12,000 for the last half of the fiscal year.
So 12,000 for the next 6 months if we extend it. Now, I know with the study that we pay a consultant to do, they have recommend, we've done the study with them, we heard the report as well last time, that they recommend us to take care of the catering area where we have the bandwidth to do, right, as a city. And with their specialty and their investigative research, they say with the theater, we don't have the bandwidth to get someone or the city to take that over on that side. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we do hire someone in RFP, how long would it take to have someone else to come substitute and take
That's
over?
probably
How
for
long
the
would that
next
take?
item, right?
Because I need to know those information before I vote.
I couldn't speculate that. RFP process would take, 3 months at least, plus then we would have to advertise it. Then we wouldn't know how many qualified folks would be applying, then submitting for the RFP, and then they would have to be reviewed and then vetted, and then an agreement would come forward. So it could take some time for sure. At minimum 3 months just for the process.
And then the hiring process would be another 2 months, maybe?
If they were written, possibly much longer, possibly.
Adolfo, is it
They'd
about?
have to, much longer.
Yes, for something like this, where they'll be taking over an existing facility, there's a lot more time we allocate to the folks that might be coming in to assess and understand what they're going to be proposing on. So it is a lengthy process.
So give and take, would you say 6 months?
I would say 6 months would be a good estimate.
Find someone.
A good estimate to get to at least being able to start reviewing proposals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have two options here I see laying here. Is that either one, we approve the Rose Theater to continue this for the next 6 months, and then they pay us $12,000, or leave it empty for the next 6 months and find someone else. So that's what we have as a city. Those are the two options I see at hand right here. And logically, I mean, if, Mr. Mayor, you're talking about, having some revenue in the city, I think option is to continue to approve this the 6 months while we can send out an RFP if you like as well. Approve the 6 month and do the RFP. So during that 6 month period, we have someone in place. I think that's a smart move as a business. If, we want business in the city, I think that's smart.
I'm sorry, it's not your time right now. The council discussion, you know about that already, so no, I'm sorry.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think as the council discussing this, I think smart business move is to extend this for 6 months, get that $12,000 to the city for the people. We can always utilize that. And then in the meantime, killing two birds with one stone, we do an RFP as well. So it takes about the other 6 months to have an applicant. I think that's a smart move. It's a win-win for all.
Let me respond to that, Councilmember West. You read the report. It say that we are negative about $50,000 a year. Negative $50,000 a year. And now you're extending 6 months for the 12,000. You think that who is losing here? Who is losing here? Are you willing to lose $38,000 over the 6 months, and at the same time that you are not being able to do anything with that? We have already lost the money for the 20 years. Are we continue to do that? Okay, and the most important thing is that we need to have the time to work on the item, why we are doing the services for the improvement for the other side and not doing that for this side. While we know that, from their consultant that they recommend that we have to do on both.
No,
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
Mayor?
right here.
Not what they recommend.
Yes, right here. If you don't know, then please read 3.5.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer your question right there.
Basically,
Mr. Mayor, I think
Yes.
you asked me a question, why are
Please.
we losing? My answer is, number one, we are a government agency, local government, where we provide services to the community. And I know this is one thing that we can provide service to the community is a theater. It brings and it draws the community together, like the Tet Parade. We spent a lot of money on the Tet Parade because that's a community aspect that we're giving as local governance. That's what we do. We service the community. And if we service a group of other community, because it's important in the city of Westminster, the TED Parade, likewise, it is important for us to service the community with the theater. And that's our job and our responsibility as a local governance, that we provide those services to the people. Because it won't be fair if we say we provide the TED Parade with the government funding, with the taxpayer money, and yet we cannot fund the theater for the community. I think that's kind of
we
like
have done that for 20
contradicting.
years. We are looking for a better way to do it. Same thing for the TED Parade. That's the reason why we create a nonprofit organization so that we can work to subsidize the cost for the TED Parade. We have to do anything to help the city to offset the cost that we have to pay out. If we can't bring in the revenue, then we have to offset the cost that we have to spend. That's what it is.
Good
And
thing.
Mr.
So
Mayor,
I want to
may I
thank,
finish,
I
Ms.
want to
Vice
thank
Mayor?
Councilmember West for that, because that was going to be my next point. So thank you for bringing that up. The point that you're making about a community service of the TED Parade, we put that service out, and you don't have an issue with that. They're putting out taxpayer money for the TED Parade, but now you have an issue with this. So thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember West.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there, I'm sorry, it's not your turn. You already have your turn, so now no. No, please, no. You are already know the policy, so please, I'm asking you, please. It's not your time right now. The time is. What you're saying is incorrect. Okay, well, my instruction to you is no, this is not your time. And I'm not going to allow you to speak during this time. Okay? All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that you brought concern of subsidizing, at least with the parade, we have a foundation to help. I understand that. Now, I hear your concern is that you want to be able not to put a burden on the city while we give the community services to the community. I understand where you're coming from, because the situation in our city where our budget is really tight. I understand that completely. Now, if that's the case, what we can suggest, we can continue to approve this. Number one, approve this. We can suggest that the friend of the theater, if they can create a fundraising aspect to subsidize some of the funding as well. So whatever might be, Mr. Mayor, I feel like I hear where you're coming from. But the thing is that if you're gonna do that, I think the theater is an important aspect in our community. It does bring the community together, different groups of community for sure, than the TED Parade. But what I'm saying is that it is as important as the TED Parade. So if you want, the friend of the theater, Rose Theater, to create a ad hoc committee or fundraising event to subsidize certain amounts to pay for utility, that's totally fine. I think we need to talk to them about it, number one. Number two, we have to approve this, so in that way, in the meantime, we're killing two birds with one stone. I know that you say we need to look and find another group who can help with this and offset the costs, but we can kill two birds with one stone, like we can walk and chew gum. I think we can all do that. So what I'm saying is that we don't have to stop something to continue the research or continue to find someone else to substitute into the theater. We can walk and chew gum.
Okay.
So I think that's fair.
I think that we're going over and over again. At this time here, I don't know that we need to consider, we already have the second round of discussion. So if you have a motion, the substitute motion, then go ahead and do it. Then we can get it over with.
I already had a substitute motion to approve this 6-month extension.
I second it.
Okay, there's a second for substitute motion. So substitute motion will first.
Thank you. I have a substitute motion.
I have, if you don't mind, Mr. Vice Mayor, if we can substitute motion to approve as is, but also to send out an RFP
Well, we have another agenda item.
That's
for-
all.
Oh, another
another
agenda.
agenda
Okay,
item.
then if we approve as is, are there a way that we can look and talk to the front of the garden? I guess the
I'm
Rose
sorry,
Garden
I'm
Theater?
sorry, Councilmember West, this item is to approve the extension or not. And the other item we'll discuss into the detail.
But can we substitute that? Substitute motion, add that on to it?
Because, so we've had discussions, which is what led to, to this. It led to obviously chatting in closed session. And the extension that you have is a result of those previous discussions. So if there's a desire for the council to renegotiate particular terms for an extension, then you would need to simply, direct staff to figure what that looks like, engage in conversation, and we wouldn't be approving an extension today. But just knowing that the extension, like the term ends at the end of December, so there's not much time.
So you're saying.
Okay, so,
So
substitution motion,
basically,
you go
what you're
first.
saying to me, Mr. Mayor, is that if we don't approve the extension, then basically we will get rid of that service for a certain group of community. Is that
Whatever it
correct?
is, we already discussed, so your substitute motion, your second, the substitute motion not to, willing to extend for another 6 months with a 3 months option, then that's your agreement for substitute motion, so let's move on.
I have a
Yeah. I just feel like, we need to really pause to think about this. Like for me, growing up, I see theater playing all the time. It's so much fun. It brings the community together, brings the kids together, and it's something that American tradition we have, you know what I mean? And I feel like if you take that away, I think that's a little selfish. So I think that it needs to give us some time, Mr. Mayor. I think extended 6 months, it doesn't hurt anyone. And yet, you know what I mean?
Yes.
That is a service that we give to the community. I mean, growing up, I've gone to the theater.
So
I've
have
gone
I.
to play, and we love it. My kids love it. They go to play, and they enjoy it. It's American tradition. And I think if you take that away, that service to the community, you're taking away a part of the American tradition.
I am not taking it away, okay? I'm not taking it away. I just want to find the efficient way and better way to manage this theater.
Mr. Mayor, if
Okay?
you're not taking it
So,
away, then
I am not,
how
okay,
would it
we are,
hurt for
we are
6
done
months?
with the second round.
Mr. Mayor, how would
I
it
am not going to
hurt?
take it anymore.
So may
My,
Yes,
my-
Scott?
The mayor has the floor.
yes,
Okay.
I am going to call for questions. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, let's call for questions.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, to call for question. I'll call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. I have a substitute motion made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, to authorize the city manager to enter into the First Amendment to the Theater Facility Management Services Agreement for the operation of the Rose Center Theater with Friends of the Rose Center Theater for a term to conclude on June 30, 2026, with one optional 3-month extension. I'll call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Substitute motion failed 2-3. I have a motion on the floor made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, not to extend the lease. I'll call the roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, no.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Before I take, I cast the vote, let me ask a question. If we put out the IFP, is it going to?
I apologize.
It's for everybody.
I apologize. The question was called, so time for
Oh,
discussion
all right,
is over.
okay, that's fine, that's fine. It's gonna be a yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
All right, moving on to the next item, which is no, we already approved those. Do we have?
I have 3.13
13,
pulled.
right? Okay,
Correct.
3.13. Adoption of plans and specifications and authorization to solicit construction bids for the HVAC replacement project at City Hall, Council Chambers, Community Services, and Senior Center Buildings, Plan Number P-2615. For this one, may I ask for staff report, please?
Well, I pulled this item if I have questions.
You want to hear the staff report first?
If you
or
can, if you have a staff
Yeah,
report,
right
let's do it.
there, yes, go ahead.
Yes, staff will report this information that already in the report, but just to summarize, this project last year, the council approved using the ARPA funding to replace the HVAC system in 4 buildings and also as well as the roof component. As of October last year, we put out the project, and there was 2 bids submitted, and both of them were pretty much substantially higher than what we have in the budget. So the council reject all bid in December of 2024. Staff came back and do the value engineering, and by doing that, we remove the roofing component, which is very expensive, and just focus on the HVAC replacement with the ducting in all 4 buildings. So tonight, we're asking the council to approve the plan and specs for that project, and hopefully we can put it out, I would say, November, have a bid collection in December, and bring back to the council in January of 2026 for award. And the construction probably going to start in February. That's conclude my report. Have any questions?
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So Jake, on the staff report, there's only like 1 page. And there wasn't like a scope of work presented to us, like what's included and what's excluded. I was trying to zoom in onto the plans as much as I could. So I think, like, to me, I have an issue, like, with the roof. On the plans, what I can read on there says that we're going to build the new platforms for the air handlers. So at one point, we're going to be touching the roof. So by touching the roof, there's going to be some roof work as far as weatherproofing the platform onto the new roof. So what's included, what's excluded from that portion of it?
So
What's
we-
also, the other thing is, as far as the ductwork, are we going to be connecting to the existing ductwork? And if it's old ductwork, obviously it's been here since it was built, some of that ductwork, is it going to still be salvageable? And if it's needs to be replaced, how much of it, and what's the cost of that? Where's all those details that we need to look at?
Okay. Well, thank you. That's a good question. Mayor Monzo, we do have the design engineer here with us tonight, Mr. Yorian, and he can answer that question in details. So.
Okay.
Good evening, council members. I'm the mechanical engineer for this project. Regarding the roof curbs that we're gonna install on all the buildings, it's gonna be on the HVAC contractor to waterproof them. Ductwork, they're all gonna be brand new. We're not gonna take the risk to use the existing ones, except the senior center, the dining room. We probably gonna keep the same ductwork and clean out the existing ductwork.
So so like on the city hall, for instance, how much? So all the ductwork is going to be replaced,
They're all gonna be replaced with the brand new ductwork and brand new units.
and then also this council chamber.
Council member also.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as the roof is concerned, so what? If there's like I said, there's going to be a connection to the roof. So
Yeah.
the AC contractor, is he going to hire a roofing contractor to do that portion?
No, so basically, you don't need really a roofing contractor because the units are gonna be sitting on the 11-inch curbs, and the curbs, around the curbs, it's all gonna be waterproof with tar, so they're gonna pretty much waterproof it as much as they can.
So currently, what's the roof composite of? What is it right now?
I'm not clear.
Yeah, the roof, is it comp, is it TPO, is it shake shingle,
No, I believe the roof, it was on the structural drawings. I believe it's shingles with the plywood, if I'm not mistaken.
shingles with,
Yeah, that's in the city hall. This roof, council chamber is the same. The only roof, I believe it's portion of it's concrete as a senior center. Not all of it, just a portion of it.
okay, because we need to have some details, is that, because to me, common sense dictates you're gonna be touching the roof.
We have it in our structural drawings. Yeah, the structural engineer already dedicated all that stuff.
Okay.
The unit weights, how it needs to be supported and everything.
Okay. I just don't see here, to me, there needs to be something in here that tells us what work is included or what work is not included.
The work is gonna include the mechanical, electrical. For the city hall, we're gonna need a transformer, a brand new one. That's gonna be included. Electrical also is gonna connect the new units to be done, all the electrical work for the brand new units, and then plumbing is gonna be super minor. The senior center has a chilled water system, which needs to be disconnected. That whole room in the chilled water system is just, has to come out during the demolition.
Well, I'd like to see that in writing, because like I said, it's not on our agenda. It's just the plans. It's just the plans that we should have gotten a more detailed scope of work on for us to look at. Sure. The other question, as far as I can zoom in on the notes, it says client to do some of the removal of parts. So the client is us, the city.
Removal which part?
Yeah, it talks about, like, as what I can see, it says removal of conduit like an inch or smaller, or any other components that need to be removed. The client is responsible for that.
You mean the demolition?
Yes.
That's gonna be on the contractor, mechanical contractor.
So, but on the notes it says client. Aren't we the client?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to talk about. How come that wasn't in here? The Morse tells us exactly what we're signing off on. So that is to me, it's an incomplete agenda. Okay. We should have had more information on here.
Sure.
So that's my issue, is that we need to know those details.
We can put an exact scope of the work together and send it to you guys, so you guys can take a look at it. Yeah.
I just don't want to get out there and approve something and then get hit with all these change orders later. You know what I mean?
Understood.
So that's my issue.
Okay.
So I don't know if we can approve this, but bring us back that information. I don't know what other council members' input is, but to me, we should have had those details so we can look at them.
Yeah, Council, so we do have option, because time of the essence with the ARPA funding will be sunsetting by the end of next year. Many of the HVAC units are, long lead item. So we'd like to see if we can put it out the street as soon as possible. What we can do is we can put a scope of work in detail when we award the contracts. And then we'll definitely take a look at, some of the comments about clients and, make minor adjustment to the plans.
Okay. All right, thank you.
If there's no other questions, motion to approve.
Okay, second it.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to approve the plans and specifications for the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC replacement project, plan number P2615, and authorize the city engineer to approve minor modifications to the plans and specifications for final project enhancements, and authorize the Public Works Department to advertise and solicit construction bids for the subject project. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, before public hearings, I will call for 5-minute recess so that the council or people can take a break, do the restroom break. Before, I just want to mention that when we are discussing public hearing items, none of us can leave this dais. We have to stay here. So at this time, I'd like to take 5 minutes break for us to do what we need to do.
Whatever you want.
The time now is 9:35, and I would like to reconvene the city council meeting. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Monzo,
I'm here.
District 1, Councilwoman Fan West,
Fan West present.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen,
Here.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you very much. We will now open for public hearings. And I just want to remind all of us here from the council, we are not leaving until the public hearing items are done. So at this time, we'll move on with the 4.1 adoption amendments of the 2025 edition of the California Building Standard Codes and 2024 International Property Maintenance Code, including a finding that the ordinance is exempt from SEQR under 15061.3B. I understand we also have fires from the OCTA today, so if there's any question, we can also you can also address them. So start out with staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We provided our staff report at your last meeting, if you remember, and we asked you questions and gave you a lengthy staff report about the updates we're going to do on the code. So tonight I will not be doing a presentation unless you needed it. The recommendation for staff is to open the public hearing, take testimony, and deliberate, and then adopt the code.
All right, is that it for the staff report? Okay, all right. So at this time, we'll open up for question for staff, if there is anything from council.
No.
Okay, all right. Moving on to public comments. Is there anyone sign up for public comment for this item?
Mayor, I received no public comments for this item.
Okay, all right, thank you. So Mayor and Council, do remember discussion and take action on this. Is there any, I will entertain if there's any motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have motion and second on the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Monzo, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to conduct a public hearing and adopt ordinance number 2629, entitled An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, repealing chapters 15.08 Building Code, 15.10 Residential Code, 15.12 Electrical Code, 15.14 Mechanical Code, 15.16 Plumbing Code, 15.20 Green Building Standards Code, and 15.22 Fire Code of the Westminster Municipal Code, and adopting by reference provisions of the 2025 edition of the California Building Standards Code, with amendments, and also adopting the International Property Maintenance Code 2024 edition, read by title only and waive further reading. I'll call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
4.2, public hearing appeal to planning commissions, July 2nd, 2025, approval of case number 2024-0160 for a new industrial warehouse building proposed at 15172 Golden West Circle. However, I do have the request to have this item continue at the next, the following council meeting. So I don't know when is that, but I will refer that to the city attorney.
The next meeting would be December 10th.
Okay.
So the reason for this would be that the city, on this public hearing item, the city received a comment letter with a number of, at the 11th hour, literally on vacation yesterday, and we received it today, so we do need time to review and respond to that letter to protect the administrative record and ensure that you have all the facts before you. So
Okay.
the recommendation would be to continue the item to December 10th.
10th. Okay. With that, I approve. I move to approve.
I second.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, to continue the public hearing to the December 10th, 2025 City Council meeting. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay. Well, the next item is 5.3, Rose-centered study and operational model recommendations prepared by Theater DNA. So with this, I don't know that we need to have a the staff report, but I will start out. And this is, well, first and foremost, I would like to take this moment to thank the city staff and Theater DNA for conducting a study of the Rose Center. That means both areas. It had been an eye-opener for all of us, revealing that the city has continued to support the Rose Center facility under the third-party management at an annual operating loss. The projection indicate that this loss could grow significantly if we do not take any appropriate action. Our city is fortunate to have such a beautiful venue, and we must ensure that it is used effectively and efficiently for the benefit of our community. Again, we must ensure it is used effectively and efficiently for the benefit of our community, without continuing to incur substantial losses each year. Therefore, my suggestions are as follows. Number one, repurpose the Rose Center as a multicultural community center dedicated to serving all qualifying nonprofit organizations within our city. All. Doesn't matter what ethnicity. We are serving the people here in our community. Second, direct city staff to continue working with Theater DNA and the City Council to develop operational requirements that will best serve the community's interests. Third, issues a request for proposal, or FP, to solicit qualified operators to manage the venue in accordance with the city established requirements. In other words, that the city staff working with the Theater DNA and also City Council to establish the requirements that whichever organization that we are going to grant the contract to should do according to the requirements that we have. And one of the things that we have to do is make sure that we have the qualified operator who can manage both facilities efficiently and effectively. That's my input. Go ahead. Anyone else?
Yes, I have. I mean, what was the point of us hiring a professional expert to do the research on this theater and the ballroom? If we're not going to take their recommendation, their expert recommendation, then what is the point? I mean, what experience do you have in running a theater? I mean, you have professionals here, their recommendations on the theater side. Theater DNA recommends that the city continue to contract with the Friends of the Rose Center as the venue operator. That is a recommendation. And the city Theater DNA recommends that the city begin in-house operation management of the ballroom facility. So it's just show and tell, because I'm sure you already knew that you already knew what you're gonna do before this Theater DNA was even hired. That is pretty obvious. And I think you're just determined to destroy this community. I think that is your agenda, to get whatever it is that you want to do there. It's pretty obvious. It's obvious that you're out there shopping for votes to get what you want. I'm just going to say it outright because I'm tired of beating around the bush with my comments. This is what you do. This is what you're determined to do, is destroy the city, is what you're doing. And you have
You have no
your
right.
you have your brother-in-law over here who's just along for the ride, who's not going to say anything but just agree with you. And to me, that is absolutely wrong for you to do that. And I don't think you really care what anybody has to say, including myself. And I don't think you care what anybody. Well, you don't. I don't think you care what experts have to say. I don't think you care what staff has to say. I don't think you care what anybody has to say. You're going to do what you're going to do, and you're going to do whatever you have to do to get what you want. You saw that there was no venue, there was no avenue for you to build, like you wanted, a Vietnamese culture center at Blakely Park. So you're like, okay, this is my better shot here. Let me just take over the theater and create a Vietnamese community center there. If that's what you want to do, it's obvious.
Did I say that, or I say multi-cultural center?
You don't.
Oh, come on.
It's not hard to read between the lines what you want to do. So
Okay, number one,
So
correction.
just go ahead and vote, and let's just save everybody time, because that's what you're going to do anyway. So let's just get on with it.
Correction. Number one, I'm not destroying,
Yes,
but
you
I
are.
am trying to make sure that we have the operator that efficiently
not even
and
close.
effectively use this facility.
Even close.
That's number one. Number two, we need to have the qualify, and we can solicit to have the qualify, and the Rose Theater Center or the current operator can also apply for it. Okay, there is no exception for them. I mean, everybody can also apply, and we, as a council, we can choose who's the best to agree. Maybe we can find a better one. Then we go back to the current third party. But we need to be fair enough for everyone to turn in the application and for us to review. That's all I
That'll
ask.
be another song and dance as well.
I call for question. Can I get a second?
Well, we
Well,
haven't
we're-
discussed yet
there's no-
whether we
there's
call
no
it for question.
motion. There's no motion or second on the floor yet.
Because we can
I
vote.
haven't had a chance
Oh,
to
you wanna
talk
talk?
yet.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
Whatever, just you're going to do what you're going to do, and there's nobody's going to, it's all for show and tell.
That's why I
Oh,
want to
show
call
and
for
tell.
action,
That's
Mr.
all.
Vice Mayor.
All right, go ahead.
I call for,
No, you can, we haven't, there's no motion or second on the floor yet.
I guess we have not get, if the council don't have any question or don't have any concern or no input, then we can take it. But right now, I think that they have the right to voice their opinion before we call for questions. If you have anything to say, then, and if not, then we can go ahead and motion, move to, but I do allow for everyone to have their input. I don't know why you are doing that, motion for question when we have not got the chance to discuss. So anyway,
so we can vote.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to make it clear that is this item is we just do the receive and file.
No, this item here,
Have a A and B.
No, A is receive and file, but then B is to direction as necessary regarding preferred
so we-
implementation process.
for A,
we have a-
let me clarify, for A, you receive and file the study that the consultant conduct, right? Then the B is direct for staff to do what is next.
Okay, so we are discussing what we're gonna do here. Okay. When I first came to this dais, I believe that I mentioned this very early to the staff, to our staff, that we need to change something to the way that we run the Rose Theater. Is that true? So but staff told me that we cannot do anything because the contract, we still under contract, and we have to wait until the contract expires. So this is a time that I think the right time, that we should revise, or we just actually sit down to work it out. And the best thing is we put out an RP, so all the organization, all the people out there can apply. And I think Friends of Rose Theater, you guys can apply too. So we have the opportunity to interview. I believe that, no, I am not going to say that, say this, but yeah, I think this is the right time for us to actually sit down with options on the tables and choose the best one that can run the theater efficiently. Okay.
Is that your motion?
Whole motion?
No, we're still speaking, I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
Well,
that's just
I believe that we have the motion.
my
and the-
No
statement.
motion, and we're just
We have to wrap
deliberating,
the
the
second,
council
yeah.
member is still
So what is the
talking.
motion?
There is no motion.
There's no
right now.
motion.
There's no motion.
No
Yeah.
motion, okay.
Yeah, so before,
I'm not going to make a motion right now.
yeah, so before the deliberation continues, there are some points of clarification on staff's part that we need to make so that you can frame your motion to address some of these. So, so obviously, you received the study about a month ago, and there were some recommendations that were in that proposal. So, staff is really looking for, if you are looking to do an RFP, we're just looking for direction on what kind of RFP you're going to be looking. Is it going to be, the same way that we did it before, where it's two separate operators for the two sides? Is it just for one of the components, or is it combined both with one operator? Like, we'll need to know that direction. And there were some recommendations for maintenance, for example, like on the, primarily on the catering side, that was brought up. These are things that if, whether we take it over or you put it out for RFP for someone else, we're gonna need some direction as to what you would like us to do with some of those maintenance needs. So those are our primary asks of staff at the moment.
So Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen, if you are not ready to make the motion.
I
let
want to
me
make a
go ahead
couple
and-
points.
Let me go ahead and try to see if I can make a motion for that. I would like, okay.
I'm done.
Are you?
Are you back?
Well, I want to make, before there's a motion, I want to, so make sure that, because it sounds like there's not some misunderstanding here. It's like, why aren't we talking, like nobody wants to have a conversation of the Theater DNA's recommendations. Has anybody on council even looked at them? Because clearly, if you read their recommendation, it says right here, as Councilmember Nam Quan is stating, they are making those recommendations in here. They're making the recommendation.
Yeah, I remember last time they came in here and then they present the same thing. I remember every single line of it.
They're making a recommendation that the city recommends that the city continue to contract with the Friends of the Rose Center as a venue operator if they agree to a more equitable operator agreement and invest in more staff. That's one of the theater side. And the community, on the catering side, Theater DNA recommends that the city begin in-house operational management of the ballroom facility. So there's changes there. They're recommending that we modify a more favorable operating agreement as far as the theater side with the staff, because Theater DNA and their professional assessment recommend that they, through their research, they found that Friends of the Rose Center, if you read the staff report, that they're doing a great job. They raise over $300,000 a year to operate it. So as far as they're not getting a free ride, they're not just they're doing all this legwork. They're doing fundraising. They have to raise this money not just to provide the acts, but to also for the maintenance and the equipment that they have to continually provide for these services to continue, for all the shows to continue. So Theater DNA is making they found, that's what their assessment is from the research that they did, that we paid them for. And they're on the catering side, they're saying that we as a city should take it over. That's what they're recommending.
That's false.
It's in the report, read it.
Okay, all right, I
You
read it
it's
for-
on
I read it
page-
for you.
It's on page 4.
I will read it for you.
Page 4 of 6, okay?
I will read it for you.
No,
Okay.
that's, obviously you don't want to take the recommendation.
All right, let me clarify that.
I don't
Number
need you to
one,
clarify, it's right
here,
here.
5.3, 5.3 Rose Center Study and Operational Model Recommendation prepared by Theater DNA. A, receive and file Rose Center Study prepared by Theater DNA. And B, provide direction as necessary regarding the preferred implementation process. Now, if you want to go back, we have a study section, and they didn't know that with the direction where the council is going to take, and they even said that if we continue with the whatever the current third party, which is Abbey, Rose Theater Abbey, then the amount is to be increased. The amount is going to be different.
Yes.
It's not going to be the same.
No.
Okay, right now, I don't see if there is anything, the same. And I think that it's fair representation. This third vendor third party already have 20 years of managing. Why we are going to grant them another 20 years without having everyone to have a chance? We may, like I said, we may look at all the requirements and see that this is the right party that we are going to grant the award the contract, then be it. I don't have any problem with it. But we need to open up for all the nonprofit organizations that can apply for this. So that's the reason why I will repurpose the Rose Center as a multicultural center, community center. It's the same thing. We still.
Now, where is their recommendation? Did they
I'm not
recommend it?
finished.
Did
Come
they
on.
recommend
I'm
that?
not finished.
They didn't
I
recommend
told
that.
you when you stopped me, and now I'm not finished. That we purpose the Rose Center as a multicultural community center dedicated to serving all qualifying nonprofit organization within our city. That's number one. Number two, same thing, direct city staff to continue to work with Theater DNA and the city council to develop operational requirements that will best serve the community interest. Number three, issue a request for proposal to solicit qualified operators to manage the venue in accordance to the city established requirements. We establish requirements. We are choosing the qualified candidate that can manage that facility so that we don't have to pay out of our pocket anymore. And it's a fair representation that anybody can apply for it. Why we are gearing to one organization for 20 years already, and we continue to do that without letting others have a chance. That's my point. So with that, I move to approve this item according to what I just recommended. Is there a second?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make with you is here, their recommendation. Theater DNA studied the operators. They studied the way they were performing. They studied their operations, and if you read their recommendation here, you're making a different point with their recommendation. Here it says for them if they're in agreement for a more equitable operation agreement. That's what they're recommending, and they're also recommending that the city begin an in-house operation on the ballroom facility side, what you're talking about. So we would take that, we would run that as a city if we hire more staff.
When they did make this recommendation, they don't know what our staff or our city council wants to do. Okay, they
it's a
recommended according to what need to be done if we continue with this third party. But if we are deciding to do something else, they can make all recommendations that they want to. But this is the council decision.
Yes, I understand that, and that is what I'm trying to argue with you, that this is, that, is anybody on this dais a theater expert? I doubt it. And they have that we hired this theater experts to give us their professional recommendation, and you seem to think that you know best, you know better than them, which you don't. That's my point.
Okay, Vice Mayor, recommendation does not mean dogma. So we as a council can decide.
I understand that, I understand that.
We can go with the recommendation or make modification to the recommendation. I don't understand the animosity with putting out an RFP to get a qualified vendor to run the theater. I don't understand why there's just so much resistance. For all we know, we could end up with the same vendor.
I doubt that.
I mean, none of us here has the power to decide, right? We all have to decide. So I really don't understand the animosity of having the RFP out there to review all potential vendors who are interested in running the theater and ballroom. So I second the mayor's recommendation.
My point to that is I'm sure the theater DNA has been in the business for a long time, and they've seen other operators. They've seen other operators, and their assessment is that Friends of the Rose Center are a good operator. That's why they're recommending that.
But that's just a recommendation.
That's my point.
We have an opportunity here, after 20 years, to do something new.
Seems like the direction that the mayor has he has a lot to say about that. So can you guys make a copy of those so
Yeah,
I can see?
Yeah, we actually need some clarification because there's been a lot of discussion, but we kind of need to repeat it again. But as you're reviewing that as well, you know, I've heard different variations of theater, the ballroom, multicultural center, et cetera. So Theater DNA will assist us with, you know, developing a scope, developing the RFP. But their scope was based on existing, you know, existing operations, which is a theater and a catering side. So if there's a desire for this council to do a multicultural center, we as staff don't know what that means, and we would require some direction on what a multicultural center is in order for us to develop that RFP, because that is a new component now.
So we have a motion and second on the floor. Is there a substitute motion? Okay, if not, then you want to get my...
Okay, question for the mayor.
Yes.
So your direction is direct city staff to continue working with Theater DNA. Okay, so that's the company that recommend us everything, right? So we're still working with them?
We working with them so that they can define for us what kind of requirements that we can impose on the next third party that when we award this contract to.
Okay, got it. I got it.
Well, the issue that I have with that is that you're suggesting to repurpose it. And so you're saying that it not only is it's going to be a theater, but it's also going to be a culture, you're saying multicultural center when it's a theater. We have a theater side and then we have a ballroom side. So which is it?
We are going to make it the whole thing. The whole thing is a multicultural
How does that make any
center.
sense to repurpose this? It's a theater. You have.
So I'm just going to
Can
jump in.
argue the other way.
Yeah, so I'm just going to jump on this just because it does involve a third party. So our third party scope involve evaluation of the theater as it stands and the ballroom as it stands. We're going to have to reach out to, based on direction tonight, we're going to have to reach out to them because they're going to have to amend their scope, which may come with an additional cost. So I'm just going to put that out there. But the other side of that too is they may want to, speak to the council, whether it's going to be a study session, to figure out what is a multicultural community center in this council's point of view. So even before developing an RFP, we're going to need to have more, just more information. What does that look like? Because none of us know what that looks like, and none of us know what you're envisioning as a council, right? So,
Okay.
so there's that.
Yeah, I have a question for the mayor in regard of the multicultural community center words. How do you define that?
It's the same thing.
Multicultural.
Okay.
What do you want to do with that?
It's for every ethnicity, for the whole, it doesn't matter what ethnicity are you. It is for the community use. But we name it as multicultural center.
So that's just the name,
Yes,
right?
just the
Okay,
name.
got it.
Yes.
Okay. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to receive and file the Rose Center study prepared by Theater DNA and repurpose the Rose Center as a multicultural community center dedicated to serving all qualifying nonprofit organizations within our city. Direct city staff to continue working with Theater DNA and the City Council to develop operational requirements that will best serve the community's interests. And issue a request for proposals to solicit qualified operators to manage the venue in accordance with the city's established requirements. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Can you come back to me later?
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 1, Councilmember Van West.
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried, 3-1.
All right, thank you. Next item is 6.1, consider and amend the City Council policy regarding recognition and proclamations. This is from staff, so staff, would you please go ahead and report?
So staff is presenting this item to the City Council for consideration and direction at this time. Due to the continuous request of proclamation certificates and special recognitions, there has been a increase in volume as well as an increase in time spent during the beginning of our council meetings before we can move on to business matters. In front of you is a red line version of our current policy with the addition of a mayor spotlight, which would be a monthly opportunity for those who are requesting recognition and proclamations to receive during a non-council meeting item. And staff looks for any direction from the council at this time.
So my understanding is that because you're afraid that when we do the special presentation like last time, it took a lot of time from the council meeting. And so people have to wait, to discuss the item or for the public comments. Was that the main reason for that?
Yes, so in the beginning of our meetings, when we have special presentations, we typically have 1 to 2, if not more. Our last meeting, we had almost 5, and it took over an hour for us to get through that before we can move forward to the business matters. What also staff has realized is the groups that come to get recognized simply have a quick few seconds with the city council and get hurried off. So there's not an opportunity for you really to connect with those groups and recognize
So
them.
basically that I have to do more of that instead. Instead of that meeting, I have to do another meeting.
It's up to the direction of the council how you'd like to frame that. It's just
I don't
something
mind. I don't mind about it.
proposed.
So it's just that it saves the meeting times. Instead of running the meeting till late, then we can always shorten the meeting times. So I agree with that. Then I will move to approve.
I have the issue, the difference I hear on the staff report, it's you make a comment as far as a comparison to the city of Huntington Beach, and that they have something, similar program. But the difference between Huntington Beach and Westminster is that they have a rotational mayor, so every member of the city council during the year, acts as the mayor, and then that person would be able to do these mayor spotlights with individuals. And here we don't. We have one mayor for 4 years. So that's, to me, you kind of excludes the rest of the council. And if we were at rotational mayor, then I would say it would be fine, but it's a big difference between to compare Huntington Beach with Westminster on that part. But to me, I say just leave it as is.
May I ask, this is the process. This is not related to mayor, it's the process. And at the whatever the spotlight, what you call the spotlight, whatever, then we also have the council attend, right? We are not exclude the council, right?
Yeah, you don't have to call it the mayor spotlight. You can call it something else.
Whatever,
You can
yes.
decide that, if you designated a date and time, maybe like on the, before the second meeting of the month, you designate a time like at 3 p.m. So it's earlier, where you all show up, you do all the presentations as like a study session or a special meeting, whatever fits at the time, just focused on that. And then it's detached from the regular agenda. And I think what it boils down to is it was just an idea to throw out, because we know we're limited on time, limited on space, and there's not that connection that you can make with those who are receiving these awards. They do just scurry off before or communication. So you don't have to call it a mayor spotlight. That's just what it's called, in Huntington Beach. Just an idea. It could be called something else. It could be called the monthly council award ceremony, for all you know. It's just an idea, but it really also depends on council's availability to show up to like this extra time as well. So
I have a statement to say. You know how hard it is to get all of the council together, staff? I'm going, Carlos have work, we have other stuff we gotta do. And I just feel like it's really hard to get closed session, all of us together, other events, ribbon cutting, all those things. And then this is an extra. And I just feel like, to save staff time and money, city, and be more convenient, I think we should do it as is, we already have. You know what I mean? It just makes sense where we're not requesting council to meet at another time. It just, I feel like it's already hard. And then we have to pay staff extra for the time that we're setting aside for this, while we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone at the council meeting. And we've done that for the last 3 years since I've been on the council. It's been okay, right? Councilman Nam Quang and Monzo, Mayor Charlie. I mean, we've been doing it, and you're the one who present the certificate, and it's just convenient. We kill 2 birds with 1 stone here and now. It's done.
I think the concern, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So if we approve this resolution, then we only have 1 month to do this every year.
No, every
No,
month.
you just do it monthly. You pick a day and time, whether it's connected to a council meeting, maybe beforehand, or you pick like the 3rd Wednesday of the month. You create a new day where you designate, an hour to do this. It's up to council what you guys want to decide. But it really, the thought process was to detach it from the council meeting process. But it's up to the council. We'll do either.
So the way that we are doing business right now is whenever that we have a request, then we're going to approve.
Well, so right now we do it as part of special presentations during the council meetings. So, there are times where we've had 4 or 5 groups come up. So like the baseball team, or when we had the recognition of the sponsors for the Fall Festival, for example, things like that. And we have a lot of people coming. The thought process was just to, to not hinder on the time not infringe on the time that we have for the council meeting, and just taking all those presentations essentially and doing it on another day, another time, in another place or the same place, but just, it's not part of the agenda anymore.
Councilman, may I ask, Christine,
Go
does
ahead.
this mean that department head have to be present with us too?
Department heads don't have to be present on anything, like if it's related to them. I mean, they're usually here showing support anyway. I mean, that's why they're here at the council meeting, even if they don't have an item on. But, there would obviously be some expectations,
For them
if
to
you
be
will,
here?
as far, we're not gonna just let you arbitrarily have a meeting. Like, we're still gonna have staff that will support this effort. So, but, I couldn't say that's department heads. If they have an item, they'll be here to support whatever that related item is, but they don't necessarily all have to be here. And it really depends on the time of day too,
Yeah.
when you do
And
it.
the thing is that I notice with department head and staff, they have responsibility to do. And we have resident complaining, we need to, get the potholes or get all the, clear the area, the homeless. And if we take time away from staff and, chief, and I just feel like it's just disrespectful. We don't need to take time when it's not necessary. So it's working for us, Mr. Mayor and Council, in the last 3 years to present, the presentation, kill two birds with one stone. Staff are all here already, and let's get it done, the same way. I just don't think we need to create something extra work for staff. That's my thought. Thank you.
Another point that I would like to, sorry to interrupt, that if I'm somebody getting a certificate of recognition, I think I would like it more if they had an audience so they can be there and clap for you than an empty room with one or two council members.
Yeah.
And it's like one picture by yourself, woo, whoop-de-doo, I gotta, to me, I think if you want an audience to sit there and see you receiving a recognition. To me, that's...
They got recognized, and then they want a lot of people to see them.
Yeah.
I think so.
Get the certificate or proclamation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I still want to vote, so I'm going to second your motion. So
Okay.
I
Well,
want
I can see from staff standpoint, they don't want to waste the time here and taking the time from their public doing all that, and if we, it's actually extra more work for me, but I don't mind. But anyway, however the city council decide on this, then we'll go for it. All right,
Mr.
so-
Mayor, I substitute motion.
Go ahead.
My substitute motion is take no action, keep as is that we have. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay, I have a substitute motion by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to take no action. I'll call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
no.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Well, I believe that, I just do what staff think that's the best way to do, and I think that you already do the homework and find out from the city of Huntington Beach, this is an efficient process, so I will stick with staff, and my vote is yes. My vote, wait, what is it again?
This is the
for
substitute to
a
take no
substitute
action.
motion, right? My vote is no.
Thank you. Motion carried 3-2.
All right, thank you. Next is item 9.1, and item 9.1 is before we go for 9.1, I would like to extend the meeting beyond the time.
I second it.
Extend the time. All right, roll call, please.
Oh, sorry.
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. per city policy. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
Okay, 9.1, redesignation of street name signs in honor of Charlie Kirk on All American Way between Westminster Boulevard and 13th Street. This item brought by me, brought to the City Council by me. I'm bringing forward this proposal because I believe it reflects the values that make Westminster truly special. Pride in our country, belief in our freedom, and the spirit of civic engagement. Please, I am presenting. Our American way has always symbolized unity and patriotism. By redesignating it as All American Charlie Kirk Way, we are expanding that meaning to honor someone who has encouraged a new generation to care about their country, to get involved, and to speak up for what they believe in. This is freedom of speech. Charlie Kirk's message has inspired countless young Americans to think critically, serve their communities, and appreciate the freedom we enjoy. This initiative isn't about politics. It's about recognizing those who have helped shape civic participation in our town. I know some of you may see it differently. That's fine. We live in the country that's free, and we're entitled to think whatever we think is. But that's okay. That's okay. Healthy debate is part of what makes our democracy strong. But I hope we can all agree that Westminster should continue to celebrate leadership, patriotism, and the principle that bring us together. I respectfully ask for your support and a yes vote on this proposal, not just to rename the street, but to reaffirm our city's proud commitment to the American spirit. Thank you. All right.
I second
Anything else?
your motion.
All right, thank you.
Or she did. You can, go ahead. I'll go
No,
next.
go ahead,
No,
Mr.
go ahead.
Vice Mayor,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead.
You're always second, Mr.
No,
Vice
no,
Mayor.
it's all right, go.
I want to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, where do you begin with this one? I mean, there's so many things that are wrong with this. This to me, I see this happening. It's unfortunate, this tragic event that happened to Mr. Kirk. And then politicians do what politicians do. Exploit, exploit, exploit. That's what you're doing. Exploiting a tragedy for political gain. Exploiting a tragedy to say, look, this is what I did, vote for me. This is exactly what you're doing. You're gonna go out there and campaign with it and say, look, I got this done in my city to our conservative Republicans. We had conservative Republicans here today who were in disagreement with this because they know that this is, even though they like Mr. Kirk and they agreed with his message and what he was doing, they know that this is wrong to do here in our city. And you can't even see that. You just said right now to bring us together. So that when you say those words, that tells me that you know absolutely nothing about Mr. Kirk. Nothing. Because what he did, what he was doing out there was very divisive. What he was doing is, so absolutely you know nothing. What you saying he bring us together, that means you don't know anything about him. This is what I've noticed on this city council is that some of my colleagues don't even understand. This is a nonpartisan seat. This is city council. This is nonpartisan. That means we're here to make sure that our city residents are safe, that we support our police department to keep our city safe, that we're providing essential service to our community, and that we're representing everybody equally. And time again, you bring the divisive issues, national divisive issues to our city. I couldn't agree more with Ms. Jessica Lostino when she was speaking, with Mr. Michael Varanja when he was speaking, and they come from two different political backgrounds, and they agree. that this is something that we shouldn't do here in our city, because they know that this is not, Mr. Kirk didn't really bring anything. He wasn't part of our city. He didn't contribute to our city. He didn't live here. You want to talk about renaming a name of somebody who made major contributions to our community? It blows my mind how a lot of folks still don't even understand what this Mendez family did for. They were from Westminster. They grew up here. They championed for civil rights. Not only did they change our city, they changed our state, and eventually they changed our whole nation, and they were from Westminster. And a lot of people still don't even know that, can't even put that, can't even grasp that. What did Mr. Kirk contribute to our community? I don't agree with, I'm not gonna sit here and have a debate of the things he said, because that's just gonna create more division, and that's what I'm trying to prevent in this city, is create division. We should be trying to unite our city, and time again, some of my colleagues continue to divide our city. And that's just what this is what you, come on, people who are conservative Republicans in our community, do you really think, honestly, that the mayor wasn't running for office, that this would be on the agenda? Come on. I think you guys are smarter than that. And we continue to campaign on this dais, continue to do that. And I'm just tired of beating around the bush. I try to be as respectful as I possibly can, but you guys are pushing this overboard. I want to respect each and every one of you, and that's fine if we disagree, but this is just continually this is wrong in so many ways. This is wrong in so many ways. Again, people, it's about bringing us community together. That's why community, there's unity in the end of that. And we continue to divide this community when you bring issues like this forward. Why don't you try to unite us? You're the mayor, you're supposed to be leading us in unity, leading us as that you're the mayor, you're the face of the community. You should be uniting us, not dividing us. And listen, and you talk about free speech, but you have an issue with people speaking, or if they don't agree with you, you have an issue with that. There's so many things that are wrong with this. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice Mayor, can you refine your thought for the second round, and I can open
I'll wait
up for
again for
any-
the second round.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I think it's important. First, I want to address Mr. Vice Mayor. I know that we can agree to disagree with our politics and policy, sometimes differ, but we also have a lot that we have in common. But what I want to say is that I have to agree to disagree with you. I know that Charlie Kirk, to some people, he doesn't mean a lot, but if you think about it, Charlie Kirk, what an 18-year-old young man, create a Turning Point USA that reached the 50 state, that encouraged young kids, Gen Z. He reached the younger generation, which a lot of us have missed in politics. We have left them to the curve. And a lot of them have told me they felt they are not being considered, being noticed, being mentored. I think it's important that for a young man like Charlie Kirk, 18-year-old, create something that he is passionate about, freedom of speech to reach the young generation, Gen Z, to change the landscape. We saw that in 2025 election, I'm sorry. And we've seen that. He changed the landscape, and a lot of youngsters came out to vote conservative. Even though I know, Mr. Vice Mayor, you know, we have different policy, different values in politics, but imagine that. Imagine on the other side, like a Democrat who is doing that. Like on the Democrat side, you guys can praise Madani in New York, right? He's a young kid who's a mayor over there. Maybe that is something you guys endorse and you guys support. But for us, Charlie Kirk is a turning point in this nation. But not only that, when his assassination, of course, none of us want to encourage that kind of assassination of someone because of their difference of speech or different of belief. We shouldn't kill anyone for that reason, because we are human being where we have compassion for another human being. We don't take their lives just because we are different in opinion. That's wrong. And we can both agree with that, Democrat and Republican. We can agree with that, and I hope that's what we can do. But for Charlie Kirk, he turned a nation around, a generation of voters to a value that what America is all about. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, ability to be able to buy a home, affordability, and not to just rent and then let the elite continue to push us down. He basically said to the younger generation, you don't have to live poor. You don't have to be shut down by the elite. You can be better. You can buy a home. You can get married. And you can have a future. That's the message the young generation are seeking. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to say thank you for bringing this important matter to the council attention tonight. But I like to take this opportunity to recognize Charlie Kirk as an American patriot and a steadfast champion for freedom of speech. His commitment to protecting the principle of open dialogue and opposing tyranny has been a significant impact on our nation conversation. He deserved to be honored, recognized, and remembered for his contribution to the cause of free expression. With that in mind, I would like to work collaboratively with you and the council to ensure that Mr. Charlie Kirk is properly honored within our city here in the city of Westminster, while including his name beneath an existing street name as All-American Way is well intended, Mr. Mayor. But I believe that such an approach does not adequately reflect the magnitude of his contributions to this nation and to the world. Therefore, I respectfully propose that the 13th Street down there on the area where All-American Way 13th Street, from Beach to All-American Way, by renaming it Charlie Kirk Way, where he has his own sign right there, the 13th Street, should be that specific location prove that is suitable. And I welcome the opportunity to work together to identify another street if that street doesn't work. But I also want to propose one last
Sorry,
one, Mr.
your
Mayor.
time's up. Okay, next, anything else from any council? Before we go for second round.
So I will caution the council that the only item on the agenda is the designation of this street. So if we would like to designate a different street, that would have to be on a future meeting.
That's
That cannot be
exactly right.
considered tonight. It's not on the agenda.
Yes, thank you. I was about to say that too, so thank you.
So nobody,
All right,
none of the
so
other colleagues
now,
want to say
now the
anything?
second round, that I will start with that. Like I mentioned, I do not want you or anyone to see this as a, dividing community between the Democrats and Republicans. You can see that I voted or I against, the item brought up, at the meeting before. We want to make sure that Charlie Kirk's message, as I mentioned, that inspired countless young Americans to think critically, serve their communities, and appreciate the freedoms we enjoy. That is basically it. It's not because of Democrat and Republican here. So don't accuse me saying that, oh, you are trying to dividing. That's something that I don't take it. Okay, so basically that's what I want to make sure, that you are recognizing those who help shape this civic participation in our time. And I think Charlie Kirk deserve it. Okay, your turn.
Thank you. If you as an individual, or anybody as an individual, because you wanted to continue or honor him in a way, then why don't you do it on your own personal time? Go do, continue his work as he was doing. Why don't you do that? Instead of because you're on city council, that you're gonna name, because if you have the votes to name a street after him or put his name on a street that's gonna divide the city. Why don't you, if you want to honor him, why don't you continue his work? If that's what you want to do. But to sit there because you have the ability to change and subject the whole entire city, that our whole entire city does not have the same point of view as you, you're imposing your will on everybody in the city because you have that ability. If you want to honor him truly, do it on your own, do a nonprofit, go continue his work, go speak at colleges. If you want to honor him, why are you imposing your will on the whole community when the whole community doesn't have the same feelings as you do? And to me, it's, like I said, I don't want to get into a debate as far as with things that he said, because that to me, that is divisive. But the facts is, which I don't know how many the community understands, is like, I think a lot of the community, and I've said this before on my own time, is that we as a nation, we're a victim to technology. I don't know if people, you know what a social algorithm is. In your phones, you're never gonna get the other side of the issue. You're just gonna keep getting bombarded with your same belief over and over again. So people may not know the things that he said. One of the things he said, he says, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, well, boy, is he qualified? Now, is that not racist? I would say so. So anyways, those are the type of issues that some of the things that he would say. And how is that uniting? How is that unifying our city? And you say that you're trying to, that's dividing our city, it's divisive. If you want to honor him, doing it on your own time, go continue his work. Honor him a different way, but to impose your will on the whole community, that's not a good leadership. That's not proper leadership. We need to be representing everybody equally across the board in this city and take no national or political issue, because we're supposed to be nonpartisan in this council. Councilors are supposed to be nonpartisan. That's why I never speak of that. I don't want to show I never bring my national views to this dais, because what Councilmember West said, when I'm out there, I want to see what I have in common with my neighbors. And people think about this. We live in the same city, we shop in the same stores, our kids go to the same schools. We have more in common than we have differences. And this is what I've been trying to push here, and my colleagues continue to divide the city, and that's not what we should be doing as a council. We should be uniting, not dividing.
Is there any other?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor? Okay, so staff, I was wondering, do you guys have the map of the street? Can you put this up on the agenda, the map of the street? Thank you, Adolfo, really appreciate that. I want people to see it.
So I have a version of what's in the staff report in the presentation, and I'll show it to you next. So this is a rendering of the proposed Charlie Kirk signage. The sign.
Do you have this?
I have those as well. So just want to point out, the mast arm is essentially the arm that goes over the roadway. That is a city standard illuminated housing. And the so that's that. And then on the actual pole, right, is the other signage, which is a reflective only signage. And to answer your question, this is the city standard, just so we can get the terms straight, right? So we have the street name, which is Westminster Boulevard. It's an 8-inch font. And then we have the city name, which is a all caps, City of Westminster designation. It's a 3-inch font. And then the signs at the bottom are the signs you see at streets that don't have traffic signals. They're the smaller ones that we pay attention to when we're turning into residential roads. So what you just flashed in front of me is the proposed signage. So the top sign is the signalized intersection. It would go in the housing, it would go over the travel lanes. And the redesignation would be Charlie Kirk Way instead of City of Westminster. And you've seen us do this in other locations in the city, and I have examples of those if you're interested in seeing the different variations, because I think we're up to 4 different variations for how this council has chosen to designate intersections. For us, for me as a civil engineer, traffic engineer, as long as the fonts meet the federal criteria and the colors meet the federal criteria, we're not putting anybody in danger, we're not violating any national codes. The Charlie Kirk designation, a lot of cities don't even have that extra line of font, right? Like Garden Grove, they don't have that. The second sign down is a reflective sign on the pole, because at a previous location, this council felt that the city designation for the special person that we're honoring at a previous time was too small. So this council voted to approve reflective signs on the pole. And that's what's being proposed here as well. And the bottom sign is because between Westminster Boulevard and 13th Street, there's 15th Street, and that has a residential sign. That's the smaller sign at the bottom. That would be called Charlie Kirk Way. None of this is new. This is what this council has approved elsewhere in the city. So that's why it's being shown on as part of the rendering.
Okay, so my question is on the top, All American Way, Charlie Kirk Way. How big is that Charlie Kirk Way?
3 inches.
3 inches?
And
That's
8
kind of
inches.
small.
That is what fits on those signs. It's an 18-inch sign, and All American
So can
Way.
people see it from
Well,
far, or they have to get close when they park to see it?
I would say if you're stopped at a light,
Mhm.
you would be able to read it. It's not intended to be read as you drive by it. So, for example, the word All American Way with the arrow,
Mhm.
we can't change that. That
Mhm.
is a national required font and height. So
Mhm.
what's left is the 3 inches to play with.
Right. So then would it change any of the businesses?
No, that's a good question, because the 3-inch height designation, where it would say City of Westminster, everywhere else in the city, for the most part, that is just an additional information on the sign. The actual addresses pertain to the street name, which in this case is All American Way.
Okay, so All American Way, it's not going to change, so that's good because that's respectful of the history. I appreciate that. Charlie Kirk Way, I appreciate that as well. But the thing is that it is so small. And I feel like in honor of Charlie Kirk, to make it properly, we should do it like All American Charlie Kirk Way, one big line and one big sign.
So it doesn't fit. There's 2 standard sizes, and you're out of space with All American Way and the arrow.
Mhm.
The arrow is important because the other direction to the north is Monroe Street.
Mhm.
So I did want to draw your attention to the pole where it does say Charlie Kirk Way in larger font. That would be an 8-inch font, Charlie Kirk Way on the pole. You see it there?
Yeah.
And then let me go to the other exhibit. That's the second.
So what the
Sign there.
mayor proposed is that All American Way doesn't change.
Does not change.
Charlie Kirk Way doesn't affect anyone's businesses.
Correct.
Right.
So I just feel like
All right.
I just feel like
believe
you're
that
just getting by.
Your second round.
You either
is
go
already-
big or go home, dude.
Councilmember West, your second round is done, so I will make a last comment, and if you have a substitute motion, you can do it. But, I know that we had a public comment earlier saying that Why it take 40 years to recognize Mendes Park? I don't know why. It's before my time. But I don't know why they take that long. But ever since I've been in council, every time that we talk about Mendes, I always support that. Always support that. And so with that, credit given to where credit due. Okay? So for this one here, it is the right time for us to recognize it. And I do not want to differentiate whether they are Democrat or Republican. I just want to make sure that we realize the person who dedicated or who actually speak out for the values that we all share. That is what I want to say. Blah, please. Right now, it's not your term. It's our time. It's our time. Discuss. So with that, I know that we have a motion and second. Is there a substitute motion for this?
I have a substitute motion.
Okay, what is your substitute motion?
So my substitute motion is, Mr. Mayor, I just feel, to be honest, you're just not really doing actually any changes. It's just basically to get by, to say that you did, add Charlie Kirk, little baby name on the bottom there that can barely see. That's not how you really recognize someone. You recognize someone, you honor them correctly. And it doesn't seem like you're doing it correctly, you're just getting by. And to be honest, if we're gonna do something, we do it right to honor someone. And with that, I motion to take no action. And then for us to talk with staff to see if there's any other sign in the city that we can change it where he has a designated area. Or even, if you think about it, my motion is to even doing the sinking garden and name it Charlie Kirk Garden. You know what I mean? So I feel like if we're gonna honor someone, honor them right and correctly. And I feel
can respond to
with that, Mr. Mayor, I feel like you're just getting by with putting his name, teeny weeny, small little sign you can't really see. And you don't change any name, so it's just for you to say, oh, I did it. I have Charlie Kirk name on a little area that doesn't change any street name. So if you want to, like for example, Mr. Mayor, I would love to work with you. Do the sinking garden. There you go. This is a sinking garden. Now it's Charlie Kirk Garden. Or the 13th Street, change it to
I'm sorry,
Charlie
we
Kirk
are
Street,
discussing the item
where he
today.
has the whole name. Mr. Mayor, I'm talking. May I finish?
Yes, but you are talking something is not on
But
the
I have
agenda.
my 3 minutes.
I have to stop you.
May I
Please
finish?
address the item on the
So
agenda.
what I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, is that if you do something to honor someone, honor them correctly and properly. Not just to get by and say, oh, I did it. I plastered his name on a tiny little section on the bottom, it doesn't change any street name. What kind of honor is that? How is that properly honor someone? So my suggestion is to take no action on this until we find a street that we can honor him correctly and put his whole name on it.
Is that your substitute
So
motion?
with that, Mr. Mayor, I motion take no action tonight.
Okay, is that your substitute
May
motion?
I have a second?
If your motion is to take no action.
No action
No
at all.
action.
No action.
With no other direction.
No
then
other
I'll
direction.
second it.
Okay, now let me go ahead and finalize it before we vote. I just want to make sure that I have already discussed this with staff, and that's the best way that we can change it. We can redesignate this naming changing. Yeah, am I correct?
Yes, that is correct. We've done this before. It doesn't violate any federal or state requirements for signage.
There is no other way
Yes.
better than that. Okay, so with that, I think we have the motion and substitute motion on the floor.
Thank you. I have a substitute motion made by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo to take no action. I'll call roll for the substitute motion. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
No.
Substitute motion failed 2-3. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to redesignate street name signs in honor of Charlie Kirk on All-American Way between Westminster Boulevard and 13th Street. I'll call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
You know, before I vote, I want to make a quick statement. I appreciate that you brought this up for All American Way, Charlie Kirk Way, but in honoring him properly, have him have the whole street name or the whole garden name of Charlie Kirk Garden or Charlie Kirk Way, instead of just his tiny little name that doesn't do anything. That's just plaster on there, doesn't make any difference. And you can't really see, it's only 3 inches,
We
it's
have
this
2,
big.
right?
So what I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, I'm not object to what you're doing, but I want to make it bigger and better and honoring him properly. So, Mr. Mayor, for you, if you want just to get by, I will vote yes for you, but I'm gonna, make a motion to agendize if staff can come up with other street that we can later.
You can agendize later on. Right
Yeah.
now is not the time.
So with what I'm saying is that, Mr. Mayor, for the sake of what you brought up, I think it's great, but you just want to get by, I will vote yes with you, but we'll want to make sure we honor him properly with his own street name. So with that, I vote yes for you, Mr. Mayor.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Since you guys want to do each other, how come you just don't change the whole Westminster Boulevard to Charlie Kirk Boulevard and just get it over with? So one of you can outdo the other. That would be better. That way you can out-Republican each other. Maybe you can score more points that way.
I want to make sure that our staff, Assistant City Manager, we are not only having the small one, but the reflection on the pole that you already presented to, you have shown it, right?
Bring up the illustration again. So the answer to your question is yes. The one over the street is going to have the smaller font, like Councilwoman stated. The one on the pole that you can see clearly, you can read it as clearly as the word All-American Way. Those are 8-inch font, and it's a large sign. So it's not a small sign. It's the largest sign that the manufacturer makes.
Yes. So Councilmember West, don't saying that we trying to get it through. We did it, so that we can honor the Charlie Kirk Way the right way. And if you feel that you don't vote for it, just go ahead and vote no. Don't even, accuse me and vote yes. I think you are conflicting yourself. So my vote, did you call my vote?
I'm
Not
waiting
yet.
for
Well,
Vice Mayor Monzo's.
You need to outdo her, so you need to make it bigger because then she's going to want one to outdo you, so then you got to outdo each other. So one of you got to go bigger than the other.
So I
make
believe
sure,
there-
make sure.
What your vote?
My vote is no,
We're
but I'm
counting a
saying
motion.
Okay.
All right,
All
very
right.
good.
go bigger,
Yo,
so
yeah.
one of you can win.
So her
And
vote
Mayor
is
Nguyen?
no. You want my vote?
Your vote?
Yes.
Motion carried 4-1.
All right, thank you very much. We are moving on to the next items here. 9.2, consider adopting a resolution declaring each October 14 to be Charlie Kirk Day in the city of Westminster. Councilmember West, that's the item, your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is item 9.2, which is the item that I appreciate the council vote to allow me to agendize this. Thank you, Mayor and colleague, for that opportunity. As my item, agenda 9.2, to honor a remarkable individual whose voice, passion, and dedication inspired countless Americans. Charlie Kirk, his commitment to freedom, faith, and the principle that built our nation left a mark that embedded on the conservative movement and on young people across this country. Charlie Kirk believed in the power of ideas and the importance of standing up for what's right, even when it was unpopular. His legacy is one of courage, education, and encouragement. Encouraging younger generation, not only particular in our democracy, but to defend it with conviction and integrity. It is fitting, therefore, that we as a city recognize his contribution in a meaningful and lasting way by declaring October 14 as Charlie Kirk Day here in the city of Westminster. We ensure that his vision and influence are remembered and celebrated every year. This resolution is not only an honor for Charlie, but also a reminder for our community, especially our young people, that one individual's voice can make a profound difference in shaping our future. I urge my colleagues tonight to join me in passing this resolution. Let us celebrate Charlie Kirk's life and work and provide a lasting tribute that reflect his value and inspires generation to come. So, Mr. Mayor, I ask for a second on this.
Is there a second to this?
So you got my second.
Okay. Is there any substitute motion for this? If not, then go ahead and call for a vote.
I have something to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, again, same subject, same thing, same comments. You guys continue to try to outdo each other on here on this dais. So now one of you is going to have to come up with a bigger, something bigger than the other. Continue to campaign on this dais. Is like you have no respect for the position that you have here. And I'm sure for you out there, if you get any flyers in the mail, as far as what they've done to accomplish, make sure you look. It'll be on their flyers to get votes. Vote for me. Look what I did. This is exactly what, because that's what they want to do. They instead of let's say, to me, I would say, okay, well, we generated more revenue so we can hire more police officers. That's something that's worthy that we accomplished. What have you done? We generate more revenue so we can have better streets or better parks, clean up our parks. We generate more revenue so we can, deal with the homeless issue. We generate more revenue so we can hire more staff to provide essential services to the community. That's something that you can hang your hat on, but you're gonna go with you can't do that, so this is the best shot at saying you did something when you're really not doing anything. This is for the community to understand. This is how smart they think you are, that you're gonna buy this. And look what I did, and I accomplished this, and vote for me, That's what they're gonna do. I'm not gonna say no names, but former council member once said, if you build monuments and statues, the Vietnamese community will vote for you. That's how much they think of our Vietnamese residents. They think that's all it's gonna take to get you to vote for them. That's how much respect they have. How is that respect? How about doing something to support our businesses in our community? Businesses were struggling during COVID. A lot of businesses failed. They couldn't survive. And we did nothing. You sat here and waved and looked pretty. What do we do to support our police department? Just say thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Some of my colleagues didn't even want to bother to show up when we were on the verge of going bankruptcy to put an item on the ballot that was going to save our city and save our police department from massive layoffs. A couple didn't bother to show up. That's how much you care? That's how much you care about our city? You were willing to let our PD do massive layoffs because we were going to lose $16 million because our tax measure was going to expire. They didn't even show up. That's how much you guys care. But you spend all the time in the world. I guarantee if you go back and see some of these other meetings where we spoke about potential revenue, some of my colleagues couldn't get off the subject quick enough because they didn't want to touch that. Oh, no, I don't want to touch that. We don't want to touch TOT. Let's talk about something else. I don't want to talk about that. Even though that our TOT is so far underneath our neighboring cities, and we're over here struggling to make ends meet, but you don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about this. You talk about these pet projects for hours and hours and hours, but not about generating more revenue to save our city. That you don't care about. Not at all. And we call ourselves leaders? More like, oh, I'm gonna do this so I can look good and run for a higher office. Yeah, what kind of leadership is that? What are we gonna do when we're upside down next year? We lost all the revenue coming out of the mall. What are we gonna do then? We're gonna have layoffs. We're gonna start cutting services because we're not generating enough revenue to keep the lights on. Okay, I'll see how much time we spend on those subjects. I'm done.
All right, time's up for you two, and at this time,
Mr. Mayor?
I move to,
Mr. Mayor, may I make one
I
statement? Your turn?
I
Okay.
was first, okay. I call for questions. Is there a second to that? Because we are repeating again.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second call for questions. So please call for vote.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, for call for question. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen. Yes. Vice Mayor Monzo.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
Okay, before I vote, credit is given where credit is due. And I'm not flopping like Councilmember West, and my vote is yes.
Motion carried 4-1.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I'll go ahead and call for the motion. I have a motion on the floor made by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by District 4, Councilmember Nguyen. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, designating each October 14th as Charlie Kirk Day in the City of Westminster." I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
No.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
No.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 3-2.
All right, next is item 9.3, resolution to denounce communism and discourage supporters, agitators, and instigators of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and members of the Vietnamese Communist Party from visiting the city. I understand that we have the First Amendment. We can't stop them. But at the same time, you have to understand this city of over 45% of the Vietnamese residents here. Okay? Okay? And so, with that, they found their home here after they flee from their country to get the freedom here. They built their life here. They contribute to the city of Westminster. And we are the council, and not for particular, but for everyone, and for everyone. And over the years, we have numbers of resolutions passed regarding to Socialist Republic of Vietnam. And just recently, we have people from Vietnam trying to instigate, agitators, they're trying to instigate this community. And this community have voiced their opinion. And what I want to do is I want to make sure that we voice our opinion. We are not accepting that kind of instigator. Any kind of instigator, instigating will create chaos in our city. We have seen that already, and I don't want to waste any financial in our city for that particular reason. So that's the reason why we voice our opinions in terms of stopping people trying to instigate the community at large. And that's the reason why I want to bring this item up for the council to be considered. And my motion is to approve this item and I can open up for any kind of comment if you have one.
I second your motion.
Okay, there's a second.
I have a question.
Okay.
How many of these types of anti-communist or denouncement of communist resolutions do we have?
This is the totally different.
No,
To
it's the
to
same
answer your
thing.
question, this is different.
the same.
If you look at the previous resolution, none of them say anything about agitators or instigators. This is just the first one that we have.
So the other ones were just denouncing communism, but this one is denouncing agitators?
Agitators and instigators,
Orders and-
yes.
But what is the difference if you're denouncing communism? The other one denounced communism, but this one you're
The
denouncing.
other one is to denounce the elected official.
Or it says that we're
This
elected
is,
officials?
this is anyone, instigators or agitators.
But, I mean, from you saying that, from members from visiting the city, and you're trying to prevent somebody from visiting the city, isn't that a form of communism? But you're trying to prevent somebody entering our city?
We can voice our opinion whatever way we
I'm
want
just
to.
asking.
You can
I'm
voice
just
your
asking-
opinion too.
I'm
Okay?
just asking a question, is so what are we supposed to do? Our PD supposed to, like, try to stop these people from coming into our city?
I think we need to set the time limit here,
Yeah,
so.
me too. So-
all right.
Obviously, it's not, this is not the question about whether you're for, support or communism or don't. It's just a question of this is, new election season, and so we can parade this resolution around in the Vietnamese community that this is what we're doing. So look at me. Look at me, look at what I did. This is just another one of those. Just continue to, why don't you just do it on your own time? You can go on the TV and give everybody your opinion. We do it here, for what? It's just a joke. Continue to campaign on dais. And now we have to outdo each other up here. I guess I need to bring one too. Make mine bigger and better. Make sure that everybody knows that I denounce communists, which I do, but I need to come up with something. Maybe I can get my colleagues to help me with a better one so I can outdo the mayor.
All right, any other questions from the dais?
Yes, so I guess I'm looking at this agenda item. It says the consider action is creating this resolution to denounce communism, which I know we have a lot of denounced communism in this city since Trita, Margie Rice. We have denounced communism since 1975. And then discourage supporters. How do you discourage supporters? What are you going to do? Get the police out there and book them? How do we do that? What is the accountability if we're going to discourage supporters, agitators, and instigators of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and members of the Vietnamese Communist Party from visiting the city? How are we going to patrol that?
Especially during
Please read it again. Resolution to denounce. Okay? Can you read? Please.
Mr. Mayor, I
All right.
already said the word I have question about is how are we going to stop
We are
people from visiting the city? How? How? Give me a solution. How? How are you going to patrol that?
We are voicing our opinions.
I know
by
it's your
denouncing-
resolution, meaning it goes
denouncing
nowhere.
it. Why? By denouncing it, okay?
Because the thing is that
Well,
you don't have any
you
concrete.
have your entitle. You want to vote, it's up to you. But this
Yeah,
is
you're doing this denouncing.
voice opinion
Mr. Mayor,
from
I'm still
this.
talking, and it's my turn. I have the floor.
Oh, no, I
Yes.
didn't recognize your turn yet, okay?
You just recognized for me to talk.
Well, I did that, did I?
Yes.
Come on.
Everyone
By-
knows. Mr. Mayor, may I finish? I have the floor.
Let me remind you one more time, please. This is the time for the first warning for you. This is the time for the council to discuss the item.
Oh, boy.
You have your time earlier. We listened to you. We didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, you did.
Second warning for you. A third warning, you are going to get out of here. I have to have you removed from the council. Let me tell you, okay, you have your...
Mr. Mayor,
you
may
are
I
entitled.
finish? I
Go
have
ahead,
the floor.
go ahead,
Can I
go ahead,
finish?
go ahead and do
Thank you. Can you reset my minutes, Ashton?
It's see or she stop. I think you stop it, right?
I really appreciate that.
So it was at 3 minutes. You had 3 minutes remaining.
It's 2:17 right here.
Correct. So she just added it to. now it
Okay,
says
perfect.
3:17.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. So what I'm saying right here is that I'm reading the resolution that you put up, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to get clarity. So I understand this is a resolution, meaning your opinion, okay, of what you're going to do and depend on the vote of the council tonight. But what I want to know is how are you going to vet or what measure you going to put in to stop the Vietnamese Communist Party from visiting the city of Westminster? That's number one, my first question. Number two is when you say we are denouncing communism, like I mentioned before, you interrupt, is that we have tons of resolution in the city of Westminster under Mayor Trita, Margie Rice, other mayor, of denouncing communism since 1975, since we established here, Mr. Mayor. So what I'm saying is that we have so many of that, but how are you monitoring to stop the communists from visiting our city, and how would you know which one is the communist person visiting the city of Westminster? And plus, right now, I know that President Trump is doing business with the city, with Vietnam, and he wants that relationship. And as you know, Vietnamese community, we prefer that the American do business with Vietnam than with Communist China. And that's what they're trying to do, is work and do business. Trump is having his hotel, the Trump Tower, there by the end of by this year coming up. So the thing is that he's working on a business thing. And when we do this resolution, would that hinder what President Trump is doing to get the business going in the city of Westminster? And plus, you're talking about getting revenue, right? Generating revenue in the city of Westminster. How are we going to generate revenue if we want to stop everyone in their track? And how do we know who's a communist and who's not? And how are you going to monitor that? And how are you going to vet that? And how are you going to stop that? What's your step? What's your procedure? And I just want to make it clear. I'm against communism, right? Because I escaped from one. But I'm asking about a concrete solution. How are you going to do this if you're proposing a resolution to stop communist Vietnam from visiting the city of Westminster? How are you going to do that? And how are we, capitalizing on doing business with Vietnam like what President Trump is doing? How are we generating money into the city?
Are you done?
I'm pretty much done. Thank you.
All right. I will respond to that. Number one, I recommend that you read the agenda before you come to the meeting. It's the number of times that you don't read.
I
the
read my
report.
agenda. That's why I'm
Yeah,
asking
now.
you all this
and
question.
at the same time, my turn
because you
now,
don't
my
have
turn
it.
now, my turn now, please.
Absolutely.
Okay. I already respond to the Vice Mayor that this resolution is to denounce the communism and discourage supporters, agitators, and instigators. This is different from what we have before, from all of the resolutions that we have before. This is the different. Do I have to remind you of another again for this? That's number one. Number two, you asking me why. Did you take the time to read the resolution that in your report? That everything there. It's everything there in a resolution for you to review and approve. Did you have a chance to read that? And if you read that already, then the question that you have, I don't need to answer it anymore. It's there. It's right there in the report. Thank you.
So, are you done, Mr. Mayor?
We are going to the second round. Okay, I'm done, but we are going to the second round. We're going to reset the clock.
Okay, you want, Vice Mayor, you want to start?
I mean, I don't know, you've said a lot of
Okay.
things, and I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess the other one, I remember one, we were supposed to call on, we were supposed to report on your neighbor if you see anybody. So that was, I do remember that was a different one. So the mayor's, I remember that one, that you're supposed to, you know, start calling and reporting any suspicious activity. So I guess if you see, you know, multiple these residents at a party, you're supposed to call. Like, I remember that one. But this one, I don't know how this one's gonna work. So you're supposed to denounce them. So if you see somebody, ask them if they're affiliated and encourage them to stay out of our city. That's what it is. I guess that's what you have to do. So if you see somebody crossing into the Westminster boundaries, ask them who are they affiliated with, and then say, no, please don't come here, I guess.
I guess that, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, let me respond to you. You live in a city and you are a council member, but you don't really pretend that you don't know anything about the city.
No, my issue is why do you keep bringing
it has been going for the last couple of weeks that the instigator is challenging the Vietnamese community that they are going to come here, okay, instigate the Vietnamese community, and you don't know anything about it?
Well, then help me.
Okay,
How do I do
this
my job?
is what, that's why I'm helping you by bringing this one.
So-
And I'm explaining it to you, all that. Okay, so if you pretend you don't know, then please listen.
No, okay, well,
Okay.
help me. So
And-
how do I identify somebody? Like, give me some information so that I know what to do.
And then also,
So-
let me tell you that you said that you are guessing these resolution. I myself work with the city clerk. I myself work with the assistant city manager. We identify all the previous resolution, and this is the difference. And I told you already, and you still thinking that we are repeating.
No, I'm asking you to help me. So, like, if I see a group of Vietnamese residents, help me. How do I identify them? Like, you know, help me. Like, how do I do it? So that way I can be helpful. Like, how do
you will see.
How do I? What are they? Do they dress a certain way?
Yes.
Or how do they dress?
Yes, they instigate this community
No, but I'm
by
saying-
wearing, by.
Well, no, I'm asking. I'm asking. Do they dress differently? How do I know? Is there somebody in the community that can help me
Yes,
understand?
you will. Yes, they said that they are going to wear the red with the star, a red yellow star.
Okay.
Which is the flag of the South Vietnam, and this is that they instigate the community. And they said what? They said that I will do that and see what the community can do it to us.
Okay, so if
This
I-
is something that they instigate the community so that they can come out, and I don't want to have that happen.
Okay.
And I have the responsibility to voice, together with the Vietnamese community, to voice that, to voice against that.
Okay, if I see that, I'll call you so you can help me and report them. So,
All right. Okay. So
Mr.
we
Mayor,
have.
my turn?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. Now, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to take my 3 minutes. Since, you say I haven't read your agenda item, let me read for you. It's going to take me 1 minute. Your agenda item is that request by Mayor Charlie Ching Wen. The city of Westminster is the home of the largest population of Vietnamese people per capita outside of Vietnam. Low Saigon in Westminster is a vibrant cultural community that is reflective of the resilience, thriving population of Vietnamese people. refugee who fled from the oppression communist regime in all pursuit for a better life. Those who serve in the U.S. Army Force and Army Republic of Vietnam, along with their loved ones, were also deeply affected by the Vietnam War and communist regime. Over the past several decades, resolution has been adopted and statement has been made by the Westminster City Council against communism in response to a specific incident or movement and to support the Westminster community. In honor of the 50-year anniversary of the fall of Saigon and in support of the Westminster community who are committed to uphold the value of liberty, justice, freedom, and basic human rights, Mayor Nguyen is requesting City Council to consider resolution to denounce communism and discourage supporters, agitators, and agitators of the Communist Socialist Republic of Vietnam and a member of the Vietnamese Communist Party from visiting Westminster. That's it. And that's less than 30 seconds. So, Mr. Mayor, for you as the leader and the chair of the meeting, and for you to accuse your colleagues not reading it, and this is all you have. And that's why my question to you is, what is your procedure of stopping the Communist Party from visiting the city of Westminster and do business here? I'm okay. I've always opposed communism, and you know that already. But the thing is that for you to look down on your colleague when on your agenda item is so vague, there's no concrete of what you will be doing. So it shows to me that you're just throwing out another resolution of denouncing communism, which we can look, city manager can look through how many resolutions we do denouncing communism. And this one, if you really want to be concrete and say, okay, I'm gonna have the police do this, X, Y, and Z, if those who visit or those who wear the shirt with the star, I'm gonna have this, X, Y, and Z. You have none of those in your agenda item. And for you, as the mayor and the chair, to tell us that your colleague don't read, it's less than 1 page resolution, is a shame, Mr. Mayor. So with that, I still have a minute and 50 seconds. That's all I gotta say, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
So
all right.
you can do whatever you want, but I know it's another way that you want to denounce communism. It's fine, I can vote for that.
I will respond to your comments there. Yes, it's only 30 seconds. And that 30 seconds, I would like for you to read it at home. Read it so that you can come to the meeting with understanding. Not here. Why you take 30 seconds to read it here? Now you are reading the resolution. We spent time talking about this. 30 seconds. Why didn't you read it at home? Why didn't you prepare for the meeting? This is not the first time. This is not the first time. So with that, I think we have.
You haven't answered my question, Mr. Mayor.
We already want the second
So
time.
what's your
I call for
concrete
questions.
solution
There's
of
a
how you're gonna stop the
There's a
communists from
second.
visiting our city?
So there is a motion to call for question, and there's a second. So
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you please?
I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen. Call for question. I'll call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
What are we voting on?
Call for question.
Oh, yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, denouncing communism and discouraging supporters, agitators, and instigators of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam and members of the Vietnamese Communist Party from visiting the city." I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
So before I give my vote, this is just a funny resolution because there's no concrete, so it's just a saying, oh, we denounce communism
I
and can't
apologize.
visit.
We've called for the question.
ahead.
I
I know,
apologize.
Mr. Mayor, the same thing
Right
you did
now-
earlier.
right now, we
Why
call for
have
question,
you, City
please.
Attorney,
So-
address that?
So
I apologize.
We addressed earlier when we
vote.
called to question. I
What
can
is
replay
your vote?
the meeting for you if you like, City Attorney.
What-
Okay, so before I make my vote, I want to say, so can I not be
Can we
interrupted?
do that still?
So,
We called for the
the-
question already.
So, Mr.
Hold
Mayor,
on,
you said
hold
the
on.
same thing earlier.
I am trying to
I
get the
can
answer
replay this
from
whole
the
thing
city attorney.
So we did
on
call for the
item
question.
9.2.
I apologize if I
9
missed it previously. We had the same issue previously with Councilmember Nam Kwan Win, and he agreed. So we have called for the question.
All right, so now it's a voting time, right? Okay, go ahead.
Can I say? Okay, so basically, this is just funny, and it's gonna go no.
We need you to vote. At this time, there's no more question, there's no more discussion, no more comments. If you are voting, then I will turn on. If not, I will turn it off. I will turn it on right now. What is your vote?
Okay, so can you hear me okay? So this resolution will go,
I need you to cast your vote. There is no more discussion on this item.
can you please? Okay. Really? Can you please, so I can give you my
So you
vote?
can what? Okay, vote.
So my vote is yes to make you happy, Mr. Mayor, another resolution.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
I'm staying.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
It's gonna go nowhere, guys.
Okay, all right. Next is the last item. Well, no, we have 9.4, holiday home decorating contest. And I brought this item. I think that we want to do it the last year or the year before, but we can't do it. I think that this is a good year that we can do it and to encourage that the citizens of the resident of Westminster, to compete for the home decorating contest so that we can, beautify our city during this holiday season. So that's all I have. I vote for it. I move to approve it.
Okay, I second yours. I think it's just a good item to get the resident involved in civic activities. So I second your motion.
Is there any other?
I have a question as far as the how it's gonna work.
So, yeah, so there are no parameters in there. There are some ideas as like how we could do this, they can come do online form and self-submit. We can order some signs, minimal costs, reach out to some of our wonderful, businesses around the community to help with sponsorship of prizes. Generally, something like this is done by like a preservation committee or historical, some kind of group. It's not necessarily with the city, but there are programs out there that we can, we can do this minimally.
So somebody they can just like enter the contest online, and then
Yeah, we can.
and then we're gonna put together a panel. Of judges, and then
Yeah,
just
we
drive
can.
around.
Yeah, we
drive
basically
around.
can figure that out. Yeah, absolutely.
See,
Come up with cute
this
categories.
is something like we should have been done in the first time. Why don't we do this instead of all these other silly items? This is something that we can get behind.
Well, last year that I suggested, but the staff didn't have time to do it. This year, I think that, it's also difficult for staff because they have so much on their plate, but they are willing to take charge and get it done.
Well, let's do it. Hopefully, we get enough folks to enter, and we'll come up with some prizes, and it'll be good. So, all right.
Okay, so, motion and second on the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, to initiate a holiday home decorating contest. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Before we vote, can we dialogue? I haven't even asked questions. I have a question for staff.
Yes.
I think this is your department.
Yes.
Yes, I really appreciate you, Vanessa. You have done a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
And you go above and beyond, and I don't know if you ever sleep.
Probably not tonight.
But Vanessa, do you have the bandwidth for this?
my staff can handle this.
Okay.
Yes.
That's perfect. That's all I needed to know. I don't want to burden you guys anymore. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we have a motion already? I'm ready to vote. If
Yes.
no one else have discussion.
Call vote, please.
So the roll call vote, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, yes.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
District 4, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Manzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-0.
All right, next item is 5.1, 2025 Fall Festival Overview. Staff report, please. Before you start, I know that Council Member Nam Quan Nguyen, he's under the weather, but he stayed until this point to get the important items done, so he can excuse.
Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. When we did the rearrangement of the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, after 9.4, we were actually supposed to go into item 8, oral communications non-agenda items, and then move into 5.1 and 5.2.
Okay, my apologies for that.
So while staff is doing that, if you don't mind, I'll move forward to oral communications non-agenda items.
Yes.
Thank you.
I do have it here after oral communication, so my apology for that.
No
So,
worries.
at this time here, I will open up for oral communication concerning non-agenda item. So, Madam Clerk, will please read the instruction into the record.
Thank you. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a yellow speaker slip, which are provided at the entrance to the council chambers, and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record. Our first speaker is Michael Varengia, followed by Luis Larson. I don't see them present, so we'll move forward with Camilla, followed by Tammy Hamill.
Well, you guys were disappointing. Not you, Carlos, but the rest of you. You really are a disappointment. You're just here for votes. I really had faith that when you got elected, you were going to come in and you were actually going to put the community first and try and do things for all of us. But I watched you tonight disappoint time and time again. It's really sad. I really did have high hopes for you. Maybe next time you'll do better. Charlie, you're just a piece of shit. Amy, I would actually like to say that for the first time ever, I think that there were moments I actually agreed with you tonight. So I do appreciate you actually reading and coming prepared and not wasting staff's time. I would also like to argue that maybe we could start focusing more on the community. Because again, I don't agree with you on the Charlie Kirk things. I think it's horrible that you just agreed to put the name of a white supremacist on our city, on our city streets. It's disgusting. It's vile. He didn't want you here. I want you here, but he didn't. He also believed that gun violence was a necessary evil, and he said that the same day as the Covenant shooting. So lest we forget that he is a vile human, and y'all are sitting here putting his name on city property with our tax dollars. A sign that you're going to spend, what, $3,000 for? Did you know that Feed America, for every $1 you donate, you can feed 10 people? Do you know how many people that would feed right now? Since your president just starved people for 41 days? How about that? Why don't we talk about the dilapidated sidewalks? Why don't we talk about those issues? Why don't we talk about putting sidewalks in the city in areas where it isn't safe and we don't have them? We sit here and we talk about giving resources to the police department, but what about giving back to the community? Are we not worth anything? Or are we only a goddamn checkbook to you? Because you have no problem asking for our money, but you give nothing in return. Where's the food pantry? Where's the food bank? What are you doing to help community members that are starving? You got your sign. You did your campaigning from the dais, Charlie, on our dime. You waste our time. You are about useless. I thought Christian was bad. You, like, all of the things that got said tonight, you didn't, First Amendment rights, violation of all of that. How are we gonna do this? You let them put this stuff on here, knowing that you could very well get sued. No regard for that, no regard for the community, no regard for the people who are your boss. Every org chart I look at says community. Then it says everything else. We sit at the top. You work for us.
Time is up.
Shut up.
Our next speaker is Tammy Hamill, followed by our final speaker, Terry Raines.
Wow. I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but because I could not agree more with everything she said. Even though agreeing with some of what she said, which I'm mad at you
I'm
for.
sorry, can I interrupt? If I would like to invite you to stay so that I can have a brief comment, or else I would do it right now because she's leaving. Okay, Kamala, even though I disagree with you, but I don't call you name. And per your comment, I am a piece of shit, but I am your mayor. I am your mayor. Okay, go ahead.
And at least you admit it.
All right.
You don't represent me.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, that's her freedom of speech. And
That's okay.
you really
That's
are
it.
just
And
crapping all over
it's also
it.
my freedom of speech. Go ahead.
Right,
Go ahead.
but you can't chastise her for saying
Go ahead.
something that's,
Go ahead.
which
Go
you
ahead.
clearly, you just did 2 items
Go ahead.
that were all about freedom of speech and naming after this bigoted person. And then you want to talk about, but then it's like, well, we don't want certain people in our city though. But it's all about freedom of speech. And I'll tell you, most of my family, half Filipino, half Tongan, half Mexican, my daughter's half black. You know what you just did with those votes about that fucking sign? You just told me, the 4 of you, that you hate my daughter. Because what did Charlie Kirk say about black women? 4 prominent black women that he talked about don't have the brain processing power to get real jobs, so they had to depend on DEI. That's what you just said about my child. Take that in, Charlie. That's my fucking freedom of speech against you. Laugh all you fucking want. I know you love doing your campaign speeches up here, and this guy isn't doing shit about it. She did a campaign speech that she's recorded. You guys are trying to out-Republican each other, and all I could think was the dueling banjos in my head, because that's how fucking stupid you sound. You do realize you're taking this city down. If you don't like it here and you want to do all your, go somewhere else and do it. Stop taking our fucking money and using it for your bullshit projects. Stop it. You are stealing out. This whole discussion about that whole 9.0 section was all campaign shit. All of it. Useless. A total waste of our taxpayer money. You want to talk about the Rose Center not generating income? How much did the TEP parade cost? $200,000 over 2 years? How much is your cultural center going to cost? How much is it going to bring in? How much are your flags bringing in? How much are all your monuments bringing in? How much are all the street signs bringing in? That's a lot of money going out. Are they generating any income? You can wiffle waffle all you want. We're catching it. Trust us, we're catching it. And we absolutely will remember when it's time to vote for you. And that ain't going to happen again. Because you have clearly gone back to the other side. That you are all about you. You two are fighting up here like freaking idiots. You can't even say Charlie Kirk's name right. Maybe you actually need to read his name and learn how to say it. If you're going to support and glorify such a horrible human being that hates half of this country, along with your president, who, yes, did go to the Supreme Court to starve children, seniors, and veterans. But you seem to be very proud of that. And as for the communists, like I said, why don't we use your suggestion and just have you call ICE on everybody?
Your time is over. I want to thank you for, for your comment. But at the same time, I'm not stood myself at that level. All right, thank you.
Our final speaker, Terry Raines.
United we stand, divided we fall, and only one council member lives by that motto, Vice Mayor Manzo. The rest of you are hell-bent on dividing this community along racial, religious, and partisan lines, destroying our city one bullshit agenda item at a time. Many cities subsidize local theaters. By several $100,000s a year. It's called access to and support for the arts, Charlie. Charlie and Amy, just stop with your campaign bullshit from the dais. Stop trying to out-Republican each other. Stop using and dividing our community for your partisan political games. Stop wasting city resources on bullshit partisan items. Your constituents are not all Republicans or Vietnamese or Christian. City council is a nonpartisan, non-religious seat. You must all represent us all, not to speak ill of the dead, but Charlie Kirk didn't contribute one damn thing to Westminster, and in my handouts are remarks made by Kirk that many deem to be blatant, racist, Christian bigotry. If you want to rename streets or commemorate people with a special day, stick to those who contribute to our city. The OC Tribune suggested Reverend Lemuel P. Weber, who actually established the Westminster Colony in 1870. Where's his sign? Where's my sign? Joking, of course, but I've contributed a hell of a lot more to our city and its residents than most. All American Way should remain as is. Even being injured, I wasn't going to miss the criminal bribery case diversion progress hearing for defendant Amy Fan West on the 27th. What I witnessed in that courtroom was nothing short of a miracle and well worth the price of admission. The judge put Amy in her place and basically told her to STFU. Amy's request to end diversion early was denied. I submitted a statement to the DA and the judge for consideration and itemization of the many false and disparaging statements made by the defendant on social media and during council meetings since diversion was granted, such as, there's no proof of bribery in that case, that's why it's dropped, and the case has been dropped, no criminal record, no crime committed. I've been vindicated, and there's no charge because there was no crime, and this is a witch hunt, it needs to be stopped, and when someone asked, why did the judge find you responsible at all? The defendant responded, I believe it was all for show, and more. I provided 6-page of supporting evidence, social media screenshots, and council meeting video links and transcript. That judge very effectively admonished Amy repeatedly. When Amy argued back, demanding to know what statement the judge was bothered by, newsflash, all of them, blurted out that she doesn't do drugs or drink, and even tried unsuccessfully to turn on the fake crocodile tears. It only pissed the judge off even more. Amy, you should have listened to me when I warned you that the judge and the DA would take exception to your comments. Quit laughing, you stupid twat. Anyway, I just wish the entire community could have seen this judge completely neutralize Amy's narcissistic twat waffle behavior. Praise the Lord. The rest of it, all 4 of you, this is ridiculous. You're doing everything to destroy our city, and we're not going to take it anymore. You know that song, We're Not Going to Take It? We're not.
Time is over.
I guarantee you.
Your time is over.
Yeah, screw you, Charlie.
All right, moving on. I will close out. Is there any more of?
I have no further speakers,
All right,
Mayor.
thank you. I will close out the oral communication for non-agenda items, and we'll move on with the regular business and 5.1, 2025 Fall Festival Overview. Staff, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. I'm here to present the Fall Festival overview for this past event. Just a little bit of background. I'll go through this stuff real quick because I know we're all familiar with it. This is our 4th annual Fall Festival, the 3rd that was over multiple days and included a carnival. We had carnival games, rides, diverse live entertainment, food, commercial and retail vendors, nonprofit vendors, a beer garden, and a wide range of family-friendly and cultural activities. A couple new features this year included Fall Festival merchandise, an interactive art mural collaboration with Art Supply Warehouse, the Thursday Loteria game during Cultural Night, Friday, GDI food trucks, Saturday, the Makers Hive Market, and Sunday, the Dreamers Market, and our LED video wall truck showing the football games. We used a similar footprint. The carnival zone remained in the City Hall parking lot and offered a mix of thrilling rides and attractions. Our stage and vendor village areas continued to occupy the sunken garden areas. We begin planning months in advance. We send out vendor and sponsorship decks to lots of interested parties. We recruit entertainment and get local businesses, previous vendors, and sponsors on board, the school district, and other public agencies involved. Our marketing encompasses a variety of outlets, including television, radio, print ads, digital outreach, social media, bus shelters, and newspaper wire acts. Staff actively participated in several radio and television interviews to promote the event. And all the screenshots you see here are actual images from our marketing and the event. This year, we did place an emphasis on producing more engaging and on-trend social media content. We had video highlights with trending audio, fun videos of staff, and interactive social media stories. We were also featured on popular online platforms, including Eventbrite, Kids Out and About, OrangeCounty.net, and Parenting OC's e-newsletter. And we place advertisements in traditional newspapers, including El Clasificado, Epic Times, Nueviet, Orange County News, Viet Bao, Bien Dong, Westminster Herald, and this year, The Wave. To reach a larger audience, we passed out hand fans at our summer movies and music series and at the Asian Garden Mall's night market. This event was included in the Community Services Department's weekly e-blast and was featured on the cover of our fall newsletter and recreation guide. We also collaborated with the artesian markets, the Makers Hive and Dreamers Market, who have an extensive online following, so they were able to share our event along with promoting their activities at our event. And this is some screenshots of the program that we produced that was a keepsake for those in attendance and those who participated. So vendors, new this year, we implemented a two-tier vendor structure, offering a discounted rate for those vendors who supplied their own infrastructure. Vendors included multicultural cuisines, American, Filipino, Hawaiian, Japanese, Korean, Mexican, and Vietnamese food were all represented and available. On Friday, we had our TGI Food Trucks event, which was well received. Overall, we had 29 food vendors and 26 commercial nonprofit info booths. And again, this year, we had a beer garden. Unfortunately, Kiwanis of Westminster has collapsed their chapter, so we were able to secure the Tap Truck Orange County, which was well received and produced a good beer and wine garden for us. The Embrace Aging Expo, again, featured 44 vendors and connected our seniors with valuable resources. It was really well received and attended. The Makers Hive Market had 20 vendors, and the Dreamers Market on Sunday had 35 vendors. Our entertainment lineup was diverse, it was exciting, it was well-rounded. We had 25 different live performances on our really cool stage. Our stage was, again, pretty impressive for those groups that don't normally perform on a stage like that, with professional lighting, special effects, the LED light screen, and our illuminated dance floor. Our carnival consisted of 15 rides, from thrilling to kiddie rides, bumper cars, and of course the giant Ferris wheel, and offered a wide variety of experiences. Some other activities that we focused on, we expanded our kids corner, featuring activities led by volunteer groups, including the Union of Vietnamese Student Association, Hearts for Patients, Color in Dreams, Marina High School, UNICEF, and of course the city's youth committee. And we also collaborated with the Art Supply Warehouse to bring a new interactive art component specially designed for our festival goers to leave their mark. Our sponsors, we couldn't do this without them. We honored them at our last council meeting, and they were very pleased to be here with you. Again, CalOptima Health was our title sponsor. Westminster School District was our platinum sponsor. Our diamond sponsors included WMEA, WPOA, H-Mart, and Midway City Sanitary District. Gold sponsors included Garden Grove Unified School District, Gastrointestinal and Liver Consultants, New York Life Insurance Company, Raising Cane's, Y&G, Income Tax and Multi-Services. Silver sponsors were Hearst and Associates, Honda World Westminster, McDonald's of Westminster, Shop Off Realty Investments, Southern California Edison, and Stizzy. Bronze sponsors included A&D Auto Center, Go Lily LLC, and Westminster Memorial Park and Mortuary. Our in-kind sponsors are listed at the bottom there and provided items that we didn't have to pay for. So here's just a breakdown of our revenue and expenditures. This year's revenue was $100,022,198. Expenditures were $91,657. So gave us a total revenue of about $30,500. Event staffing for this year's event was over $71,000 this year. Here's a comparison and some breakdowns of fees for this year versus last year, 2025. Vendor fees were down a bit, but that was in relation to expenses for our vendors. So those who didn't need infrastructure, we didn't have to pay for that. So those were pretty relative expenses. Our sponsorships were significantly up. The other contributions were about even. Carnival ride revenue was down, and we did add the selling of merchandise, which was some additional revenue. So overall, revenue was up over the last year. Expenditures you see there were remain the same. So our total net revenue was a bit higher. Event staffing, though, was definitely higher. So compared to 2024, Carnival revenue did see a decline, and like I mentioned, our commercial vendor revenue declined as well, but that was reduced proportionately with the expenses that go along with those. But our sponsorship revenue increased significantly, reflecting a strong commitment to our community investment. So logistics and staffing, we had over 100 city employees staffing the event, and most of them take on roles that they don't traditionally do in City Hall. And it should be noted that this event was financially self-sustaining aside from those staffing costs. Volunteer participation reached a high level this year. We had 47 community volunteers from various organizations, and they contributed about 201 hours throughout the weekend. We had 50 police explorers and their 9 advisors who provided volunteer coverage across six shifts for 257 hours. So those efforts of over 450 hours are an estimated value of just under $16,000 based on the standard rate of volunteer time for this year. So attendance, the event had proved to be popular among residents and drew visitors from well beyond our boundaries. Attendance did decline compared to previous years, but community feedback at the event remained positive. These statistics do coincide with the decrease in carnival revenue, which may have been influenced by factors such as the current political environment, rising costs of rides and attractions, and the broader economic conditions affecting discretionary spending. And attendance at large events has been affected lately. So the fiscal impact, sufficient funds were included in this year's fiscal budget. No adjustment is needed. And in conclusion, the 2025 festival was a great success. For 2026, Fall Festival is scheduled to take place on the similar weekend, the first full weekend of fall, September 24th through the 27th, and the budget consideration will be included with the next year's budget process. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, or go back to any slides if needed.
Yeah, first and foremost, on behalf of the City Council and city staff, we would like to thank, especially your department. I know that Public Works and also PDs are working collaboration with you are for the whole event and for the whole planning. I know that there are a lot of works. There are a lot of works, and I feel for you all. I feel for you all, and I want to thank you for taking the going extra mile for that. One question for you though: how come why is the cost for the staffing is increased tremendous amount for this year? Is it the same kind of work, or we require more laborers?
Well, I think staffing costs in general have gone up from year over year, and we did have some more staff assigned to the event, just for those who want to be involved in these events outside their normal. We encourage that. I know the city manager really likes to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to support these activities, and some areas of the event just need more attention, so we were making sure that those areas were covered.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll open up for the council questions. I'll comment.
Just thank you very much for, I know it's a big task that your department does to, in preparation, and then the time of the event, it's all hands on deck. So thank you for everybody and all staff in every department, and our PD and our fire as well. They're there as well helping out. So it's much appreciated, and I know the community really appreciates it and loves and has fun there. I know that sometimes things happen and that some of the attendance is down. It seemed like that was kind of typical in other surrounding cities. Is I went to Santa Ana event and their attendance was down as well. So I think that was just a common theme. I don't know if at least in our neighboring cities it was. I'm sure it was in other states as well. But anyways, thank you for all your hard work, and it looks like you did a great job, and I'm sure that you're always going to do better and better every year. So thank you. Really appreciate it.
Anything else from the council?
Thank you, Vanessa, to you and your department for a spectacular fall of a festival. It was very enjoyable. I actually attended 3 of the days, and it just kept getting better. But it was quite wonderful. Thank you.
All right. With that, yeah, go ahead.
Last statement.
Go ahead.
The same gratitude, like all my colleagues here. And I was there for the event, and you did a phenomenal. There was tons of vendors. That was so awesome. And the kids love the candy, and of course, it is fentanyl proof. So thank you. As we know, the rise in fentanyl, for our children. So thank you for protecting them in that way. And really appreciate the event. You guys put your heart to it, and it shows. Thank you.
Okay, all right. With that, I move to receive and file the report.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by District 3, Councilmember Nguyen, to receive and file. I'll go ahead and call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
5.2, operating agreement with 6260 Westminster Boulevard, B LLC, to allow the development and operation of the digital billboard at 6260 Westminster Boulevard. Staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Ryan Sauls. I'm a Senior Management Analyst with the City Manager's Office. I will be presenting item 5.2, operating agreement with 6260 Westminster Boulevard B LLC to allow the development and operation of a digital billboard at 6260 Westminster Boulevard. To start off with a bit of background, digital billboards were generally considered back in 2022 during an early strategic plan objective item for the goal achieve financial stability. They were identified as a prime opportunity to generate revenue for the city due to our unique location along 2 major freeways. Although many non-digital billboards are already located throughout the city, the initiative to promote future development as a means to generate revenue had not been thoroughly explored. Council gave broad direction to staff to pursue digital billboard opportunities. One of the results of this action has been growing interest by stakeholders in the billboard industry, local property owners, and developers. Since then, a variety of steps have been taken to encourage the development of new digital billboards. One of those actions was to adopt a billboard ordinance to replace outdated standards that were enacted over 20 years ago. The new ordinance provides more detailed requirements and better accounts for technological advancements made in recent years. On October 1st, 2025, the Planning Commission considered and approved a conditional use permit for a digital billboard located at 6260 Westminster Boulevard. This is the first digital billboard application to be evaluated and presented to the Planning Commission under the new billboard ordinance. Although the Planning Commission already approved a CUP for the project, condition number 7 states that the applicant must execute an operating agreement with the city in order for the CUP to become effective. Tonight, the City Council would need to approve the draft operating agreement and attach to the staff report in order for the developer to proceed with their project. Here's an aerial view of the project location. The property is on the north side of the I-405 freeway, just south of the Westminster Boulevard Bridge. It is zoned C1 local business and borders other commercial uses, including In-N-Out and Motel 6. The star symbol on the image designates where the billboard would be placed. Next, here's some of the main details of the project. The digital billboard would be double-sided, so it can be viewed from both northbound and southbound travelers on the 405 freeway. The advertising displays would be on a single support column and configured in a V shape to be optimally viewed from both directions. This configuration is standard for double-sided billboards located along freeways. The entire structure would be 90 feet in height. As required in the billboard ordinance, the applicant must effectively justify their proposed height. Following careful consideration by staff and the Planning Commission, the height was deemed justified given the surrounding conditions of the property. The 2 display panels will be LED and measured 20 feet high by 60 feet wide. The panels will also be able to adjust brightness automatically in response to ambient light conditions. This feature allows the light output to be substantially dimmed at night to the lowest levels necessary to effectively advertise to the target audience along the freeway. This image shows a rendering of the digital billboard and some of the design details. As you can see, the single support column has an architectural covering and features the city logo. The advertising display shows a sample advertisement, but ads will be able to change frequently, usually every 6 to 8 seconds, to allow for more advertising opportunities. This aerial view gives a broader look at the property and how it relates to surrounding signage and zoning. The project site is identified by the yellow star in the center of the slide. To both the north and the south of the property, there are structures exceeding 75 feet in height. The north structure is the Carvana building, which includes electronic signage surrounding the top of the 75-foot structure. On the south end is the Westminster Auto Dealers Association digital billboard with LED displays that are approximately 35 feet wide by 31 feet high. The entire structure is 80 feet tall. There are also a few static or paper billboards in the area located along Westminster Boulevard. Aside from nearby structures, it's also notable that there are no residential uses within 400 feet of the proposed project, which is well over the 200-foot minimum distance requirement referenced in the billboard ordinance. After taking into consideration the nearby zoning and uses, the project location was found to be a fitting location for a digital billboard. Now that you have all the main details of the project, I'll now highlight the key terms of the proposed operating agreement. If approved, the agreement would last for a period of 30 years, beginning on the commencement date. The commencement date is 5 days after the billboard becomes fully operational. During the 30-year term, the city and community would enjoy various benefits. The city would receive a development payment annually, which I will more thoroughly explain on the next slide. The city would be provided 8 weeks of free advertising space every year for public service announcements. The developer would also commit to displaying emergency messaging, such as Amber Alerts, on an as-needed basis. Westminster businesses would receive a 10% discount off of applicable advertising rates. And finally, certain advertising materials would be prohibited to ensure safe and appropriate messaging to the community. Specifically, tobacco, marijuana, gentlemen's clubs, adult entertainment businesses, and sexually oriented materials would not be allowed. A development payment is a common feature seen in digital billboard operating agreements between cities and billboard operators. Similar agreements have been executed in nearby cities such as Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, Santa Ana, Fullerton, and Orange, just to name a few. There are a variety of factors that can affect the potential impact of a billboard, such as whether it is new or being replaced, the size of the advertising displays, and the daily vehicle traffic counts on the adjacent freeway. After assessing these and other factors, the city and developer agreed that an annual development payment of $340,000 per year is appropriate and adequate consideration for the development. The payment would increase by 10% every 5 years to account for inflation across the 30-year term. By the end of the term, the operating agreement would result in over $13.1 million in revenue collected by the city. To summarize, the billboard ordinance was approved by the council earlier this year to allow digital billboards in the city, subject to specific conditions. The Planning Commission considered and approved a CUP for the digital billboard project that is being discussed tonight. As stated in the billboard ordinance and condition number 7 of the CUP, the developer is required to execute an operating agreement with the city before the CUP can be considered effective. Because of this, an operating agreement was drafted in collaboration with the developer that provides multiple benefits to the city and the Westminster community. The annual development payment is a significant benefit included in the agreement and directly advances the strategic plan goal, achieve financial stability. Staff recommends that the mayor and city council adopt a resolution entitled "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving an operating agreement with 6260 Westminster Boulevard B LLC to allow the development and operation of a digital billboard at 6260 Westminster Boulevard." The resolution would authorize the execution of the operating agreement and enable the developer to construct the project. That concludes my presentation. If the city council or the community has any further questions regarding this project, please feel free to reach out to me via email or phone. Staff is now available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I move to approve.
Second it.
If there's no other question, then we want to call for the vote.
Thank you. I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo. This is to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, approving an operating agreement with 6260 Westminster Boulevard B, LLC, to allow the development and operation of a digital billboard at 6260 Westminster Boulevard, and authorize the execution of the operating agreement with 6260 Westminster Boulevard B, LLC." I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Van West.
Van West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried 4-0.
All right, thank you. Now with comments and requests for agenda item from City Council agency members, including AB 1234 report when required. So let me start out with Councilmember Mark Nguyen.
I just want to say thank you to staff and police department and fire department for continual hard work to move our city forward. Sorry.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mark Nguyen. Next is Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay? Thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank you, staff, once again, for all your hard work and all you do to keep the city running as our local governance. And thank you, Chief, Police, and Fire for all you guys do to keep our city safe. Recently, we just have a celebration of honoring our veteran. And I just want to say thank you so much for the brave veterans who serve this great country. Your courage, sacrifice, and love for America promote the freedom we cherish every day. And because of the experience And because I experienced firsthand, I understand what it means to live in a free country and to not have your freedom as a communist survivor. We are forever grateful for your service to this great country and to keep our nation free. So, veteran, I just want to say thank you so much for your service. And I guess I have an agenda. I guess I have a statement. I just want to make it brief, and I don't want to waste any more time. I disagree with one of the residents' statement about me, and I just don't want to put more thoughts or time to that and waste staff time and resident. So I want to agendize. I know that we have street name for Charlie Kirk, a significant hero, but we also have a significant hero in the city of Westminster, Sylvia Mendez. I would love to agendize a street name since she is a woman who was a civil rights icon and a key figure in the landmark of Mendez versus Westminster lawsuit, which helped led to the desegregation of school in the state of California and set a precedent for Brown versus the Board of Education and advocate for equal education for all. And I thought that was really cool. I would love, if that's okay with the city council, if we can agendize a street name for Sylvia Mendez. And if that's okay, can I get a second at this time?
Is there a second to that?
I would second it, but I don't think, so currently, we have the Mendez Trail going on, and there's gonna be underneath one of the streetlights, the street signs, it's already gonna have the Mendez, Freedom Trail. That's what we're doing, right?
So the question is, are we doing something Mendez related on a sign? So that project's been going on for about 10 years since we got the first grant. It's a series of grants. To answer your question, underneath Hoover Street, it's intended to say Mendez Freedom Trail, not necessarily Sylvia Mendez, just making the distinction between the two.
Because I was thinking just have her own name, Sylvia.
We would need to find a street, so I don't know. Yeah, and if you can find a street,
Sure.
we can look for a street.
We have a running list of locations. We'll identify it and present it.
I'll second it.
Can we call for vote?
We have motion and
Thank you.
second on the floor.
Yes, I have a motion made by District 1, Councilwoman Fan West, seconded by Vice Mayor Monzo, to agendize an item for a future meeting to consider redesignating street names after Sylvia Mendez. I'll go to call roll. District 1, Councilwoman Fan West.
Fan West, aye.
District 3, Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Monzo.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
I am okay to have it on agenda, and we'll discuss further on that. Okay, yes.
Oh, motion carried 4-0.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. Okay, so I want to also agendize one more item. Mr. Mayor and colleagues, at our time right now, when our country feels so divided, we all feel it. When it seems like Americans are constantly at odds with one another, I like to agendize my second item to recognize something positive that happened this week, that we are able to see a bipartisan cooperation to reopen our government. And too many Americans and residents of Westminster have suffered. They've mentioned to me, they've called me, they've suffered because of this unnecessary shutdown. It's important that we highlight and applaud the senators, the 7 Democrat senators, and 1 independent senator who came together to vote to end this shutdown so that our military men and women and Air Force traffic controllers and our countless federal workers can finally receive their paychecks. This government shutdown was a crisis that should never have happened. Once again, Washington politicians play game which hurt the resident, which hurt the American people, hardworking American people, not the politician, and we saw that. I motion to agendize this item for the next council meeting to honor our state senator, our U.S. senator. I ask for a second.
Is there a second? Come on, please. Is there a second to this? Hearing none. So I just want to let you know that I don't agree with the shutdown, but this is not the city of Westminster issues. Let them work it out. So,
Mr. Mayor, I'm
so
almost
there's
done.
no second to this item. All right, all right.
That's
So
fine.
anything else?
So, you know what? Thanksgiving's coming up, and which we won't have a council meeting. As we all know, it's going to be canceled. So I want to take this moment to remind everyone of how blessed we are in America, the land of the free, because of the break. This is such a great nation that I'm so thankful, and many times we take it for granted. As I escape the communist regime, I know that there's no freedom of speech, and we are silenced to speak against the government, and we go to re-education camp or get killed for speaking out. And I experienced all of that, and I witnessed my grandfather's brother who didn't go to the night meeting, and they stabbed him.
We should be
until-
brief on this, right?
May I finish?
You should be brief on that if you want to agendize an item. You are not going to explain everything here.
This
Just
is a time for council.
briefly what you want to
I just want to, may I
agendize.
finish? Thank you. So I understand how important it is, and many times we take it for granted, but I want to remind everyone to remember to be thankful this Thanksgiving coming up. Of all the friends and family we have around us, life is short, and neighbors who make our community so special, and the people in our life that bring meaning, you know, so that we be thankful for that. And then I want you guys to follow my social media. I'll be posting up events that you guys can go. If you don't have an event or family locally, there will be free events coming up for those who want to just get together with community and to have a Thanksgiving dinner. I'll post that up on my social media. You can find it on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, on Amy Fan West. And then lastly, Mr. Mayor and Council, I ask if we can close out this meeting tonight in honor of one of the residents who lost his life to stage 4 cancer, Michael Martin. And he's a father of 2 and a grandfather of 4 kids, grandkids. And he's a resident of Westminster, so I asked if that's okay that we close in honor of Michael Martin. Thank you. With that, Mr. Mayor, I yield back.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I just want to keep this brief. It's been a long meeting. Happy Thanksgiving to all. Hope you enjoy much needed time off with your families, and hope we eat a lot of turkey, watch a lot of football, have fun. Don't talk about religion and politics. Just talk about football. That's it. And the Dodgers, the great World Series. So anyways, happy Thanksgiving. Thank you all. Sorry for the late meeting, staff. Apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you. My turn. Okay, first of all, I want to, I'm pleased to share with you some positive news on behalf of our city. Recently, I joined my fellows mayors from nearly every city in Orange County to take part in important initiative led by State Controller's Office and also the Auditor Controller of Orange County here to return the unclaimed property to our local communities. So we had a meeting at the Orange County building. And we talk about it, and on behalf of the residents for the city of Westminster, I had an honor to accepting The check of $2,520.45 representing unclaimed funds that rightfully belong to the city of Westminster. While this may seem like a modest amount, every dollar matters, and these funds will be put to good use to benefit our residents and support the essential services that make Westminster a wonderful place to live. This effort highlights the importance of partnership between the state, local government. It also reminds us that when we work together across the cities and agencies, we can recover resources and bring them back home where they belong, to our community and to the people we serve. So I want, on behalf of the City of Westminster, I want to thank the Auditor Controller and State Controller's Office and all our regional partners for their continued collaboration. And also I want to thank our residents for your trust and engagement, transparency, accountability, and stewardship. Our public resources remain at the heart of everything we do. I just want to mention that there are two important sites that every one of us need to go in and check, because we don't know that you may have unclaimed property and that's belong to you. So you can go to AC, you can say OC unclaimed property. Then the website will take you there. That for OC. And for the state, you can go state unclaimed property, then it will take you there. I strongly encourage each and every one of us, go ahead and check. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you have $1,000, $20,000 left unknown somewhere that you don't know. So, and with the check that I have here, I would like to hand it to our city managers, unless she doesn't want to get it. All right. Next is Veteran Day was yesterday, and as we observed Veteran Day yesterday, we together as a community to honor the courage, sacrifice, and unwavering dedication of the men and women who have served in our nation's armed forces. Their commitment to protecting our freedoms and upholding the values we cherish is a source of deep pride and gratitude for all of us in Westminster. We recognize not only their service, but also strength of their families who have stood beside them with patience and love. To our veterans, thank you for your bravery, your service, and your example. You remind us of each day of what it means to serve something greater than ourselves. On behalf of the City of Westminster, we extend our deepest appreciation and pledge to continue supporting you and your family today and every day. And lastly, I would like to thank you, our staff, for their hard work. Like I mentioned earlier, in the 7 years that I'm here, this year was, we got a lot done. And I know that, you have gone out of your ability and go extra mile to do this, and we appreciate for every effort that you put in. Thank you so much. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting until the next regular meeting.
Mr.
Before
Mayor?
I say that, the regular meeting on November 26, 2025 has been canceled. The next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, December 10, 2025 at 6 p.m.
Mayor, may we honor?
I asked you from the beginning, do the praying, and I will end with them in memory of them. But then you said yes, but then you go ahead and do it. Then we do it at the beginning already. I don't need to do it at the end. Thank you.